New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
What is up? What is up, Fin fans? How are y'all doing this wonderful hump day? We got 2 more days before the weekend. I'm hoping you're having a great drive home. That's what I'm here for. Make sure your drive home is very enjoyable. And if you need a second win, why not pick up Doobie Energy Drink? Smoke a Doobie, drink a Doobie. No crash, no jitters. Good for workouts. Good for when you're playing video games. If you're a gamer and they need a little extra edge to play your games, Call of Duty, Madden, whatever it is, get some Doobie Energy Drink. Also, we have backroom collections. We have some artwork, gallery, things of that nature for your man cave or for a good present for a friend of yours. Use hashtag TFTG for 10% off your first purchase. So take advantage of that. Also, we have flip-flops, beanies, flag, hoodies, shirts. We have coffee mugs, water bottles, all the good accessories. Also, and before I do, we have the lineup. The lineup is right over here. El Capitan, usually Sunday nights and Mondays. We got color, late night, early in the morning. It doesn't matter. Anytime's the right time for a cup of color. We have Ali Broken Takes this Friday. I will be on there as well. We got my man DTA doing all the shorts. And hopefully the War Room will be coming soon. Lewis, my brother, the Rabid Dolphin fan, he will be doing his shows Tuesday nights, the Rabid Dolphin. And, of course, he'll be here momentarily. And, of course, yours truly, Shake Money. I am going to get in where I fit in. So right now I'm doing the drive times until the season starts and Saturday nights with DTA. Like I said, I can't wait till we're in full force. But before we get to today's content, let's get to some shout-outs here. First in the building is Mr. California. Knows how to party. California. Mr. Aquavision, how are you, brother? Jarvis Eubanks. We're going to get to that press conference. Flavor, Jay. What's going on, Flavor? How you doing? Some new flavor in your ear. John Featherland, what's good? Scott Jackson, my main man, how are you? El Capitan, El Jefe. Tim Kraskowski. Liz, how you doing, sweetheart? Fred Dunlap, what is up? And here we go. So anyway, workout started this week. And before we get to the press conference, I just wanted to make sure that there's a lot of players in this workout don't get the credit they deserve. So, oh my bad, I forgot. Hold on. I thought I was doing y'all a favor by covering the face, but whatever. Anyway, a lot of players don't get their credit. You know, of course, you got Tyreek Hill, Jalen Ramsey, Xavien Howard, Jalen Phillips. We got Bradley Chubb, Keon Crossing, Duke Riley, Robert Hunt, Ron McKinley, Skylar Thompson, Elijah Campbell, Eric Izukama, Keon Smith, Salvin Ahmed, Raheem Mostert, Dan Freeney, and Mike White, David Long Jr., Tino Ellis, linebackers Andrew Van Ginkle and Zach Seiler, Blake Ferguson, Jake Bailey, Emmanuel Agba, John Lovett, Deshaun Elliott, Eric Stubert, Miami Dolphins wide receiver Cedric Wilson, tight end Tanner Connor, a few more, Jason Sanders, Miles Gaskins, Raekwon Davis, Alec Ingold, Braxton Berrios, coño, Lester Cotton, and Garon Christian, whoever that is. They arrived today. Those are the names, notable names to show up to training camp. The hater stream. Who's haters? Sup, amigos? Who's the haters? All right, so what's going on? How you doing?
What's going on, Shake?
You know how it is. So I'm here. I'm about to play some of the press conference. And by the way, man, you know what trips me out? This dude talks about who I don't know who it was. I was listening to it. I couldn't see who you were talking to, but the dude talking about how Dwayne Wade, a guy that has to jump, like you said, jump in the air. Not only does he have to jump in the air, he doesn't have pads on, and he's landing on wooden floor. There's a difference between landing in wooden floor and landing on grass. I don't know if he knows that or not.
Oh yeah, that's the guy Green Rat. That's Green Rat that made that analogy. Which it was horrible, but I mean it is what it is. Whatever.
Tua has a freaking helmet. Dwayne Wade doesn't.
No, he tried to make that comparison. Dwayne Wade and Tua. Oh, it's great. Today has been pure gold. If you're a content creator and you get a day like this, these are the days you want.
Yeah, I was gonna do another monologue, but fuck it. You know what? Let's get into the press conference. And you know what? You know me, bro. I'm a man of the people, right? So we have 3 press conferences. We have the Chris Grier, we have Xavien Howard, and we have Tua. All right. The first one up to 5. Let's see if we can get 5 votes. Which one do you want to see? You want to see the Grier, the Tua, or Xavien Howard's press conference first? Put it in the chat. I want to see who wants to see what first. What's up, Delusional? Ever since someone pointed out that Tua little kick jump when he throws, I can't stop seeing it. Put it in the chat, man. What do you want to see? Chris Grier, Tua, or Fred Dunlap says Grier. Oh, we got 2X. Tua. We get one more X, and first one to 3. So we get one more X or Grier. Fred, okay. Grier wins. All right, let's play this. Ready to let's play this Grier press conference. You ready, bro? X is next. So Grier won. So while we wait, how you doing there, Lewis? You there? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Hello? Can y'all hear me?
The funnest interview of the NFL season for you guys, where no one says anything. So I guess I'll start it off with my usual. Excited for South Florida sports teams this time of year with the Heat and Panthers, and Marlins off to a great start too as well. So wish all those teams in the playoffs luck, and we'll probably have a crew over there watching a couple games here the next few days. So, but other than that, fire away.
Chris wanted to ask you a couple things on right tackle. At this point,
How's the volume now?
You're thinking that Austin
Is it still too loud, Raphael?
expectation is that he will be your starter. And also, are you keeping in the back of your mind, you and Mike keeping in the back of your mind the possibility of moving Robert Hunt to right tackle, or would you prefer clearly Felicia?
It's always right off the start. It's the best. Yes, the expectation is Austin is as the starter at right tackle. We're excited for him. I know he was frustrated with some of the injuries last year, but he's been working hard. He's been doing a lot of stuff here in the offseason. Having Tehran around, here with another year, being around him for a year in the offseason will be tremendous value for him. And for us, we'd like to see Robert stay at one position right now, stay at guard, where, again, you've heard me say it here many times. I think he has tremendous potential, and it is already, I believe, a very good player at that position in the league.
What's your reaction to the Ertz contract and how it may or may not set the value for quarterbacks moving forward in this one?
No, I'm happy for him. He's a good kid. I met him years ago with Mike Loxley at Alabama, and I told him I was proud that he stayed. The year when Tua beat him out, where a lot of these kids transfer out and go places. Happy for him. For us, at the end of the day, it's a piece of information. We monitor it, but there's going to be other quarterbacks here coming up still. Who knows how soon, but so the market will fluctuate based off those. So for us, it's happy for him and the Eagles getting it done. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really move our needle until we have to do something.
So along the lines of that, the team decided to exercise Tua's fifth-year option fairly early in the process compared to how they've acted. I know Mike spoke about the thinking, but I was wondering if you kind of give your perspective, as well as you said everything is open in terms of an extension. Is there any possibility that you can discuss that, or just want to kind of kick?
Yeah, we've had a lot of internal discussions between Mike, Marvin, Brandon, Steve, Tom Garfinkel as well. So all options are on the table, like I said then. But for us, we decided that for us, and we always hope Tua will be here, successful long term with us. And at the end of the day, we made this decision and decided to move forward in the offseason to get going.
Just like a follow up to some Tua, we're going to hear from the process of checking off all the boxes to ensure that be as healthy as you can. What was that process like for you?
Yeah, it was like, a lot of discussions with, our doctors, with Tua, just formulating a plan. But I think once we talked to, specialists, and he met with specialists, too, and the people he met around the country, everyone felt comfortable, him health-wise. And so when those boxes were checked, we were fine and decided just to move on and looking forward to him working and doing all the things he's been doing the offseason now to help him for next season.
Chris, Tua kind of hinted at this during, I believe, Super Bowl week, but just to clarify, did you guys essentially shut him down after the concussion on Christmas Day and not allow him to progress until the season was over?
No, I think when we went through the process, it still needs to be cleared by, the league people as well too. So it was just our process of going through it, working with the league and with Tua going through it. So that's all it was.
Can you tell us a little bit about the process of that landed Jalen Ramsey in this building?
Yeah, it was, you guys have heard us talk for years about opportunities. We always investigate and do that. So we did our work. They reached out about him. Les and I have known each other for years, and we've talked. And so we had talks for a couple of weeks. And then at the end of the day, for us, it made sense for the player of who he is after we talked to people around him. And so we're very excited to add him. He's been a very good player in this league. Still think he's a very good player, and he has a good relationship with Xavien. So I know they were excited. Xavien texted me right away when he saw it. So I think for us, it was the opportunity to add a very good player at us. So we're very excited.
I can address this one to Marvin. When Channing and Eric were selected last year, was the expectation kind of always that maybe they would need a year before they could really make some kind of impact, more than just on special teams?
Yeah, I think when we selected them, we knew the progression for both of them would be, in the future. So you get guys and you want to give them a chance to sit back and learn and do some things on special teams, but knowing that their value would be much more down the line than it was like immediately.
Marvin, to get your thoughts on Tua, where he stands 3 years through and the future for him.
Well, I think he's went through the the protocol, and we have all the faith in the world in him, and so he's our quarterback, and we think moving forward he's going to be the quarterback that gets us to where we want to go.
We heard Coach McDaniel talk about the story of kind of bringing his tape to you guys, the entire building last year on the Mike Silver podcast. I don't know if you guys heard that. I was curious, your guys' perspective on when Mike was so fired up that night of watching the tape and bringing it to y'all.
Well, I think Mike was excited to work with him even before that. He had watched, some film of him, but he knew him from the draft. But I think once he got here and really dug in and got to spend time and, because obviously he was busy with the 49ers and they were on their playoff run. And he put together and strung all the stuff that made sense for his offense. I think he showed it to everyone in the building, just, going around. He was so excited that I think he pulled an all-nighter putting it together. And he was so happy when all the scouts came in. So I saw it like 5 times. So it's just like, okay, I get it, Mike. He's good and you're excited. But, yeah, the relationship the two of them have, and watching them, how they work and communicate, and it's pretty cool to see.
Chris, how much progress do you feel you've made in the Wilkins extension talks?
Yeah, I've had some good talks with his agent. As I've always said, we're going to keep those conversations private. But excited for Christian. He's a very good player here. How we feel about him. We've talked about what he's done on and off the field for us. So we're still working through it, but hopefully we can get him here and keep him here for a long time.
Where you come from a football executive family, your brother's the first.
So, Louis, you there? You there, homie? Louis there?
Yeah, I'm here, Shake.
So, I ain't get. Did he talk about how Austin Jackson is going to be the starting right tackle yet, or did he? Right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. That was the first question they asked him, and his response was basically him and the organization feel that they fully expect Austin Jackson to be the starting right tackle.
Now, I'm not. I have you. We've been rocking together for a while, right? Way before. Yeah. Didn't I tell you this was going to happen? Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I said it. It was gonna. It's gonna. I said, hey, Austin Jackson and Leah Eichenberg are going to be the starters. That's why they haven't addressed those positions in free agency, and probably not going to address it in the fucking draft. So if you don't if you're not down with Austin Jackson and Eichenberg, you're part of the Wolf Pack. Just saying.
Agreed.
And you're a hater.
Black GM in NHL history. Can you explain briefly on the role that your father has played in you being to where you are today and the impact that he has with you, brother?
Yeah, no, it's just being able to grow up watching how he approached things, and I was fortunate to be there in New England with him, with Bill Parcells and Pete Carroll and Coach Belichick for a little bit, just to see how he interacted and worked, and learned so much from him. Obviously, he coached Marvin, so that's how Marvin and I's connection go back. And I just think having that resource to talk to, my brother and I talk every week, and we talk about a lot of different things, sports related.
Well, Fred, we already know you're a hater.
In terms
so
of player acquisitions and dealing with people in the building. So just to be able to talk to him, and
we know you're a hater,
even
Fred.
Still now,
so.
Marvin and I will go to all-star games, and people keep coming up saying, "Hey, tell your dad I said hello," or agents are like, "Your dad was the first guy that gave me a chance and listened to me and stuff." So just how you treat people and working with them, learned so much for him, and I wouldn't be here without him.
Chris, what's been the thinking so far, not adding another tight end besides Eric who you signed and a backup defensive tackle? Are those positions you think you could address in the draft? What's your thinking there?
Yeah, I think, our approach is we're evaluating every position, going to it very thoroughly to every position. We've had our 30 visits that you like to track, and you do your work, your Inspector Clouseau stuff on it. And, for us, it's every position. So we brought in guys that have from basically every position except quarterback into the building. So for us, we're always looking for good players that compete for roster spots, because that's how we get better with competition.
For both of you, when you look at your roster, and you look at what's in the tight end room right now, what do you see? How comfortable are you? And transferring that forward, what do you see in this tight end draft class? A lot of people have said it's quite talented and deep. I wonder if you agree.
I'll talk about our room, and I'll let Marvin talk about the draft class. With us, our room, we're happy with it. Obviously, you know how we feel about Durham. We've talked about Durham for a long time. Letting Mike leave was he earned the right to be a free agent. Obviously I drafted him. We've talked in here before about how I feel about him. I'm very happy.
Hold on. So let me get this straight. Not only is I know I'm right. I didn't want to be right, but not only is Austin Jackson your starting right tackle, but you're happy with the tight end room we have. Did I wake up in the fucking Twilight Zone or something, bro? Holy shit. Okay.
No, like I said, I know we're going to play this because I know people want to see it and stuff. I said it earlier when I watched it before. All this is nonsense to me. I don't, bro. We could keep playing the shape. We'll get into it, obviously. But this,
okay,
bro, like.
But I like to stop every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? Just to.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? But coño, the fuck? I think I'm in the Twilight Zone, bro. Real talk. But well, let's keep going, like you said.
Well,
he
went to New England.
That's what's
I got to root against him twice a year. But very happy for him. But we're excited for some. Eric was a good addition for us. And Tanner we feel has good upside. So we're going to keep looking to add at that position some competition. But we're happy with the guys there, and especially, how Durham leads and what he provides for our team.
And as far as the draft class.
That's coming up, Toombs, Sam Squeak.
You guys know this is probably one of the deeper tight end drafts than it's been in the, last several years. So we feel good about having an opportunity to grab a good football player if he's available, when we're picking. Like we're going to look at every position, but there's a strong chance that there are going to be a lot of tight ends selected early.
Just broadly speaking, obviously you're not in the market for a quarterback in this draft. There are 5 that could potentially go in the first round. How do you, as an outside observer to this process, how do you see that draft class of quarterback this
Yeah, no, they're all very talented, and I think with any quarterback, it's the fit with the the coach and coaching staff and what you're asking them to do offensively. So I think it's some tough decisions for teams to make because they are talented, and I think they can fit at a lot of places. But we've talked to a few of them just again doing our research to know just to say hello, and haven't spent a ton of time, but like the kids. I'm excited for them. I think a couple will be some really good players in this league.
First, what is the addition of Ramsey? Sorry, Marcel. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Mike.
You're good. Go ahead.
Sound like
I
myself.
got you.
I'm thrown off where I'm sitting. What is the addition of? I took away my chair, Chris. What is the addition of Ramsey say about where the organization stands relative to a window opening to pursue the biggest goal of the Super Bowl? Are you all in? Has the all-in window open?
I think where we are is we have a competitive roster that we feel we can win games with, and it's not done. Obviously, with the draft here still, and even post-draft, there'll be signings. So, again, opportunities to add good players to your roster. We'll always do that and pursue it. And Steve Ross has given us a lot of flexibility to do that, which, I don't think he gets enough credit for allowing us to do that. But for us, I don't really look at it as windows. It's just opportunities to add good players and then keep building a roster that gives you a chance to compete.
For Marvin, last year. Oh, no.
You're good. I know being draft capital, what it is this year, it is what it's been going for picks. Have you guys explored trying to move up? Would you like to?
I was waiting for someone to ask that one. We've had a couple teams in the bottom half of the first round reach out about saying they would be interested in coming down possibly if their guys aren't there, and if we'd be interested in moving. So for us, we'll, again, any opportunities we can to get a player, we'll look at it. But no serious conversations, but we've had those, and we'll keep those options open.
For Marvin, I know last year when the team traded for Tyreek Hill, Chris said that he was able to kind of provide insight on the type of person, the type of player Tyreek Hill is. From the time in Kansas City, what did you see, not maybe on the field, but off the field, that told you that he was right for the culture and right?
Well, just when he got here, just to see him take a leadership role, and I saw the same competitive spirit I saw in Kansas City, where he competed every day, and we didn't have a defensive back on the roster that could cover him. And when he got here, I felt the same way. He could run by anybody, but just to see him take the role in the locker room as a man, just matured and became a leader, and was held accountable, was really great to see.
Chris, you've generally been best player available type of decision maker when it comes to the draft. When you have a roster that, as you say, is more ready to compete, do you shift a little bit on the spectrum toward focusing a little bit more on positions of need, or do you still stick with that mentality?
It's still a balance, because at the end of the day, you always have to look long term, and there's guys here, just being realistic on 1-year deals. So you may have a position you think is deep, but like last year we had, I think, 4 linebackers on 1-year deals. So I think you always look for the best player, and then there's some occasions where you do take position of need, but you try not to draft on need, because I think that's, again, where you get in trouble.
Morgan, how would you describe the way you approach helping Chris and serving the organization, and sort of, can you take us behind the scenes and the structure and the dynamics and how you guys work together?
Sure. I mean, Chris and I's background is pretty much the same, being college guys. So I'm able
Shout out to the
provide
OG
another
EM
set of
in the
eyes.
building.
I mean, I can go out and look at guys and, and present them to him and say, hey, this is the guy we need to look at, because I can pretty much tell where he's going to go with some things. And then, looking in our locker room, being a former player myself, I can kind of gauge some guys and kind of read some things in the locker room, and I can be places that Chris is not sometimes. And even in doing pro free agency, just to get another set of eyes on guys and, bring things to the forefront.
We haven't talked to you since the receiver additions. If you could talk about with Braxton. We'll bring in also the appeal of adding Chosen Anderson.
Yeah, Braxton, obviously, he's been a good returner in this league. We've known him obviously from the University of Miami here, and met him at Miami Day a few years ago, and we liked him. And at that time, Adam Gase loved him, and so just watching him over his career, he's a professional and great teammate, and it's been fun just getting to know him again in the building here over the last couple of days. But he'll be our returner as well as playing some slot receiver. So excited for the versatility and the things he can do. As far as Chosen, that's been going on for a couple of weeks. His agent reached out to us, and him being a South Florida guy, wanted to come play home. So as we kind of worked through it, talking with his agent, and we told him we wanted him to come in and spend some time with him and get to know him. And so he and I talked one day for about an hour and a half, and he got Mike for over an hour, and he and Wes talked for a bunch for over a couple days. So once we went through it, and we both sides, because I told him, don't rush through this decision. Don't just because it's home. Talk to those other teams that are interested in you and make your decision on what's best for you. Because we have two dynamic players that are the starters, and he understands that. So we told him, what the role would be, and he was excited and all in on it, and was excited to come here. So enjoyed getting to know him and talk to him. So I'm excited to add him.
Your point, you got a ton of wide receivers now, including two very, very good ones. Cedric Wilson kind of got squeezed by the numbers game last year. Is that a concern again this year? And can you say with certainty that he's definitely on the team in 2023?
Well, I would say, yeah, it's a very talented room, which was, going back to Chosen too. We didn't promise him anything. We said we got some good young players here that are pushing for time, and he understood that. So Cedric is, was signed here to be the number 2 at the time, and then we made the trade for Tyreek. And but how he handled himself, he's an incredible professional, like volunteering to return kicks for us again at the end of the year. He saved us and won us some games with some key returns that probably people don't even really give him credit for. So the expectation is here. Now we've had teams call and ask about him. We're not shopping him, but teams have called, and especially when we just added Chosen, we've had a couple teams reach out. So again, he's a really good guy, and I was trying to do right by him. Because
hold on, I had to pause it there, Lewis. There are certain people in this community that said Cedric Wilson was on the trading block, and he just said they're not shopping him.
I know, Shake. Bro, the whole interview is a bunch of stuff that we really. I don't know if that part that I want to bring up after we listen to the full thing. I don't think it's passed yet, but I just thought it was real funny. How well again? I'll get into it after, but there's certain things that Chris Grier said that are funny.
So okay. So and here's the thing I want to bring up. So if he's lying, so you gotta pick one. If he's lying about that, can he also be lying that Tua's our guy?
Absolutely.
So which one is it? If he's telling you the truth about Tua's our guy, then guess what? He's not shopping Cedric Wilson.
Absolutely. And if he's not lying about Tua being our guy, then Austin Jackson and Liam Eichenberg are starting left guard and right tackle.
Exactamente, compadre.
How he's handled himself on and off the field.
What do you guys feel about where the roster stands at running back, bringing back last year's guys, and could you speak on the potentially adding another one?
Well, I mean, the running backs we have, obviously, we like them. We brought them back, and they're coming in on 1-year deals. So obviously, we're going to keep our heads open to see what's available in the upcoming draft and free agency. We're looking at all opportunities to bring in good football players. So obviously, running back is a key component in this offense. So we're going to look for the best players we can find.
We've seen a lot of creativity with trades made over the years. You got one more in you this month?
We'll see. But I was gonna say the running back stuff. I couldn't let it go, Marv. I'm sorry. I said, who here played Tecmo Bowl back in the day? Okay. Did you ever play with the Patriots when Marvin was there? Our scouts found it. It's hilarious. Like you give Marvin 2 carries, he's running through fast. The 3rd carry, he's tired and fumbles every time. Every time. So we just scout So we were like,
I was equal to Bo Jackson for 2 runs, and then that 3rd one,
we were like
out in the pasture somewhere.
Tecmo Bowl did them wrong. So the guys were dying. So we were like going, yeah. So
half the team doesn't even know what Tecmo Bowl is now. So,
but I appreciate you guys want to talk to Tua next anyway. So all right. Appreciate it.
Oh man. Hey, by the way, can you let me know? Hey, Lewis, tell me if you can hear this perfectly. All right.
Elements. So exactly how much decision-making power did Chris Grier grab?
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay. Now check this out. I brought it up on the. I did this. I looked up. I'm trying to make a case that Chris Grier has been the GM drafting, not free agents, drafting since 2016. Exhibit A, we did Wikipedia. You look at Chris Grier, his whole background is scouting. You look at Mike Tannenbaum, his whole career is contract and pro side, right? So that alone should tell you right there. If you put a guy who never did scouted, who's never been to a combine in his life in charge of drafting, you're a fucking dumbass. That's evidence A. So out of those two, just for that alone, and here's the final proof that I need. This is from Omar Kelly. Omar Kelly, remember, he's actually in the building and he talks to the people of the North. Am I correct? You there?
Yeah, you're correct, Shake. Absolutely.
All right. Well, here we go. Listen to this.
Chris Grier had him having problems talking this morning. In 2016, 17, 18. Now, we could make the argument that is de facto, this is real, the beginning of his tenure as GM. Actually, it was 2019, maybe not 2016. So that needs to be put into perspective as well.
So, but if you do that, then you're going to take away from him probably what would be argued as his best draft which was his first draft, which was 2016, the Larry Tunsil, the Xavien Howard. So the creating a clear line of lineage when his tenure as GM began, it's very difficult, and I love the fact that you used the word nebulous. I started in 2016 from a draft perspective because I know, and I've talked to him, and he has said he has run the draft, not free agency, the draft since 2016. When he became a GM, he was put in charge of the draft. Mike Tannenbaum controls free agency. So when we're talking about young,
okay, check and mate. Did you hear that, Lewis?
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay. So if you still believe otherwise, you just want to you're just as stubborn and you don't want to admit to the fact. So I'm not going to argue anymore. I'm done arguing.
Damn.
But all right. We got all right. All right, like I said, all right, which one do you want to see next? Xavien Howard or Mike Tannenbaum? I mean, not Mike Tannenbaum, cojones. Who do you want to see next? Xavien Howard or Chris or Tua? The first three that say in the chat, the first 1 to 3 gets played. So Xavien Howard or Tua?
I'm just going to tell you right now that Tua interview is absolutely horrible. I'm just going to throw that out there now.
I know, but I'm here for the people, so.
Oh, yeah, we're definitely here for the people. But
okay, we got 2X. Okay, Howard wins it. That tells you right there, they don't even want to fucking hear it.
No, nobody wants to hear it. They're trying to protect Tua, Shake. Nobody wants to hear it.
I got you. All right, here's give me a second. Here's Xavien Howard.
Omar in the building, man.
Hey, Omar.
So what makes this offseason so different in terms of participating in the offseason program instead of training on your own?
The new defensive scheme, I got to come in and understand the defense is a new scheme, so I just got to get used to it.
That it is a different defensive scheme. What are you most looking forward to? Because it seems like over your career, we're used to you, being a man-to-man guy. Maybe it's like you're gonna have a little more zone looks. What are you looking forward to?
I'm just on the second day of OTAs and stuff like that, so we study trying to learn some new stuff, and even though it's gonna be different, I'm sure there's gonna be a couple men in there, especially with the guys who got outside. So I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be a challenge this year for me to learn something different and play in a new scheme.
How has your impressions, though, over the years of Rick Fangio from afar?
The defense has always been top 5, so he been doing a good job at that. So looking forward to having him on my side now, and improve our defense.
Do you feel like your strengths could be playing a lot more zone?
Yeah, I get my eyes on the quarterback. It's gonna be something different. I'm not looking at the quarterback, so now I get my eyes on the quarterback and understand route concept. I feel like that'll help my game.
You can level us with us now. The season's been over for 3 months. How much did your health impact your performance in 2022?
Say that again?
You were dealing with injuries in 2022. And obviously, you don't want to talk about it much at the time,
Yeah.
but in retrospect, how much did it impact?
I'm healthy now. All I needed was some rest. Little growing injury here and there, week in and week out, and especially playing defensive back. Playing a lot of man also, so it put me down a little bit, but I'm better now. I feel like I'm gonna do better this year also, so I'm just ready for it.
What do you think about
Man, I love it, man. I feel like we definitely gonna push each other and push everybody in the secondary. The whole defense, I say, and they're gonna start with us. So I love it, man. I'm looking forward to competing.
What's the potential of the secondary?
I feel like the sky's the limit for the secondary. I don't want to put up nothing out there right now. We still got to play. We still have to go do training camp, preseason. So there's a lot of stuff that we got to get over.
What do you think of Cater Cover's rookie season? What do you think of Cater Cover's rookie season?
Man, that guy got better each game. Looking forward to seeing him. This is his second year. Excited for him. I feel like he can do a lot of great things out there.
One of the things you posted on social media is people think you fell off the whole time you were going
Just seeing people saying I'm washed, I'm getting older and stuff like that. Just a little bit of motivation. People gonna say this and say that. I've been proving the critics wrong my whole life, so it's nothing new.
Excellent. Along those lines, how much of an extra motivating factor is it to have Jalen on the other side as well? Where I know both you guys want to be known as the best corner on this
Right,
team.
man. Like I said, it's motivation, man. We also gonna compete against each other. Also, we also gonna make each other better, and also gonna help the team a lot.
Explain your relationship with Jalen, because I think he mentioned that you guys met back in college. I think getting ready.
Yeah, he came to my Pro Bowl 2016.
What's your friendship been like with him, I guess, since then?
Oh, it's always been cool, man. We always respect each other and stuff like that. So we always had a relationship. Even he come to my Pro Bowl. I said Pro Bowl. Coming to Pro Day, we just was chopping it up before the draft and stuff like that. So we always had a good little relationship.
What do you like the most about his game?
Physicality, man. What he do on the field. He also a corner. He can get interception. He also can make big hits also.
Saw that you did a lot of hard training in the offseason. What was the areas of focus for the training?
I always do hard training every off season. It wasn't nothing different, but like I said, I feel better now. Little growing injury. I feel like I'm healthy now. You know, that was something I was really working on, strengthening my groins and stuff like that.
You and Jalen, Tyreek and Jalen. Who you got?
And what? Oh, us all day. You know, the DBs. You know, we gonna get it right. But you know, them guys, we definitely gotta worry about their speed on their side too.
Last year, beginning of last year's offseason workout program, spoke to you and he said there was kind of a different energy in the building. Obviously, Mike coming in. How would you kind of assess the vibe, or how would you describe it this year?
Man, you know, I'm excited about it. It's the same Mike, I say, but we brought more new pieces to the team, and the guys I feel like can help us win.
Next, going back to the groin injury, when did it first start to bother you, and was it sort of an up and down thing, or was it constantly sort of a sense of annoyance for you?
It started week 2. Yeah, it started week 2. Shit, the other side happened week 3.
He say
when
shit.
We ended up playing a long game against Buffalo. Then we had a quick turnaround.
Yeah.
The Bengals tried to thug it out. Didn't happen. End up on shit. The other side happened week.
A sense of annoyance for you.
It started week 2. Yeah, it started week 2. Shit, the other side happened week 3. When we ended up playing a long game against Buffalo. Then we had a quick turnaround. The Bengals tried to thug it out. Didn't happen. End up getting out second half. So you know, it's hard to play with groins on, especially on both sides. So even though I try to push through and try to help my team, but I feel like I wasn't helping at all.
The draft is coming up next weekend. What memory sticks out to you the most? Team traded up to get you. What memory sticks out to you the most?
Can you say that again?
I was saying, what memory sticks out to you the most from draft day?
Getting that call from the Dolphins and that memory about when I came on a visit, I didn't like my visit here, and on the draft day, I think Chris Grier had called me. I said Chris Grier, I think Tannenbaum, I'm sorry. And he was like, I heard you didn't like our visit. I'm like, no, I love this visit. Then he ended up saying, welcome to Miami Dolphins and stuff like that. So, that's definitely what I remember. And just them trading up for me. Because I thought, I think it was the Bears they ended up switching with. So it mean a lot that they trust me and they believe in me.
Why didn't you like your visit? Yeah. Why didn't you like the visit?
Who it was? It was Lou. That's my guy though. Lou, my guy. I feel like he was being mean to me soon I got here. And I just came from a visit from Tampa. So I had like a 2-3 day visit. I'm like, God damn, I'm ready to go home. And he was like, man, fix your face. Soon I got in the car, he said, fix your face, stuff like that. We about to meet DC Van Joseph. And ever since then, man, me and Lou been locked in.
Next, we talking about last year. We mentioned your groin and maybe not being your best year and all that. You still made the Pro Bowl. You still were going to the Pro Bowl. What went through your mind? Do you think that's maybe what did it say about the respect you have around the league?
I really didn't like it. I really didn't like it. I'm like my expectation, I feel like it wasn't Pro Bowl caliber. Even though I made, I'm like, okay, but that even made me push harder. Like I don't want to get in like that.
So you told Tannenbaum, oh, I love my visit. But was there part of you thinking, Miami? I don't know how that's going to work out.
No, man, when I got that call, I was excited. I was happy. I thought I was going to go in the first round, end up going to the late second round. I just loved everything about it. And it was Miami, it was something different. I really ain't know much about it. But then when I got here, I loved it. Been here 8 years, going on 8 years. So it worked out for me.
Next, I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are on the organization from the time you've been here. You've seen, quote unquote rebuilds, and now it seems like every year Chris Grier goes out and makes a huge splash to kind of go for it. What do you think about where the organization has come in the last few years?
Since 16, been a lot of changes since I've been here. And I feel like we finally got a team that I feel like we can go further through all the things they've been doing around here. So I feel like this is the team I feel like we can go further.
All right, that was the let me give a few more. Hey, let me get some shout outs in the building. What's up to my main man Greg, who holds it down with me on Saturdays. I hope he did. Hey man, I hope you studied for that test, Greg. What's going on? Sam Skeet, what's going on in the building? Joe Reist, CCRR. What is up? Jarvis Eubanks, my man Money Mitch. Shout out to Across the Ponds. How are you guys doing today? It is another hump day. And my main man, Jose M. ¿Qué pasa, man? Yeah, man. So, are you ready to cringe, Lewis, for this Tua interview?
Oh, this is horrible.
All right. Here we go. With no further ado. But before we do, let me because I haven't heard it. I wanted to hear it live with you guys. I heard a little bit of the Chris Grier. Scott Jackson. You know you want to hear it. You're a big 2 in the year. What are you talking about? But all right, what didn't you like about it, Lewis? Before we get started,
it just made him look bad, man. Like it just.
All right.
I mean,
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pause. When tell me when you want to pause, and then you'll expand what you're saying. Okay.
I got you.
Okay. All right. So ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's do this. See, I got the premium YouTube, no commercials.
I heard that.
Still a white belt. I'm still a white belt. I just started.
So what have you learned though?
Obviously learned how to fall. Learn some grappling techniques. Learn some other things too that I don't think I should disclose. But for the most part, learn how to fall. You think it's easy. Just don't fall and hit your head. But I mean, there's a lot more to it.
Right there. Pause, Shake. Pause. Right there.
All right. Go ahead.
This is the problem right here, Shake. And this is where I think it just sounds ridiculous. And people hear what they want to hear. Right, Shake? Because I'm going to come out and say everything that Tua's doing, right? Whether I believe in
I'm sorry.
it or
Hold
not.
on. Turn it off. I'm going to puke. But go ahead.
There you go. And everything that I think that Tua, whether I think it's right or wrong, I'm happy that Tua's making what he feels like is the right corrections to be a better quarterback. So I love everything about that, right, Shake?
Yeah.
But this is my problem when he comes out and says, when the question is asked, well, what have you learned? And he says he learned how to fall. This is my problem. He's played quarterback in high school. Shake Money, I'm going to ask you your opinion. Do you think he ever took a hit in high school?
Of course.
Do you think he fell when he got tackled in high school? Do you think he fell?
Mm-hmm.
In college.
Well, I heard what you were saying that, I mean, this falling issue didn't become an issue until last year.
It didn't become. So this is what I'm saying. Like it just, to me, again, it sounds like an excuse. Because the fact of the matter is, Tua's known how to fall. The problem is he got concussed, and now we're going to make it seem like he didn't know how to fall. No, he's known how to fall this whole time. The fact of the matter is he just, got concussions. But I hate this. Oh, well, he's taking judo to learn how to fall. The motherfucker has learned he knew how to fall. If you play quarterback for as long as Tua has, you know how to fall. But let's continue.
Well, it's just like a lot of things. If somebody, some NFL player, and I'm gonna stick to this. If an NFL player got a DUI, they're gonna say, "Oh, well, he's taking alcohol or alcohol management," so it gives the appearance that he's working on his drinking. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
But let's go.
Let's go.
By the way, I love the fact that this is why Cal Van Noy said the Miami media is trash, and they are. You're fucking interviewing the quarterback first day, and you fucking ask him if he's a black belt. Well, God damn, what the fuck kind of? But anyway, I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent.
They teach you.
I mean, we used like crash pads to land on first with trying to fall. Obviously, with tucking your chin, that was one of the deals, but it went a lot more into the technique of how to disperse your energy when you fall, kind of like the posture you want to be in, and if you're not presented that posture, what are other things that you can do to help you disperse the energy when you fall. So it's a lot of those things, and it's actually a lot cooler than you think when you hear of learning how to fall. Yeah.
If I can follow up, if you have a split second to think, I mean, how does that work? Because if you're being sacked, how does that work?
Well, I've been falling a lot this offseason, so I think just like anything else, you continue to train it, you continue to work at that, it becomes second nature. Then when a situation like that does happen, it's not something new that's presented to you. And for guys at my position, we barely get hit, if that, throughout practices, throughout the off season, even going into training camp. We don't even get touched, until the season starts. So, I mean, with jiu-jitsu, I've been thrown airborne. I've been put in many uncomfortable positions, for me to learn how to fall and try to,
And I'm gonna pause it here real quick. Shout out to Color again. See, this is what Color was talking about. He's been airborne. So let's say, for instance, we're about to we're about to go into training camp, right? They throw him the wrong way. He breaks a leg trying to learn how to fall. He's out for 4 weeks. So, how mad you think the fan base will be if he gets seriously injured? A freak and freak accidents happen. It's a 1 out of a million, but let's say that one out of the 1 in a million happen. How angry you think the fan base will be if something happens to him when he's at judo class and he's got to miss a month?
KP, I agree with you. This is pitiful. It is pitiful. It is. And again, I do believe Tua's going to have a very good year.
Mm-hmm.
But these are the moments right here that piss me off about Tua. Right here. Let's continue shaking.
But I was just saying though. Let me ask you that. How mad would you think the fan base would be if he's training and he gets into a freak accident? Now he can't play for the first 4 weeks.
Oh, they would be upset. Listen, I think the fan base, whether he gets airborne lifted or however you want to say it, if Tua's not on the field, everybody should be upset. It doesn't matter how he gets there. But it's just listen to some of the shit like, oh, bro, it gets worse. Just listen to the shit.
Okay.
React throughout those positions that
Still not one football question.
How would you describe the last 4 months? I know that it's probably been a while since we've been in this position with you, but the past 4 months of Christmas Day, the day after being in the protocol, missing playoff game, just kind of all the emotions. Just how has it been for you, kind of personally?
Well, it's been hard throughout the ending of the year last year, not being able to finish the season off the way we wanted to finish the season off last year. But this is a new year for us. There's a new team that we have, and we're all really excited. And it's cool to have a lot of the big names in the locker room now, and those guys are some great people.
Just a quick follow up. I know there was a lot of
wrong.
talk
We had those players last year.
What you should do and whatnot. I mean, truthing through it all, was there any thought about, walking away or whatnot after the second time you put in protocol? And just if not, what kind of led you to have that confidence to not really consider that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I think I considered it, for a time,
Pause.
having sat down with my family, having sat down with my wife, and having.
What's up?
Right there. What have we heard all the time, Shake? Every time you're even thinking about retiring, it's time to retire, right?
Yeah.
That's everybody always says it. What did Tua just say? Yeah,
He
I thought about it. If you're thinking about it, might as well retire.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's always going to be in the back of your mind now. When I heard that earlier, as soon as I heard it, I was like, well, the first time Tua gets hit, and let's say for the sake of argument, judo goes out the fucking window and his head hits the turf. You think that thought is going to come back into his head about retiring?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, because you've already thought about it. Bro, it's ridiculous. This I'm sorry, Shay. Continue. Go ahead.
No, but here's the thing. This is what I was saying earlier today. Look, I would have loved if Angry Tua comes out and shut all this BS. He should have said, I'm asking football questions. Here's the thing. The media is acting like, you ever see those movies where the bullies they try to lull their victim into a false security, only they're making them look worse. That's what the media is doing to it right now, in my opinion. Because I have yet to hear, hey man, I see you with Nick Kicks, and I see you're training with these wide receivers. How's that coming along? How's your timing with this guy? How's your timing with that guy? Did you work on your nothing? How's the new playbook? How's your set? It's like so far we're on. Hold on, and I'm sounding like a tournier too, but we're 6 minutes into this fucking interview and not one fucking football question, bro. This is bullshit, in my opinion. But let's continue.
The questions really don't bother me. I'm
yeah,
sorry,
I understand that, but still, it's at the end of the day, you're making the Dolphins quarterback look dumb by asking these stupid questions.
But the problem, you see, no, go ahead, Shake. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Really, it would be hard for me to walk away from this game with how old I am, with my son. I always dreamed of growing, playing as long as I could to where my son knew exactly what, he was watching his dad do. And yeah, it's my health, it's my body, and I feel like this is what's best for me and my family. So, I love the game of football. If I didn't, I would have quit a long time.
Aside from falling, what other areas of your game this offseason have you been focusing on?
Well, there's been a lot of areas. Obviously, strength work has been really big throughout this offseason for me, with getting my legs under me, kind of building my upper body, building around my neck. My core, all of that has been taken into consideration, and been doing a lot more, to try to help myself, sustain the season.
What are the exercises? I'm interested. What type of actual exercises help build up the strength around the neck area?
Yeah, we have like this neck device that we use, where you clip it onto like one of the pulleys. And so, I'm able to do 4-way directional, head deal. And then also you have manuals where, someone is, resisting, or trying to hold your head down. And then, within the four ways, going side to side and then back and forth, you have manuals. And that's really what we've been doing to help build that up.
So part of the process of learning fall,
you had to see what happened to you, right? You had to
Yeah.
watch it.
Yeah.
How tough was it to watch? And then you would, man, if I would have just done this or done this, that has to creep into you. I know.
Yeah, it wasn't tough to watch. It wasn't tough to watch. You know, I want to get better at everything that, you know, I can do to help the team win games. And I know the biggest one is my health, you know, staying out on the field. And so looking at the film, you know, I was able to watch that with my jiu-jitsu coach, and we were able to, you know, kind of relive the scenario in how I got tackled, how I fell. And it wasn't just one particular game. It was, you know, multiple ways that I got taken down and how I could have prevented that.
When I talked to some neurologists after the season, they said there's no medical evidence that concussion or multiple concussions increase the chances of concussions 8 months, 9 months, 10 months later. It might be immediate aftermath, but not that long. Did they tell you that, or what was the thing that neurologists told you that made you feel best about continuing to play?
Yeah, they told me exactly what you said. They also told me that CTE wasn't going to be a problem. It's only when you're constantly, you know, hitting your head against something. So it, you know, I think that tailors more towards, you know, linebackers, O linemen, D linemen, guys that are, you know, constantly, you know, going at it. So it, you know, that also played into the factor of, you know, my decision making and wanting to come back and play.
This is the first time since your high school career you have the same play caller back-to-back years. How do you think that continuity is going to benefit you, quarterback position?
Yeah, I mean it's been a lot better of an off season, knowing that you know, I don't have to learn a new system. I don't have to learn new formations.
Finally, a football question.
New motions, new snap points, new cadences. It's good to know that, you know, I already have a year under my belt within the offense, and you know, there's always going to be nuances, but you know, it's not like a drastic change. So this is really good. This is good because of the guys that we have as well that have been with us last year under the same system, and we're all really, really excited to get things going.
Were you close to playing in the playoffs, or was that not a possibility?
I am not sure. I was going through my process with Kyle and just trying to do everything I could to get better. But at any point, whenever, you know, the team, you know, Mike or Grier would have approached me and asked me if I were ready, there's no question, no doubt in my mind that I would have stepped up to the plate and answered the call. Thanks, guys.
I think they put us here. All right, Tua, get your ass over here now. Enough questions. But that was it. Listen, I know a lot of you guys. I grew up listening to Tupac, and there was a song called "Only God Could Judge Me," and one of the lines in that song is, "The media is full of dirty tricks." He wasn't lying. But anyway, hey, check this out, Lewis. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Watch when they interview. Watch when they interview Chosen. Out of the 10 questions, I would say 4 is going to be football related, and the rest are going to be about his troubles. I tell you, man. Media. Hold on, I almost did it again. I gotta fucking almost put it in the old links. Hold on. Gotta make sure I got the right links this time. I'm gonna drop the link. Let everybody up here. Let's get ready to rumble. You ready for some road rage, panel, Lewis?
Bro, listen, I've been screaming and doing stuff all day at people, so I'm definitely ready, Shake.
Okay, my brother. Number.
Definitely ready.
I'm the calm Cuban. You're the angry Cuban. So.
yeah, definitely, Shake. We play good cop, bad cop.
Unless you guys talking about the Knicks, the Bills, or the Canes, then fuck it. All bets are off. Pa carajo.
Oh, man. And it's sad, Shake, because I really do have high hopes for Tua.
I do too.
And I do think he's going to be really, really good this season.
Hold on,
That's
man.
why it's so hard.
Our
You know
first
what-
guest, and I can't wait to hear what he has to say because this man is so educated. It's you know what I'm saying? I love to hear this man give his takes. Fred, I'm talking about Kahari P and Fred Dunlap. Fred, Kahari P, what's on your mind? And then I'll let you go, Fred. I'm really interested to hear what you got to say, my brother.
Okay, what's up, Shake? What's up, Lou?
Let's go. What's going, Kahari? Kahari.
Yo, what's up? You trying to do to me what the media was doing to Tua, huh, Shake?
What's that?
With that intro.
Yeah, why is that?
I'm just saying, man, that intro was kind of suspect, bro.
How is it suspect? Tell me.
Man, I want to talk football. Wouldn't it be nice if all we heard in that press conference was how Tua are you going to lead us into the playoffs this
See,
year?
you're a
I didn't
hater.
hear that question.
No, just playing.
I didn't hear that question. I didn't hear that question at all. Tua, what's your what does Chosen Anderson, what new dimension does he bring to the offense? How are you going to split defenses much better this season? We didn't hear none of that. Instead, we heard about neck devices, how you feel, what jujitsu has done for your life. And this fool fell right into the trap talking about how he flew in the air and strengthened his neck. I mean, we're supposed to be confident after a press conference like that? Man,
and you wonder why I gave you that intro?
Why is that?
Because look at that. You spitting fire right now, bro.
Man, it's a sad thing, though, Shay. Because listen, look, I hadn't had a chance to hear any of the press conferences today, right? I had a long day and everything, but I only saw that little clip, and man, I'm in my feelings. I'm pissed off, man.
No, but this is where KP and I was gonna tell Shake the same thing. I think the questions were spot on today. First of all, we're what 2.5, almost 3 months away from OTAs. We're not asking no damn football questions now. And what was our biggest gripe since the last time we seen Tua at a podium since Green Bay? That we haven't heard from him, right? Why am I going to go ask Tua about questions about football for next year? Trust me, there'll be plenty of times to ask those questions. What we needed to find out is, hey, Tua, what's going on with your concussion? All these questions today were spot on.
I blame Tua for that, Lewis. He should have interceded and gotten this. His people around him, his PR team, should have done something to have an intervention where he could get some of this off of him, man. This does not make the fans excited going into the draft.
No, but that's gaslighting. That would be gatekeeping. Why am I, if I'm the Miami Dolphin PR team, why am I gonna go in the building or in the room or whatever and say, hey, interviewers, hey, Alan Pupar, hey, Omar Kelly, hey, Travis Wingfield, don't ask this question. You can only talk to Tua about this. No, hell no. Put this kid under the fire. Put him under the fire. I like it. Now, did it make him look bad? Yes, I agree with that. But all these people out here blaming the interviewers and blaming the questions. No. What else you want to talk about? Bro, we haven't seen Tua since the Green Bay.
Right.
We're going to ask him about football questions next year? No.
I agree with you. This isn't on the interviewers. The press is going to do what the press does.
Yeah.
This is on Tua. Tua could have got up there, like I said in the chat, and said, you know what? I ain't answering none of y'all questions, no matter what y'all say. If it ain't done a Marshawn Lynch, give me a little bit of Marshawn Lynch in your spice, Tua. You know what I'm saying? Man up, dude. Take control. Control your narrative. Control your narrative.
What he should have did was this is why Bill Belichick is a genius. Before every press conference, he releases a statement on whatever. Let's say, for instance, Antonio Brown. I released Antonio Brown. What he does is he releases a statement. I released Antonio Brown for such and such reason, and whatever. So now they interview him. So why did you release Antonio Brown? I released a statement, and I have nothing further to add. If you want to know what read my statement. That's it. And they ask him again. Well, read my statement. I have nothing to add. That's it.
Exactly.
I thought the questions were adequate, more than adequate.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I agree with Lewis's take on that. But it is exactly as he described it. This was this was the Fins organization finally, letting Tua have it at that point. They had protected him up to this point, but now let's leave him to the wolves. At this point, let's try get it past us so that we can move on to a new dimension. So that's exactly what's happening.
You know why I thought the questions were adequate, man? Because I think, man, they everybody wants to know, man, where this quarterback's head is, man, and it means a lot on how he says things and whether it sounds like he's second guessing himself on certain things, and it just I don't know, man. It just I guess the questions like kind of hit the soul, man, and they bring out what you sound like when you're answering them.
It's just the jiu-jitsu part of it. And again, I said it earlier when there was just me and Shake up here. Bro, we got to stop. The jiu-jitsu is another excuse from the PR of the Miami Dolphins, from the team, and from Tua. There's nobody in the world that's going to convince me that Tua is learning how to fall now. The motherfucker's been playing quarterback position for the past 15 years.
And, if there was any,
he played it in high school. He played it in college. He played it his first 2 years as the starting quarterback of the Miami Dolphins. You mean to tell me he's just learning how to fall? Bro, it's all PR.
He should have put those questions to the side, like the karate questions, the learning how to fall. Like if I was him, I wouldn't even have commented on that right there.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's insulting to us as a fan base that the Fins organization wants to push that narrative on us and have us sit back and entertain it. And then it becomes a circus that the media continues to, add fuel to. That media circus fire. Yeah,
and
it's
then
insulting, man.
To make them questions there, man, because to sound like when they ask you questions like that, to see if you sound like a buffoon or something. You know what I mean?
Yes, they're set up. It's a media circus question. Yeah.
You know what? I always if you look at previous press conferences, especially from Tua, they're usually like 20 minutes long, and this is like 12 minutes. I think something the media must have cut it short. Like, all right, we need to cut this short now.
Yeah, the PR
do
team.
Damage control.
They cut it. Yeah, they cut it off.
Yeah, somebody in the Fins organization pulled him off the stage, man, or something. I guess
those press conferences, especially with the quarterback, are at least 20 minutes long.
Yeah, they're controlled. Yeah, they're typically controlled. It was bad, man. I mean, and somebody in the comments said something about Tua's approach to answer those questions. Yes, Tua was doing Tua. He was trying to be as honest and straightforward in an answer to each question. But Tua's got to understand who he is as quarterback of a franchise here, as the leader of a franchise. You have the right not to give these people your most honest, straightforward answer. You got to, somebody in the media team has to train him to take control of those situations. And you deflect and you divert, you control your narrative when you're up there in front of that microphone. You don't owe these people the goddamn truth.
Hey, KP, you know what? One thing I checked out about when he was that after the Green Bay game, he said he was all right, man, to play the next 2-3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was all right to play. So he was benched, man. Organization, they benched him, man.
I believe that Tua is broken. He's not just broken physically, but I think his desire to play this game is gone. And right now, when he answered those questions, I heard a guy trying to justify to himself why he should continue to play. He said he's playing for his son. He's playing to make that money so he can give his family, a foundation for the future. Yeah. But he is not playing for love of the game. I didn't hear that from him. I didn't hear the fire about playing to even win.
KP, I said that a couple weeks ago. I said, man, his heart ain't in it. His heart ain't in it.
Wait a minute, though. It's just like, for instance, let me ask you this, Kahari. You have children,
That's
right?
just my belief. That's just my
No,
opinion.
but
Yeah,
I know. Well, yeah. We're playing musical chairs. No, but let me ask you this: you have kids. I don't have children that I know of, but
right.
you have kids.
Yeah.
And when you do stuff, and I could tell that when you do stuff to make your kids proud, and you want to be a role model to your kids, don't you?
That's true. That's very true.
So
Those are
isn't that
good
what
reasons
Tua's
to do
doing?
something. Yeah, and again,
The
that's
same
Tua
thing.
being Tua. There's nothing wrong with that. His personal character is not in question. Tua, the man, is probably making these millions of dollars for the right reasons. But me,
Yeah.
from a fan's perspective, right?
But how do you know he's not
should I
doing it
have
for
to
that
deal with
perspective?
that?
Well, here's the thing. How do you know he's not doing that? He's like, hey, listen, if I quit now, I'm giving my son the wrong message. So I'm gonna continue to show him that hey, just because shit gets tough, I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna give up.
Well, I'm not
Hey,
gonna.
listen,
I'm
just
not
because
gonna,
you don't like him as a quarterback doesn't mean
Shake.
Look,
That's
look,
fair.
I'm not gonna
But
question.
from a fan's perspective, from a Dolphins perspective, I'm in it. My commitment to the team is as a fan that wants our team and our franchise to win. I don't got time for all that psychodrama. I watch soap operas if I want to. I watch VH1 if I want to know about your family and your kids and all that kind of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I need a quarterback who's going to come in here and lead us to Shangri-La.
I hear you.
something?
Listen. I'm not gonna question Tua's heart or if he wants to play the game. I think he does want to play the game. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. I do want to go. Hold on, Fred. Real quick. I do want to go back because what we should have did was kind of speak a little bit more on something I heard Chris Grier say. And this is to prove all those guys that are arguing the fact that the Miami Dolphin organization, everybody in the building, was sold on Tua Tagovailoa. Chris Grier, and I quote, this ain't Louis Amador saying what this is what Chris Grier said. He said when they hired McDaniel, right? McDaniel was walking around the building and telling everybody multiple times what he felt about Tua. Keyword there is multiple times. The word that Chris Grier used was 8 times. And then Chris Grier also proceeded to say he finally told Mike McDaniel, okay, that's fine. Listen, I get it. I know how you feel about Tua. Remember when we fired Brian Flores? What did everybody tell us? People like me and KP and Color and everybody else. That they fired Brian Flores because everybody in the building believed in Tua. Well, if that's the case, Mike McDaniel wouldn't have had to go up to Chris Grier 8 times to try to convince Chris Grier that Tua was the guy. Because after the first time, Chris Grier would have been like, man, you don't have to sell me. I believe in Tua, right? Obviously, and these are Chris Grier's words. These are not mine. Again, Chris Grier in his press conference said, after the 8th time, I said, okay, Mike, I get it. So that means that there was somebody in the organization pushing back on Mike McDaniel. Ain't that the case, KP? When you hear that,
that's what it sounds like, Lewis. Yeah,
that's what it sounds like. That someone was pushing. So how in the fuck, if they were pushing back on Coach McDaniel, how did they believe all in on Tua? How did everybody in the building believe on Tua? That's my question. I would like someone to answer that.
The owner is pushing that on McDaniel.
Yeah, those are the grounds upon which he was hired. He was hired to make the organization look good for selecting this broken quarterback. His feelings aside, his good intentions for his family aside. Again, that's VH1 material. You know what I'm saying? That's, HBO Real Sports hour-long special material. I'm in it as a fan because I want my team in the playoffs. I want my team winning playoff games, and I want them contending. And I want a quarterback who's going to help us get there. Right? I need a leader. I need a general on the field. That press conference doesn't inspire that. I don't care what that said. I don't care if that sounds crazy to you or not, Andrevius. If you love
I only caught the end of that, Lewis.
And I want you to Kahari P too. Check this out. As a content creator, you got here's how I look at it. I don't look at it from a fan's perspective. I don't look at it from a tool. I try to look at it from a neutral
Right.
perspective. You know what I'm saying? I take my feelings out of it, and I try to see from his lens. And at the end of the day, I know people say, well, his kids is in diapers and stuff like that. So how does he know if he's going to quit or not? People don't know this is public record. So eventually his son is going to find out, hey, my dad's a quitter. He didn't want that to go down.
Shake. Nah, man, that ain't
That's too much.
Yeah, whatever,
man.
Fred. Listen,
Not
Fred,
necessarily.
we
Not
already know
necessarily.
your feelings about him. So
No,
that's what
Shake.
it is.
No, you got no, Shake.
You're coming from a feeling of.
Hey, Shake, just let me get this off, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, I understand. He wants to be a role model to his kids. I'm sure.
I'm sorry.
No, Shake. No, hold on. I'm sure he already is. I bet you his kids think the world of him, and he thinks the world of them. But you can't play this game to please your kids. You know what I'm saying? I know you don't want to let your kids down, and you don't want your kids to think any other way about you, man. But this game is more about it's not about your kids, man. You just don't have to. You just have to
bigger
explain,
than that.
You just have to explain to your kids, like, look, Daddy can't do it like no more. He's sick. You know what I'm saying? And it's not healthy for your dad. Maybe your son be like, yeah, okay, hey man, if you can't play this game because you love it and you're looking out for your teammates and family, you don't need to be in it, bro.
No, but how do you know? How do you know he doesn't feel that? Maybe he feels, hey, I could do this, so I'm gonna do this.
Because
it's not about from a perspective. You got to look at it from that perspective too. You desperately want to look at it from the negative perspective because you want him gone.
No, Shake. No, listen.
Yes.
In this interview, I don't want him to be our quarterback. I'm gonna say that, and I mean that. I've been saying that, and I mean that. But he's a family man. I don't take that from him, Shake. Come on, man. I joke around.
Hey, Shake. Hey, Shake, watch out.
If you don't want to play this game because you love it,
Shake,
you don't need to be in it.
Hey, Shake, watch out. Dwayne Wade might come up here and get you.
Oh yeah, Dwayne Wade. Oh yeah.
He's retired.
Yeah, no, and I don't have kids, but I disagree with you, Shake, a little bit. I don't think it shows that he's a quitter. He's making a smart decision for his health. He's showing that he's showing his kids that football is not as important to him as
but no. Here's the thing.
But
he said if you could do it, then you could do it. You know what I'm saying? He felt like he could do it. So that's the difference.
You know what?
To me,
Shake, I'll be right back.
He did not sound confident in that interview and his abilities at all.
How did you want him to sound? Did you want him to be like, hey, I'm
Shake? Hey, come on, man.
When Daniel Oyefuse asked him about retirement and he came back with that, it was like I couldn't believe it because it showed how weak-hearted of a player he is. Because this is football. You got to think. He said, "Oh, I thought about my kids." Usually, people think about their kids when they're on their last breath, when they're dying.
Yeah,
you think about
exactly, Pete.
This guy quit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He thought about his kids because he probably thought he was gonna die. This is the issue you guys don't want to bring to the light. And Shake, you keep saying and telling Fred, "Oh, you see, you're negative on Tua, so you want him gone. That's why you want to believe that." And that's on the opposite end. You guys think Tua's the greatest, so you don't want to believe that.
I never said that Tua was the greatest. Whenever I said Tua was the greatest.
There's a bigger issue.
His PR team should have prepared him to get up there on that stage and say, listen, guys, I've been through a lot, but I am so excited to get back out there on this field with all these weapons. I think we got a great shot at going deep into the playoffs next season and possibly contending. That's all that's on my mind. This is what we needed to hear in a press conference like that. But instead, we went down the VH1 psychodrama direction, and man, I'm not left with a lot of confidence. I don't know. I may be, I may need to sit down and hear the whole thing.
Again, they asked the media asked. They never asked him any of those football questions for him to say
Nobody asked you, noob.
Guys, I'd like to get your take on something.
Go ahead, Mr. Negative.
So from that press conference, and I know TD touched upon it with it on the stream today on his channel. So either the Dolphins are lying or the NFL isn't being clear about their concussion protocol thing, because Tua said at Super Bowl week that he wasn't in concussion protocol until after the season, right?
After the season.
With the NFL rules, you are in concussion protocol right away. So then Tua comes out today and says, well, if Chris Grier or Mike had come to me for that playoff game, I was ready to go. So the Dolphins he wasn't in concussion protocol. The Dolphins held him out for the rest of the season, like after that Green Bay game. So which one is it? Who's lying here? I think the Dolphins are not being...
Pete already said it. Pete already said it a minute or two ago. This guy basically quit on the field, and he's convinced himself to come back.
The Dolphins quit on Tua because they didn't want to. The Dolphins and the NFL got together and said, "Listen, this is a bad look for the Shield.
Yeah,
you got to sit this man because with the concussions. Tua wanted to keep playing. If it was up to him, I believe Tua would have played. But the Dolphins were tired of all the negative publicity surrounding concussion protocol and everything else, and they just said, we're shutting this.
And this is the guy, Mr. Negative, we're supposed to go week 1 as a starting QB?
That's why I don't want to, because the Dolphins don't fully believe in his long-term
You
health.
see what I'm saying? Like, it makes me think that they love Skyler, and this might be a joke, but they have to like Skyler that much. It's unbelievable.
I'll give you a hint. It's Austin freaking Jackson. What a great day. Austin Jackson starting right tackle. I'm over the moon today. This is great. Great news.
Oh my God.
What's up, Greg, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Eichenberg started too. Don't forget Eichenberg. Don't forget Eichenberg.
Yeah, Eichenberg, baby. Let's go.
I was starting to believe
This is the squad.
During those press conferences, I'm not a believer. Like Chris Grier is talking in circles, and now I'm not to believe.
And it's going bad for Grier, because if it would have been good, think about it. Imagine he would have hit with Herbert. He would have hit with Justin Jefferson. You think he'll have Marvin Allen sitting there next to him as an assistant? He'll be right there standing by his damn self, trying to take all the publicity, all the love. Now look at him. He's sitting next to Marvin Allen.
Well, to be fair, he's the college. He's his college scout. He's the college scout. That's this is draft talk. So of course he's going to be there because he's the one that's evaluating.
And Shake Money also, if you want to be fair, another thing you could. I was listening to Chris Grier. He's almost like if you pay attention to his interview, he's almost doing exactly the opposite of what happened between him and Flores. He was actually showing a lot of communication and collaboration. Think about it. He brought up Marvin. He brought up Marvin Allen's name. Yes. He gave a shout out to the other guy, whatever
Reggie McKenzie.
Well, Andrevius, why don't you come on the panel and give us another perspective then, Andrevius? Tell me how I'm wrong, bro. Stop hiding out in the chat. We know who you are. Come on up. I know you're not shy. Give us the other perspective.
Let me add another thing to you, Shay.
Okay, go ahead.
Whoa, okay, Andrevius, you taking a shot at me, Shay? Andrevius, you taking a shot at me, Andrevius?
He always thinks he's shadow dissing somebody. Come on up on the panel and let's talk it out, Andrevius show. Come on, buddy. Come on, friend.
No, hold on. Let Fred Dunlap. Go ahead, Fred Dunlap.
Sorry about that, Fred. My bad, Fred. Go ahead, Fred.
Okay, Shay, do you think that hey man, maybe his kids seen that concussion in Cincinnati, it probably scared the shit out of them. Like that, they might be even like, Dad, you need to get up out of that shit.
Fred, but you're acting like his kid even knows what a football is right now. He's a little baby.
And Fred, you're acting like he's not the first player that's been injured ever. How did Joe Theismann respond when his leg got split open on TV? How did Alex Smith's kids? Come on, man. This is VH1 material, guys. This is not NFL. He's not the first guy to have gotten hurt.
Now, by the way, there's a saying that goes, quitting it while your head isn't quitting. But at the end of the day, he feels like he could still play. So that's why he's playing, bro.
My thing is, but y'all hear me out, man. Y'all
He
hear
don't
me out. Like
sound.
real talk. Let's get to this deep.
What do you mean he doesn't feel like it? Like I said, what did you want him to do?
As a fan base,
why
we
would
need
you
to
write
get
his
into
press
this deep
conferences?
conversation.
I said he don't sound like it, Shake. He don't sound like he really into the game, bro.
That's what I'm trying to get
does,
into, Fred.
how did Xavien Howard sound like he wanted to be there?
Because if he was
Did
into,
Xavien Howard sound like he wanted to be there? He sounded the same, just like Xavien Howard. I guess Xavien Howard doesn't want to be there either.
If he was into it, man, he would have been like, yeah, shit, I was ready to go. You know, I don't know what happened. I was ready to go. He did not sound like that, Shake. That's all I'm saying.
Bro.
We'll just agree to disagree. That's all.
Money. You know, I feel like he's right. Fred is right on this one because I feel the same way, dude.
Well, I mean, that's your right to feel, bro. And I'm giving you my opinion. That's all. We're not. I'm not here to say you're right or wrong. I never said you were wrong. I'm just giving you my opinion. That's all.
I respect that.
And I never said anything about that. Did I say, Fred, your take is stupid, or Fred, you're wrong for that?
No. How you doing today? Like that.
Okay, so I'm just giving you my opinion. You giving me yours, and that's it. Kumbaya.
And that's it. That's all. Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is.
Joe, excellent prosecution on that other panel, Von Joe.
What's going on, Von Joe?
You had excellent prosecution of the evidence on that other channel, man. You had them running.
Now I have to come on this channel and have to defend this young man. God damn, I hate you.
Fred,
I really hate you.
So Fred, you already know why I told you.
Hold on,
why
Pete,
I
hold
feel
on.
like Tua.
Pete, what the fuck's wrong with Pete? Dude, I'm
Get
talking.
him, Von Joe. Get him.
Sorry, Von. Go ahead, Von.
Okay. Off rip, I'm gonna say it was a horrible press conference. I don't know who his new marketing team is, but they need to be fired.
Exactly.
They're the worst. They fed him to the wolves.
Secondly,
they fed him to the wolves. Go ahead.
Secondly, he came in kind of spicy after Omar. Talking, they let you into the building, and I think that's where the press conference went downhill because Omar was like, "How's the judo?" And after that, every fucking question was about damn judo.
Yeah,
exactly.
And you notice, Von Joe, they never asked him football question.
Exactly. So I don't know what to get from that press conference.
So how the hell do you want Tua to feel? He's like, God damn, I've been here 6 minutes, and all these dumbasses are talking about his judo.
Exactly, jiu-jitsu or strengthening his neck, and every 2 questions was, hey, what about the concussion? What did you do to strengthen your neck for concussion? Oh, what type of falls? Are you falling on mats? Oh, this. And I'm just like, yo, are we asking this man? We see videos of him training.
What kind of underwear?
He could have been interviewed for the UFC rather than the NFL.
The thing is, we have videos of him training with the receivers. They could have asked him questions about that. Hey, you're training with the receivers. How are you feeling? How are you getting the rhythm back? You missed a couple games. Okay, do you feel like you're getting back in motion with them? Are you building that chemistry again? They could have asked him a ton of football questions. There was damn near no football questions. It was a horrible press conference.
That's why you hit the nail on the head when you said his legal team.
Let me just land here. Curry, this is where I'm going to land. I'm going to say it was a horrible press conference by him because he could have sat there and said, hey, are we going to ask football questions? I'm here to talk about football, enough for the jiu-jitsu. And 2, it was a horrible press conference by the people asking the questions, the reporters. Because, again, you didn't ask that young man. He's a football player. He's not a goddamn martial artist. Nobody asked him football questions.
Von Joe.
It ain't like he didn't know that they weren't going to ask him.
What's going on with Tua? You don't think I want to hear about how
I have like 6 people talking. I can't hear anything.
I like to say that it's not like. Go ahead.
What about the vested fans like me, right? Who would like to know what's going on with him to make sure that he's protecting himself, that he's learning how to protect himself. What about fans like me that want to hear that?
You know that's bullshit. Big Nick, that's bullshit. Hold on, I'm calling you out right now, Big Nick. That is bullshit.
Big Nick,
even is not the first player that ever suffered an injury.
Before I get on here and y'all tell you about me, and y'all tell me how I feel is bullshit.
No, hold on, Big Nick.
I'm not talking about you individually, Big Nick. I'm talking about that take. That is a bad take.
I'm going to give you this. I'm going to sit there and say fans like you probably do want to know, but at the same time, it doesn't take the whole entire press conference to cover it.
Right.
It was only 12 minutes. It was only 12 minutes.
And the whole entire 12 minutes was just, hey, you falling on mats. How many times do you have to ask the person about falling?
Fans want to know what's going on with the court.
No, stop it. I want to know about back on the field.
Come on now.
Fred, listen, no fan want to know when it comes to Tua want to know any of your opinions because you are so biased. You are so biased.
Man, you know what, man?
You are criticizing what you pursue, what you assume to be his lack of enthusiasm because he's not exciting you.
You know what?
He's not exciting you, Fred. You just sat up there and said he don't sound like he's into it. To who?
There was nothing to be excited about.
He
ain't even sure. Hey, bro, what I heard from him.
You watch VH1, huh, Big Nick? You like VH1.
Up to your expectations.
You a VH1 watcher, Big Nick.
He can't make up his
He
mind.
can't live up to your expectations, Fred. It's impossible for him to live up to your expectations. You are so biased to him. It doesn't matter if you'd came out there with sparklers shooting out his ass doing backflips. You would have complained what kind of sparklers it was.
Man, you know what, man? You know what? You a clown. This man's heart is not totally in the fucking football. Is what the fuck I'm saying.
What about Mike McDaniel? Mike McDaniel was not jumping up and down.
He's still contemplating retirement. So how the fuck you gonna think about that and play football too? Tell me that.
And you know what? All Big Nick wants to do is argue. All Big Nick wants to do is argue, but Fred, you know what hurts me the most about that whole situation? Fred, you know what hurt the most about the whole situation, Fred?
Hold on, real quick. Did Tua bring up the retirement or did a reporter bring up the retirement?
Fred, imagine this. This team was on its way to they had Tua in MVP conversations. We were supposedly going to the Super Bowl, dude. And all because Tua he didn't fight to come back to the field. You're telling me our organization shut him down?
Hey Pete, if your boss tell you don't come to work, you gonna just show up anyway?
Nah, that's totally. Hell yeah, I'm gonna fight for my job.
I will if I got $1 million contract on the line.
Yeah.
I will if I got $1 million contract in the future on the line.
If it's something you love, Big Nick, you gotta think about it. We're not just talking about an average job.
This is where I have to
you dream of. This is a dream job. Of course, you're gonna go out and argue your boss to play.
This is where I gotta side with Big Nick because again, if your boss tell you don't come to work, how could you force yourself in the building?
Because this is a dream job. This is not your typical. This is not your typical job, Bonjo. This is a Super Bowl run. This is the year after. Remember, Bonjo, this was an important year for him.
You need to remember,
they didn't even. He didn't even believe in himself.
He has
Remember
an
that,
employer.
Bonjo?
He doesn't make the
decisions. He didn't even believe in himself. It took a coach to teach him to believe in him.
Yeah, hold on. Pete is bringing out a very important point we all need to consider. This is not the first time that Tua has shown this non-confidence in his own ability, right? He said when it was with Flores had him thinking he couldn't play football, right? And then here again,
Kari, where do you see the non-confidence?
Hey, dude.
He's shaken to the core a second time, and he's willing to admit it. This is the problem with the guy you need as the main leader of your team.
Hold on.
This is Tua's fourth year in the NFL. When Flores got hold of this kid, he was 21 years old. Only been around 2 male positive power figures in his life. Flores came. This man is scared. He's new to a new job. 20 years old. 21 years old.
He's not the only guy to have ever come to the NFL. Who gives a damn about how scared he feels, man? Why do you want to give us a soft-ass, mental quarterback? Why should I root for a guy like that? You're not helping him here with all this stuff. Go watch VH1 if you want a quarterback like that. Go watch soap operas on Lifetime Channel or something like that. I need a quarterback who's going to inspire leadership and confidence. I don't give a damn that the coach made him feel bad about himself.
This ain't Nickelodeon,
I know. All this coming from people who never competed.
This is the second time he's publicly admitted that he lost confidence in his own ability.
But Kyrie P, let me tell you, you know why as a fan, I don't even believe in him as a quarterback? because our own organization showed us that. They didn't even fight for him
And
to come back.
the quarterback has said twice
This is
publicly
dumbest shit,
that he
man.
doesn't believe in
I love you,
himself.
Shake Money. Be safe, man. I'm out of here.
The quarterback has said twice publicly in
Get
two
on out
different
of here. Get
occasions
on out of
that
here.
he don't believe in himself. But I'm supposed to be on the
Okay, hold
Tua
on, Corey. Where did he
bandwagon.
say that? Please, I probably missed
Okay.
that. So where did he say?
He said that Flores's treatment, or the reports were, I don't know it exactly, but that
No, I'm talking about the
he
second
doubted-
part. The second part.
Okay,
I'm
here
over
in
the
the interview.
Flores.
Right here in the interview, he said that he was thinking about retirement. He didn't have confidence in himself and his body to hold up for him to play the position. This is two different occasions of stating a non-confidence in
Okay,
one's
hold
own
on.
ability to play.
I'm not gonna sit there. Okay, hold on.
Hey,
I'm not
man,
gonna fault.
this
talk?
quarterback is second guessing himself, bro.
Okay.
He's second guessing
Let me
himself.
know when I could retort.
Go ahead.
Okay. If a young man who has everything to live for,
a young man,
is having, he's a young man. I'm not gonna call him a boy. I'm not gonna call him a kid. A young man.
I never attacked Tua the person.
Yeah.
I'm saying that there are how many other players in NFL who are dealing with the same sort of pressure?
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know what other players go through. I don't know what other players are saying. Every person is his own individual.
Our guy
right?
has stated twice
So,
that he's doubted himself on two different occasions.
Hey, hold on.
After
Bonjo, I'm gonna let you cook real quick. I just gotta say this real quick before I lose my train of thought. Look at Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips needed a counselor because he was losing confidence in himself. And these dickheads said it was Brian Flores, which it wasn't Brian Flores. They tried to put the blame on Brian Flores. Fuck them. But anyway, he needed confidence because his rookie year, he was having the same kind of issues. And looking at how he's playing now. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vonjo.
Exactly. Have we heard about it again?
Jalen Phillips did actually want to retire as well. He actually did retire from football.
He was retired, actually.
Yeah, he retired. He actually retired from football. Then
came back and the University of Miami gave him a second chance. Absolutely.
Exactly. Look at him now. So again, if a young man is having, and it's not.
You keep saying, look at him now like he's an all-star or something.
Sakes, man, Pete.
Let him
Anyways, I'm not gonna go back and forth with that. So again, when it comes to Tua Tagovailoa, a man that has countless injuries, right? And now he experienced, call it 2 to 3, because the third one is still up in the air, right? 2 to 3 brain injuries, where we see around the NFL these people that pick up injuries, and especially brain injuries, and we see what brain injuries have done to people, right? Also, we also saw a quarterback that actually quit before his time, i.e., for the Indianapolis Colts, from picking up injuries, and he actually decided to retire. He couldn't take no more, right? So, because his body couldn't hold up, and he was way bigger than Tua. Right?
What's your point, Bonjo?
I want to piggyback
So
on
what I'm saying is that where I'm going to land is, Tua is, I would say, when it comes to him speaking to the press, he's too open and honest.
I said that earlier. I agree with that.
So, and I would say that's where his fault lies. He's
and I
too
agree with
open
you.
and honest.
And his media team needs to realize that and prepare him better to come out here and understand that as the quarterback of this team, as the leader of the team, he's got to inspire. He's speaking to the fan base. He's not answering that reporter specific question. His answers are going to be rebroadcast, requoted. He needs to understand that, and his media team needs to get him ready to do what is required in that position. That was my initial point.
But at the same time, bro, I'm not going to call him weak or weak-minded or.
I've never called him weak or weak-minded.
No, I'm not saying you did that. I'm not going to say you did that.
Yeah. Okay,
but we're coming off like, okay, he cannot lead this team because he's too brutally honest. He wear his emotions on his sleeve. Okay, train him not to do that. How to really talk to the media, prep him properly.
But it's not just that, Vonjo. Vonjo, it's not just that he's too brutally honest. He's too brutally honest, and he doesn't have a playoff game under his name. And he quit on us. Hold on. And he's shown in the last 3 seasons that he cannot stay healthy and that he cannot make winning plays in winning time.
Okay, but you can't say quit on us.
These things combined allow me, the fan who loves the Dolphins, to say, Tua, it's time to retire, bro.
And he also said,
I give you
said things like he can't see at the middle of the field, over the line.
Let Vonjo finish.
Again, I'm going to come with facts when it comes to this young man, because again, I say I am not fully sold on Tua. I'm sounding like a Tua near now, but honestly, Tua for me, he lacks one thing, and that's consistency.
A lot of y'all
He
lately
lacks
been converting
consistency,
to
and that's
Tua nears.
consistency in his
That
play
shit was
and
weird.
consistency to be on the field.
Listen, you and anybody else has the right to love this guy as your favorite player and care about his emotions and his family and how hurt he is and how not, right?
I don't give two damns about all that. I want you on the field. I don't know him.
I'm a fan of the Miami Dolphins franchise. It's been a laughing stock, a mediocre franchise for the last 30 years. And I want that franchise to be successful, okay? Y'all could spend all that time psychoanalyzing Tua and, watching his jiu-jitsu practices and watching every tape to make sure, his bones are going to be strong, his neck will work, all this neck device, all this kind of crap. I want to know that the guy who's going to come on the field next season is going to make me excited enough to go and pay for some season tickets. And I'm telling you, that press conference did not do that.
Oh, no, it didn't. I said it was a horrible press conference. At this point, I give two damns about talking, press conference, videos. I'm way past that. Right now, you got to show me the action on the field. That's all I care
Sales are
about.
probably going to plummet.
Wait, what? No, it's not. That's what it's not going to do.
What you say, Pete? What you say, Pete?
That our ticket sales are probably going to plummet.
There's a whole segment of fan base that loves this stuff.
Can I piggyback on Von Joe?
Go ahead, bro.
Mr. Paul been waiting to go, though.
What up, Triple OG, Mr. Paul?
Hey, Mr. Paul.
And we got Mr. Negative Blue.
And by the way, newest member of the Wolf Pack. What's going on, Mr.
Oh
Pope?
yeah, how my brother
Fred Donald, Austin Jackson, Pete, Mr. Negative, Von Joe, and Crypto. I just saw a little clip of the conference, and I said this probably on a previous podcast, and it's not putting out Tua. When he did that, when he had that second concussion, and I said this before, when he had his arm up in the air and his fingers were cringing, that was that right there. And I mean, I'm using my eyes. I'm not a doctor. That right there told me that concussion was serious in that first one. And I've been listening to other sports commentators and analysts and what have you. And I'm gonna be straight. And I said it not long ago on the podcast. I'm more concerned about his well-being than him, being our Miami Dolphin quarterback. Because, like I said before, though to have concussions like that are serious. And I'm like I said, I'm not a doctor. Now, Von Joe, you mentioned a player. I'm gonna mention another player, Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman got out the NFL because he had concussion. If y'all
That's
don't
a
remember.
fact. That's a
He had
fact.
concussion.
Troy
So,
Aikman and
this
Steve
is-
Young.
no,
Don't
no,
forget
listen,
Steve Young.
listen.
Steve Young also concussion. Steve Young had it
Right,
because of
but
concussion.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Now, I'm not saying this to say I can't stand Tua. No, I like Tua. If he didn't have no concussion and he was healthy, I'd be pushing behind him and saying, okay, with Tua, you're healthy. Just work on your consistency, man, and man, we're gonna ball out. But the biggest thorn in my side with Tua is not really consistent. It's no concussion. I keep having visions that he is gonna take a hit and he's not gonna get up.
Yeah.
Or if he does get up, he's gonna be in a vegetate state.
But Mr. Paul,
And
how is
that
that
is-
different?
And
How is
you know
that a
what?
different
Hold on,
reality
let me
than
say
any
something.
other player in the NFL?
Let me say this real quick. And one thing that you think about, you named three players: Steve Young, Troy Aikman, and Andrew Luck. Right. One thing they all have in common is they chose when they wanted to retire. Not the fans, not the owners, not the doctors. They chose when they wanted to hang it up.
Yeah,
so I
but-
think Tua should get that same courtesy. He should
No,
decide when he wants
Yeah,
to hang
but
it up.
one thing you
His
got to
thing say money.
remember, I
His thing
agree.
say money. I agree with that to a certain
I agree
point.
with
Here's
that
the
too,
thing,
Jake,
though.
buddy.
But the thing is, you don't want him out there jeopardizing his well-being, because he does have a family that he has.
You know what? Okay.
So don't
Look, Mr. Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you something. So let's say if he's gonna go out there and play the game, would it sound bad or be wrong of our organization to sit here and say, you know what? If you're gonna sit here and play, then we're gonna do everything a quarterback needs to do in order to win a game. So if it's 3rd and inches and we need to call a quarterback sneak, then we're gonna call a quarterback sneak, and we expect you to get a yard or two, no matter how hard of a hit you have to take. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Are we going to be doing that, or is he already limiting us on certain play calls because of decisions that the organization has to make? He's already hurting us from that standpoint.
But see,
bro, that's an unfair question.
I mean,
that's a good point.
I mean, a lot of y'all got it wrong about me with Tua. Let me try to say something. Look, man, I don't think he's our quarterback. No. Do I hate the man? No, I don't hate him. I don't know him well enough to hate him. I just don't think he's the quarterback for the team. Yes, I do joke around with him with the quarterback, with the position. Yeah, I do that. Might do that too much. But bottom line, man, I don't want to see nobody in NFL get hurt. And it's for, like, I call you guys like the Tourniers or whatever, man. I don't see y'all like that at all, man. All I see is like we just have different agreements at the quarterback position. But I would think, like, if y'all really, everybody really loves Tua, they would lean more to his getting away from the game than trying to go.
Exactly what I said before, Fred.
100%, Mr. Dunlap.
That's exactly what I said.
Like they say they don't want that man out there suffering.
Can I return to Pete's statement? Because the reason why I say Pete's statement was not a true variable to really consider, right? And saying that he limits us. That's with every football player on your team, right? Like, that's like saying if you have a 3rd and 2, you're not going to run the ball with Gaskins or Salvin Ahmed, will you?
No. I mean, we've done it before. What are you trying to say, Pancho?
Hold on, you're going to run it with a power back. Just like if you in the corner of the end zone, you're not going to throw a jump ball to Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle. You're going to throw it to a big receiver, correct? Is that limiting the play call? So if you don't run a sneak with Tua, you just don't run a sneak with Tua.
Vonjo, you know what is limiting for us, though?
What's that?
Tua is limiting us because we couldn't even have him. He said he was available for that Bills playoff game. The team decided he wasn't available, so he's already limiting our ability to advance in the playoffs. We don't have.
So here's the thing. So
he's limiting our play call.
So, Mr. Negative, that goes ahead. Hold on, Mr. Negative. That goes ahead and goes against the whole notion that he didn't fight to get back. For him to say that he fought to get back and the team shut him down. Okay, I would agree 100% agree with you that his injury record that limit us, right? Because we have to account for that. But again, him saying that young man didn't fight to get back, let's get rid of that right now.
I don't think. I think.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, Mr. Negative. I'll let you cook. Here's
I don't
the thing.
think anybody said that, though, Bonjo.
He just said that. What are you talking about?
That he did not fight to get back?
I remember I heard on this. Hold on. I remember I heard on this.
That he quit on the team and he didn't fight to get back on field.
Who said that?
That's not,
Am I
who
the
said
only one
that?
hearing this?
Who said that?
I'm trying to get to see who said that. I don't remember anybody saying that.
Earlier.
Who said is that on Fred, hold on, Fred. I think it's addressed to me. I think this is addressed to me. No. The point on the board is that somebody said that Tua was not trying to get back. That was never stated. What was stated by Tua twice publicly is that he had lost confidence in his ability as the quarterback, and that public statement twice doesn't inspire confidence. That has nothing to do with him trying to fight back last season or not.
Well, here's the thing, though. When a USC fighter gets a concussion, he has a 3-month or 4-month window where he cannot fight. So at the end of the day, if he got a concussion in Green Bay, he has a 3-month window where he cannot play football because if he plays, he's going to be more susceptible to more concussions. So at the end of the day, I don't care how much rehab or how much protein you take, you cannot rehab, you cannot shrink that window. You have to let that window play out. So at the end of the day, even if he felt like he was ready to go, he probably would have got another concussion at the Bills because you're more susceptible to concussions.
Right, and so the organization had a decision to make whether to shut him down or not, and they decided to shut him down. They decided to take the more cautious approach. All that is fine and good. All is fine and good. My point, though.
Go ahead. Okay, I thought he didn't go in the concussion protocol till after the season was over.
He probably didn't want to go into the concussion protocol, but the organization went above him and said, "No, you're not playing." Mr. Negative said that 30 minutes ago, right? But I think you guys are missing my point. As a fan of this organization, all of this is a distraction from what should be happening on the field, and this has nothing to do with Tua the individual or the whole question of whether we like this guy or not. It's irrelevant. It's a non-football issue. As a Dolphin fan of the organization, I want to know who's going to advance this franchise. And maybe that's being a little bit too cold and callous, but please do not mistake that for personal dislike of an individual born and raised named Tua Tagovailoa, whatever religion he is. That man has the right to a beautiful life and a beautiful family and all that. But I, as a fan, shouldn't have to even. I mean, that is not my connection with him.
But I want to piggyback on what you're saying. Also, look at what happened to the Buffalo player. I think his last name was Hamlin, the one they had to fill out.
He's been cleared to play.
Right, but what I'm saying, he has the decision to make himself to say, okay, am I really okay to play? Do I feel like I'm okay to play? And if the doctors give him the clearance to play, okay, you can come back and play. But sometimes I'm getting the feeling that Tua knows himself that he's not really, and I can't say that it's true, that he's not really healthy enough to come back and play, or he's going to be taking a big risk as far as coming back to play. It's not about his whether you hate him or like him.
Thank you, Mr. Paul.
We're dealing with this man's health. This is a health issue. This is not about his talents and what happened. Because that's why I mentioned it. That's why I mentioned it on the previous platform. It's about his health.
And based on his answer in today's press conference, that is what leads you to that conclusion that this is on his mind at that level.
Right? It's on his mind. He's thinking about it. And he has to think about his wife and his kids, because if he takes another blow, and like I said, he doesn't get up, or he's in a vegetated state, okay, that's going to mess up his situation with his wife and his family. So he has to take that in consideration.
It's going to mess up the NFL too. It's going to mess up the NFL too.
Hey,
no, but
hold on, real quick.
I get that.
Q, Muse, what's going on, brother? What's on your mind?
You're on mute, Q. You're on mute, Q.
Q, you there?
Q.
Oh, my bad, bro. Trying to get this mic working. What's going on, Shake? What's up, everybody?
What's on your mind, brother?
What's up, Shake?
Not much. Just what's up, KP? What's up, on Joe, Pete?
What's
Mr.
up, Q?
Negative? Mr. Park. What's good, sir? Crypto. How's everybody doing? Oh man, I'm just kind of surprised that this is a thing, man. This is actually a conversation we're having right now, bro. Like you guys remember when he went down in that Green Bay game, right? And then from then on, no news from him. No pressure, no nothing concerning what happened to him. I don't know why you guys are surprised that all of from that point on to now, all the questions are gonna be about the concussion and how's he what's he doing to prevent it.
I don't think that's what we're upset with. I don't think that's what we're upset with. We're upset with the fact that Tua allowed it to happen. He didn't take control and lead us in a different direction. The media is going.
What would you have him do, KP? What would you have him do?
Oh, I said that earlier.
What would you have?
He should have said, "Listen, I'm doing everything I can to get back and play because I love this game and I want this team to win, and I think
okay,
I can lead them there."
Okay.
That's what
Why not let him be him? Is it a bad thing for him to be himself?
If he wants to,
I don't see a problem. I don't see a problem with it. I do not see a problem. Even the mainstream, I'm not hearing the mainstream media making a fuss about it.
Yeah,
he
but
looks
all
so
of
weak
you
in that
guys
presser.
that sit
Oh
here,
no, listen to what he's saying. Listen. Like I said, from that Green Bay game, we haven't heard a peep out of him. So all the questions are going to come out. It's going to be about the concussion. It's going to be about that last time we've seen him on the field and how he's been doing. What's he be doing from that time?
but you
So I'm
can't
not
sit
surprised.
here.
I'm not surprised that they came out with the concussion questions. Like how the judo
can't
thing
sit
going.
here. You can't sit here and say, "Oh, you can't be worried," when in fact the organization is showing signs of being worried. They gave him a 5th-year option. They're worried about his health. So you can't sit here and tell us don't be worried about it. Like, that is a major concern, and it's gonna continue to be until Tua for himself, for once in his entire career, finishes a full year.
Well, you know what?
Listen, they gave him the 5th-year option. So that tells me all the confidence they have into it right there.
No, but here's
they gave him the 5th-year option.
They also
I wish I had the article there. I read.
I'm not just blurting out, superstition. That's facts,
Didn't
bro.
they give lesser quality quarterbacks 5th-year options?
Guys, they gave Laramie Tunsil a 5th-year option, then they traded him 3 months later. It means nothing. All it means is they have him for the 5th year.
Okay, so we'll wait 3 months. 3 months later, Mr. Negative. We'll wait 3 months later.
They may trade him, they may not. But my point is, the 5th-year option doesn't mean they have long-term confidence in Tua. They shut him down.
Well, then that's a we will see type of situation.
But here's the thing. You got to also think about this too, because an article came out a little ways back, and I wish I had it because I read it, and it was saying that some of the owners in the NFL were also saying that Tua would be a risk because of his health issue, especially with when he had the concussion. Now they were saying that any team that will take him in would be taking him in at a risk. Now I'm not saying that. No, listen, let me finish.
Correcto mundo, Mr. Paul.
Right. I'm not saying that it's a fact, but this is what I read. Okay, and I'm not saying that to say that Tua. This is not saying that Tua is not a good quarterback. This is not saying that. This is concerned about his health. That's the main thing. We can talk about, okay, well, he's too quiet and this and that. I'm a quiet person. Some people are like that because of their culture. Some people are like that because of their family, the way they're raised up in their family. But I know another thing I do know also to be on the other side of the line there is that if you are a quarterback, if you are a quarterback in the NFL, you have to take leadership and what have you. But I don't think that this is what this is about. This is about his health. Plain and simple.
I just want to cut in, Mr. Park, real quick. I want to piggyback off what you were saying. Tua and his doctors are about his health. The NFL are about the money. So Tua's concussion is not helping the money side of it, the business side of it. Why? Because, as you mentioned, the NFL, they just had a big lawsuit with the concussion protocol as well. I don't know if you guys recall that. Hence why the movie was made. But there was a concussion protocol. The doctor, what's his name again? He had a study. Yeah, he had a study saying that. Yeah, the NFL players, or particularly in the NFL, they come off concussion. They start sustaining like long-term injuries, they started being loopy, and they start all these mental issues started arising from, and that's why the NFL had a lawsuit, from some of the players. So that's the only reason why. That's the only reason why I would think, because Mr. Negative, you brought up a very good point. And that's what TD brought up. And TD said, listen, Tua didn't quit. He didn't quit. Tua wanted to play. But it was the business side of it. They didn't want him to play because if he plays and he gets another concussion, that's money on the line, bro. And if you think about it, NFL is the owner's business, bro. It's a collection of owners. They're all about the money, bro. So you put somebody out there who's a risk to your money. No, you're not going to risk that. You're gonna tell the team to keep him on the sideline. Make up some bullshit.
I'm putting
Make up some
out
bullshit,
there,
and no, for real. Let's talk about it.
And
Let's
when
talk about it.
Flores
why I brought up
Tua
the
for
owners that
Fitzpatrick.
was saying that he is a high risk, because I read that article. I read
Yeah,
and that's what
Mr.
they were saying.
Yeah.
So me as a fan, right, guys? So me as a fan, I gotta hope and pray that to his heart and whatever's in the game, I gotta hope that the NFL allows him to play, which means 32 owners all agree that Tua is not a risk to the business side. I gotta hope so many factors that my football team's success rides on the other thoughts and prayers of the other people in the NFL that they allow this man to play. As a fan,
Mind you, Mr. Negative, it doesn't mean that the owners hold all the power. They still the owners are under. Hold on, real quick. The owners are under public eye. The owners are under. So any kind of mischievous or whatever they're trying to do to get this man out the game, the public eye is right there.
And now I have to hope that Tua Sensei is good enough to teach him to fall. So that's another factor. As a fan, I have to hope and pray that my Super Bowl chances for my favorite team, the Miami Dolphins, rest on the Sensei of Tua, that now he knows how to fall, now he knows how to slide, that the other owners are now feeling good that this man can play. It's a lot.
So let me get this right. Can I get this right? Okay, the NFL don't really want to see Tua on the field again. Am I getting this? Is that right?
It's a risk.
No. It's not a. We're only speculating.
He's a high risk.
We're only speculating at this point.
We're speculating.
He's a high risk man.
We're speculating,
and that's just my speculation. I don't know if you guys rock with it or not.
Okay. Let's say the owners don't want to risk it. You know what I'm saying? They want to lose that money or whatever. But the Dolphins will risk it by putting him back on the field.
They didn't during the playoffs.
Is that what we're doing? They don't really want him to be playing, but the Dolphins want him as our franchise quarterback. What's going on?
I think the Dolphins are whatever the league wants. They're both wanting the same.
The jury's still out on
They didn't put him in
franchise quarterback.
Well,
they haven't been decided.
Seemed like to me the Dolphins want the cake and the ice cream too.
Well, they're trying to put this to their advantage, like they should as an organization. They don't want to be seen as, ending a young man's career prematurely, but at the same time, they don't want to give up on him, if he can make the comeback. So
the reality is Chris Grier got saved last year by McDaniel and Tua being in the conversation of MVP because he was able to convince that 88-year-old guy that, you see, I told you he can play in this league. And then and that's what happened. He bought himself another year.
You're such a character.
Some more time.
You are such a character.
Hey, man,
but if you look at it objectively from a Dolphin fan's perspective, man, we are in a bad place when it comes to this.
Yeah, I mean, we are,
man. But it is what it is. You can't change that. It is what it is.
I feel like I can't even.
The NFL is
I feel like I can't even joke around no more, man. You know what I'm saying?
But here's the thing, KP. Look, as a fan right now, I know that QB1 is Tua. There's no denying that. At the moment right now, QB1 is given to him. It's Tua, if healthy. I'm hoping it's a fair, open competition. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if we even see Tua in preseason. But one thing I do know is that if Tua starts playing bad, and when he starts to play bad, he's gonna quit again.
Well,
Stop the cap, Pete. Come on, bro. You're too old to be capping right now, bro.
I mean, look at the Green Bay game. He quit on us. They said concussion, blah blah blah.
No, I just told you, Pete. He wanted to play. He wanted to play.
Pay attention to it.
He wanted to play, Pete.
There was no concussion symptoms.
He wanted to play after the
Listen to how the organization lied to us, guys.
Bottom line, he
wanted to play every other game after the Green Bay game, Pete. He said that. He wanted. But what happened? They had to sit him. Why? Because the NFL is about the money.
And Tua wasn't
So I feel
for
like-
his concussion wasn't for the money. No, Pete.
So I feel like
Stop lying, bro. Come on, bro. By
But here's the
week
thing.
three,
Here's the thing.
Hold
now.
on, I just came back, and the
interception
first thing
game,
I hear is Tua
he's
quit.
just gonna quit.
See, this is
No,
what I'm
but
talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah,
This is
Pete
what I was
said that.
suggesting earlier.
If he
No,
didn't
but
quit,
see, here's the
if he
thing.
didn't quit,
When after his first, after he had sustained that first concussion, when he got up and was walking around
Lord,
wobbly,
yesterday, Captain
he wanted to come back in the game because if you go back and look at that game, he wanted to come back, but because of the concussion protocol, they did not want to risk it. So what I'm saying is that in his heart, yes, he wanted to come back and play, but
wait a minute.
the
In what game?
NFL had to protect
What game?
themselves and him.
The concussion in the Green Bay game?
No, I'm talking about the first one. Not
Oh,
I'm talking
okay.
about the first game.
You still have a hard time selling me on him having a concussion in the Green Bay game.
That's what I'm saying, Fred. They're not
You
paying
know what I'm saying?
attention.
I'm looking at two things in there. I'm looking at him, either he quit on that game or he got benched.
This is
And
what
neither one of them is
exactly,
good.
Fred. They're not
Neither one
paying
of them is good.
attention. I'm literally telling them that, and they're acting like that doesn't make sense. This is what's gonna happen next year. If he doesn't start off hot, the locker room is gonna scream at him. He's gonna be like down, and they're gonna make up another concussion narrative.
And if he did get benched, this will be his fourth benching, bro. His fourth benching.
Look, Fred.
In his
All
career.
it takes is for one terrible game, 3 interceptions, a fumble in the backfield. You get to the locker room next week. Oh, look, boom. Monday comes around. Tua had a concussion.
God forbid if that happens.
And let me ask y'all a question, because y'all know there's a high chance that can happen, by the way. But let me ask you a question. If it is the case, and it's week 4, are we gonna expect Tua back?
No, not if you're using the concussion avenue. They're not.
I don't care what you guys say. After this,
No.
I cannot be considered a Tua hater.
What about a benching?
Let Von Joe talk.
Listen, I cannot be considered a Tua hater after this, or either that, or we
I'll
need
vouch for you,
Tua
Von
hater
Joe.
tears.
I'll
We need
vouch for you.
tears for the Tua hate, because this is next level.
Hey, Q.
Man, you know what? You know what, man?
What's up, Jay?
That's really sorry, man. Y'all would want to see a guy play, knowing how sick he is, man. And
Yeah.
What you talking about? Nah, Fred. Fred. I being ridiculous now, Fred. Who's sick? Who's sick, Fred?
Man, you act like he's got polio or something like that, bro.
Y'all would rather have Tua try to prove
Tua got leprosy.
I'm gonna pull a bones on y'all. Say, I gotta read in between the lines.
Y'all not even
I
thinking
gotta read in
about
between.
it.
I didn't know he was sick.
You don't know either, bro. You don't know
gotta
either.
read in between
You're
the
not
lines
there.
what
You're
he's
not his
saying.
doctor, bro.
What
How do
bones
you know
that when
if
you
he's
need
sick
them?
or not? Fred, how do you know how he's sick or not? Are you there?
Bones, get up there. Tell him to read in between the lines.
Because I seen him on TV take 2 hard hits to the head, bro. It wasn't right in none of them. Now you gonna tell me everything is real normal with him after that shit?
No,
And
because
you
I'm
know
not his
what's
doctor.
crazy,
Hello,
Fred?
are you his doctor? Did you see his medical record?
Come on, man. If y'all, like I said, if y'all really cared about
You
this
know
man,
they asked him
y'all
about
would be like,
They asked him about CTE, Fred. They had asked him about CTE. There's a possibility he ran from that because he escaped
Nobody
from
has
the
his medical records.
organization.
Nobody on this panel has his medical records. So how do you know if he's sick or not?
So when he get really seriously hurt, then y'all gonna be like, oh,
let me ask you.
Hey, Fred,
like Q said,
should have been came off to it.
Hey, Fred.
Stephen Ross is
Hey,
not gonna put him
Fred.
out there because that's his money that you're paying with.
Hey, Fred, you remember that Buffalo game? And they blamed that back and ankle instead of a concussion.
I seen that game, man. Come on,
Hey,
yeah,
I was up there. Hey, check this out. I was up there telling them that Tua had a concussion, and the Tuaneers were up there telling me, nah, look what the paperwork says, idiot.
I swear
Hey,
to
they
God,
were calling me, hey, Fred, they were calling me a liar. They were telling me that I was making shit up, that blah, blah, blah. I'm no doctor. The same thing Shake Money just said, that I'm not a doctor, right? And what happens on a short week? Tua almost dies on a football field, bro.
Hey, Pete, when I
Those
first
same guys probably
Hold
cried,
on,
bro.
Pete.
The same guys that were telling me and calling me things, they were crying on that Thursday night.
Pete, I said, hey, guess what? I'm not a doctor either. I said that either. I said I'm not a doctor either.
Hey,
so
but it doesn't
I'm
take a
not
doctor to
discrediting you
realize
either.
what a
I'm not
concussion
saying
symptom
mine
looks
is.
like.
Hey, look,
And a
I'm
lot
not
of
saying
y'all
you're
were
medical.
going at me, and I'm not saying specifically you,
Did I go at you, Pete? Did I go at you?
I'm not saying specifically you, Shake. I'm just using your example, what you just said right now, calling somebody not a doctor.
And I said I'm not a doctor.
Not
I didn't say.
but I
We're
was
not
told
all
that
doctors.
as well,
Pete,
but
not
by
one
you.
of us
Hey,
on this
listen,
You get
panel
what
is
I'm
a doctor.
saying, Shake?
Right.
Hey,
And I
but Pete,
said that when I
listen to
was
me though.
talking.
Hold on, listen to me. I'm saying I just said right now that my guess is no better than your guess. So at the end of the day,
Right.
yes, nobody here is a doctor. I didn't say
Exactly.
that my guess
Hey,
is
Color, tell
better
us
than
what you
everybody.
think.
No, ain't nobody here a doctor, man. But come on, man. Sometimes shit is obvious, bro. Shit is obvious. Come on, man.
Calm down, Fred.
Color came up here just in time.
The only thing that's obvious right now is this tape. That's
No,
all
no,
that
no.
matters.
Y'all gotta
but
be
I
quiet.
do know that S. Harris just gave us some money, so appreciate you, S. Harris. Go ahead, Shake.
S.
Pete,
Harris,
Fred,
yes.
hold on, man.
Yes.
Hold on. We
S.
got
Harris
to
is
do it.
correct. Thank you, S. Harris.
Hey,
I'm gonna
Pete
do
found a
research,
friend. It's
Shake,
really
on
someone
all.
out there for
Go ahead.
everybody. Thank you, S.
Listen,
Harris, for finding all the
I'm
donations.
gonna go ahead, Shake, and look up all the concussions that happened in the NFL because I need all these players to retire.
Oh yeah, don't forget Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett got 2 halves.
That'll be 90%
Oh,
of the
Kenny
league.
Pickett for
Oh,
sure.
come
Kenny
on
Pickett
now.
got 2
Come
halves.
on
Kenny
now.
Pickett
That's
had
not fair.
yeah.
Hey, you know what? That's not fair though, because a lot of people get broken
Bullshit,
legs
Color.
too. But are we going to go around and say everybody should have the same exact path that Joe Theismann and Alex Smith did just because
Yes,
they break their
they
leg?
should. Yes, they should, Color. You
Really?
know why? Because they're sick. They're sick.
Yeah,
Man. No, I just came up to clear something up real quick because whether the Dolphins or whether the NFL or whoever thought that they were going to get away with, claiming a back injury instead of a head injury, and we're all just supposed to take concussion right out of our brains because they said back injury. I'm not a doctor, but it is clear and been said by several thousand doctors and neurologists that yes, a back injury can cause a concussion. The reverberation of the shock to the spinal cord can reverberate all the way up the brainstem and cause the same damage that a hit could. A back injury could cause a concussion. So that back injury against Buffalo could have still very well caused a concussion and been a back injury.
Just like if you get into a car accident, your head didn't hit the dashboard, but because of the seat belt, that sudden impact, your brain is going back and forth. That could cause
and also whiplash. Whiplash can cause it too.
Your head doesn't even have shake. Your head doesn't even have to hit anything. It could be just a joke, bro, that give you the concussion. Your head doesn't even have to
I just
hit
said that.
anything.
Are you listening, bro? Are you listening?
Listen,
I just said that.
According to Fred and Pete, there's 149 players out here. I need actually 148 players out here that needs to be retired and are sick because there was 149 concussions in the NFL last year.
You missed it, Von Joe. Breaking news, they've already resigned.
I need names and I need people retired.
Hey, I love how Von Joe loves to stretch it.
There has been
Von
wide
Joe,
report.
you love to stretch it, and guys like you love to.
Wait a minute, hold on. There's been several players. There has been several players in the last 5 years that have retired early because of this concern. And secondly, Tua said it himself that he was contemplating it. If all 149 of those people came out and said they were contemplating retirement, then we should be saying the same thing about them.
What y'all want from this man, yo? What y'all want from him?
There you go.
I don't want him as my quarterback.
That's what he said. I just listened to part of
it. Man, shit.
He's contemplating. If he's contemplating, that means that
I want to see that guy croaking on the field, throwing up sideways fingers again. I don't want to go through that experience
the thing
again.
of it is, he mentioned CTE as the concern that he was mulling over in his head with his family about, and then when the doctors assured him that CTE wasn't going to be an issue, that was what said, okay, I'm fine with playing again.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, of course, CTE ain't going to be an issue. Because
because
nobody knows
quarterbacks
really
don't get banged up like
nobody
that.
knows what makes it an issue. That we think that the constant, like your linemen and your linebackers and guys like this, get it more often because they're constantly hitting their head every play. That's the going consensus, but there is no scientific fact to support that.
Hey, just
For them to even tell him, that he's wait a minute, for them to even tell him he's out of the woods for CTE. I don't know. I'm a layperson, but sounds awful malpractice-y to me.
Just because y'all want him to prove that he's the franchise quarterback. I tell you what, even if he was the franchise quarterback, he should still be considering leaving the
it's
football
not as if
game,
we
man.
haven't heard. It's not as if we haven't heard any experts say that one head trauma could cause CTE in the long run. I'm not saying it can. I'm saying it's not as if we haven't heard one expert say that.
Oh God, Fred, I love you. I mean,
Fred is basically saying y'all want Tua back because of selfish reasons. Y'all being selfish.
Tua spelled TTE wrong. God damn.
Clearly.
I tell you what.
I shouldn't tell.
I'll be honest with you. I don't want the guy to play for us again, so I don't need concussion to be my excuse.
Hey, everybody's different.
I mean, even I think about the guy's health like that. God damn, come on now.
I mean, I am too, but
again,
I'm gonna be straight with it. It's going to come down to Tua the Miami Dolphins in the NFL if he's going to play or not. It's going to come down to them. So we can sit here and argue about his talent, his health, but it's going to come down to the NFL, Tua, and the Miami Dolphins. Period. That's what's
so that's what we're doing now.
Like I said, Mr. Park, it's anything about Tua's health. That's on Tua and his doctors.
Exactly, dude. These doctors, the doctors that he's seeing ain't just come out of med school, bro. They've been doctors for years.
I just don't like the fact that now moving forward, not only do we have to be concerned as fans,
They're not Dookie Howser.
Trying to take a hit.
I know.
And you know, I'm gonna tell you, these doctors ain't on the field getting hit by fucking 320-pound dudes.
Somebody help me out here. Because you know I'm getting kind of old. I'm getting close to my 40s. I'm kind of old.
Doctor, take him to a linebacker to get fixed.
Let me ask you a question, Shay. Since you're the host,
yeah.
When at the game after Tua had concussion,
Shay, you cracked me up, bro.
What you say?
Didn't Tua scramble for a play after his concussion?
Did he have to scramble for a play after his concussion?
Yeah. The next game, after the first game back from his concussion, did he not scramble for a run?
I couldn't
get hit by linebackers and safeties.
Which one? Are you talking about the Cincinnati game?
It was after the Cincinnati concussion.
Okay.
He came back and played against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Pittsburgh. He scrambled. He scrambled. And as a matter of fact, he put his head down.
Exactly.
To try to run somebody over.
Exactly. So, Pete, what are you talking about? Did you cringe and was like, oh my gosh, Tua, don't run. Oh my God. He got up fine.
Yeah, but that's slowing down now. Especially after the Green Bay game. We saw less. You see, that was the thing. You see, Von Joe, that was the little. You see, you get one, and then when we needed it more throughout the year, he didn't run more. We needed that from Tua. That's what we were complaining about.
Oh my God, dude, he never really ran to begin with. Every now and then,
but we needed that. We needed a little more running from Tua.
Stop.
Our offensive line was a little beat up.
Stop lying and giving bullshit excuses.
Our offensive line was beat up, Joe. That's a fact.
What are you talking about?
So we weren't rotating our offensive line, Bonjo. We needed Tua to be escaping.
We've been rotating it all goddamn year. The whole entire year we've been rotating it.
Let me. Can I ask what one?
And now moving forward, we're going to get a little less of that. And that's a limitation that we have to accept as a fact.
What? No,
that I don't like
no. Stop trying to find things that don't correlate to try to correlate.
Dislike Tua, it is irrelevant, guys. The man said today out of his own mouth, he considered retiring. Now, does that
he's not going to run. He's not going to take
that inspire confidence in you, the fan? Does that inspire confidence in you, the Dolphins fan?
You know what that tells
let me
me,
ask you
Kyrie? Kyrie P, you remember how Ryan
let me ask you
Tannehill?
this.
Hold on.
Let me ask you this. Wait a minute. So if I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play when Hamlin does his press conference. I'm gonna play that on air, and I guarantee you, he's gonna say he doubted himself as well. You don't think he had doubt when he was in there, fighting for his life?
He was literally dead for a few.
And I think he should retire.
Listen,
Somebody
DeMar
needs to
Hamlin
talk to him
So that's a
seriously
big
about
difference.
retiring.
That's a major difference.
Well,
He actually
anyway,
died on the field.
Well, hold on, wait a minute. Let's pay some bills here.
Whoever
Thank you,
heard of
Greg.
Hamlin before he got injured like that? The guy is not a starting quarterback in the NFL, bro.
Right.
Yeah. Craig
he's not a
Sebring
face
with
of
a
the
$5
NFL.
donation. Hold on, we got a $5 donation.
He's a third down linebacker, bro. You're talking about a third down linebacker compared to a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Let's get to that in a second. Let me just get to the super chat, and then we'll get to the look what happened to Chris Benoit in the WWE. He had CTE. All four.
This man talking about wrestling?
No, he's talking about the CTA.
Because he's talking about head trauma.
Head trauma.
What happened to Chris Benoit? Because I follow Chris Benoit in wrestling, and because of his blunt traumas to his head, he went and committed killing his family and himself.
What?
At the end of the day,
No
and at
way.
the end of the day, whether he's a starting safety or a backup safety, at the end of the day, he still doubted himself. He's still
wait a minute, but I'm answering Kahari's question, Shake. Kahari's saying, does it instill confidence in us? Well, if our linebacker was contemplating retirement, who hardly ever sees the field, that nobody even knew who he was before he took a chest hit, it wouldn't shake my confidence. But if my starting quarterback is, that's the question that's at hand. And that should shake confidence.
It doesn't shake my confidence in it. So
to answer Corey's question, my confidence is the same. My confidence is the same in him.
Exactly.
Because it's never been off the field. It's really on the field.
Yeah, and that's the point I was making earlier. My confidence has never been over 20%, concussion or not. So to me, it's an irrelevant point about the concussion anyway.
Exactly. Just shake something on the field. That's what I care about.
So do we have to watch the games like this? Tua run? No, don't run. Tua run?
No, that's up to you. I say Tua
how we have to watch the games.
No,
Is that how we have to watch the games?
That's up to Tua.
Hey, listen. At the end of the day, it's the organization that's doing this. It's not us. So
Fred,
Fred,
you know what we're gonna be doing? Fred, we're gonna be looking back at the game after the game and thinking, man, if Tua would have been able to run for those 3 yards that play,
exactly. Like Tua, why didn't you run for those games? Why didn't you run for that 2 yards?
The advice we just got was just to deal with it, because that's what's going to happen, and don't say a word about it, and just don't watch the games.
No, I didn't say that.
Is that the
stick your head in the hole like
restriction?
No. I mean, you said he said, do I have to watch it like that? Yeah, I guess you have to watch it like that. Yeah, I'm not saying you're not to watch it. I'm just saying.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Nobody has to do it.
When you watch the game, that's your mindset when you watch the game. My mindset is, Tua, you better win this game.
Hey, Shake, thank you, Mosul. I'm out.
That's my mindset all the time. That's my mindset all the time.
Y'all fellas be good.
Let me say.
Hey, okay. So let me ask
I also
you guys.
wait real quick, Pete. I also thought it was hilarious. I don't want to talk on him because he's leaving right now, but I thought it was kind of funny that, Q's up here literally telling us all he's speculating, but the minute Pete's doing it, he gets talked over and called an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is classic.
They be capping on here, color.
And I gotta say this about Pete, because
if it didn't happen back to back, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. But the man literally said he was speculating, and then proceeded to shit on Pete for speculating.
Hey, but Pete, let me ask you this, Pete. Hey, Pete, let me ask you this. We've been on a lot of spaces. Haven't I defended you for your takes?
Shake, you're 100, bro. We're all like that.
Exactly.
No, I was talking about Q, bro. I was talking about Q,
guys
Shake.
that we could
Shake, I was talking about Q, bro.
Gonna be okay. The next day, no matter what,
Yeah,
right. And I call Pete the cerebral assassin because Pete will say things that will make you think.
All speculations are considered equal.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
You're very correct.
And this is why
You're very correct on that,
This is why
Mr.
I'm
Paul.
called the cerebral assassin. I got a
You're
question.
very right.
I got a question.
Every time Pete talk, it makes you think like, boy, somebody can't be this slow. It can't be.
Hey, listen.
All right, Bonzo. But I got a question. Look, starting next season.
Pete, before you go, one of the reasons why I love the Fins tailgate is when you got someone like two people that look at Alexander Diaz. I don't agree with 99% of the stuff that he says, but you know what? He's welcome to say it here, and we don't shame him or we don't try to call him an idiot for saying what he says. He's more than welcome to say what the fuck he wants to do on this channel, and that's what I love about this network.
No, Shake, that happened tonight. Like when Big Nick came on here briefly, I made it a point to say, Big Nick, I have a problem with your take. I respect you as a person 100%, but I can't agree with your take tonight. And I just want to make that clear. All of my commentary is about what's happening on that football field and from a perspective as a selfish Dolphin fan who wants this organization to win. It has nothing to do with hating Tua, which is I know what some of the juvenile people interpret these comments as, so
that's what they swear it is. They swear, we know you don't like Tua, so hello. It's not that I don't like him; is that you shouldn't like him either. That's the reality of it.
Wait, what?
You should like him as the quarterback of our team. I think that's what Pete meant to say.
Hey, but let me ask you, Fred,
football performance.
What he said.
Hey, Fred, let me ask you this, Fred. Fred, let me ask you this, Fred. Real talk. Jokes. No. Listen, me and you, we've disagreed pretty much this whole stream. Have I ever made you feel like you're stupid or your takes are idiotic?
Nah, you haven't, Pete. And even if be honest,
that's my goal. I don't want you to feel like that because you know what? I value your opinion, even though if I don't agree with you.
Hey, Shake, I have nothing but fun on this panel, man. Believe me.
Exactly.
Like I say, I joke around a lot, and I don't think Tua is our quarterback, but that's my opinion. That's my take, and you have yours. Everybody else have theirs, It's just healthy disagreement. That's all, you know what I'm saying? But I've never disrespected anybody. And as far as anybody disrespecting me, no, I haven't felt that way at all.
Okay, that's
I've had nothing but fun on this panel, man. Every time I come on this panel, I have fun, man. Great time.
But that's what the Fins tailgate is about, man. Just talking and having a good time, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Expressing yourself.
And respect and
no
mainly respecting everybody's opinion because we all different.
And I hope I haven't, which I don't think I did, because I'm not that dude like that.
Oh,
like
shit.
I said,
we got an appearance from the Jefe.
El Jefe.
What up? Cap.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Cap?
Well, by the way, it's that level of respect that Shake and I just gave an example to the whole community of, because there was some two and ears out there that were like, "Oh my God, Shake and Color going at it! Clip it!"
Hey man, I ain't got nothing but love for them too, man.
Yeah,
it's all funny. It's all
Not
funny
me,
games.
Fred. I'm here for the hate. Not me.
Nah, damn all that. I'm with y'all, Capitan. I hate every last one of y'all. Y'all made me come up here for a year. I've been up here for an hour defending Tua. I hate every last one of y'all.
You're 2 and in now, Bonjo.
Wait a minute, hold on, Bonjo. What the hell I do?
I don't know. You didn't help me.
You know
You
what
didn't
you
help
did,
me.
Crypto.
I've been up here for an hour defending
equally,
Tua.
we good.
I hate all y'all.
Me too, Bonjo.
I blame all of you guys for the shortcomings.
You throwing knives in every direction.
Everyone else's fault by the shortcomings of the Dolphins. I blame you guys.
Thank you. I'll shoulder that blame. Thank you.
Hey man,
I'm here to teach y'all Dolphins.
It's just cool, man. With everybody's individual voices, and like with the back and forth, this and that. You know what I mean? It's really fun to me, man. It really is, man.
It's a tailgate, baby.
Fred, what's
the hell with that? I'm about to go drink. That's what I'm about to do. I'm going to go ahead and pour me.
I think like with Lou yesterday. I think it was yesterday, man. I was having fun with Lou, but I hope it was like respectful fun. You know what I'm saying? And that's all it was, man. Yeah, that's all it was, man.
You got to be careful though, Fred. Lewis is kind of sensitive. I don't know if you noticed.
I sensed that, man. I sensed that, but I kind of tried my best to keep it like right there at the the cool part, man. But he does get a little sensitive, right? But
yeah, he's sensitive. You can say it, Fred.
Damn!
Oh my God.
Hey, by the way, Fred, you're not gonna out loud a Cuban. Just putting it out there.
I'm a little sensitive too because CB said that I'm with the Wolfpack.
Hey, I'm the ambassador of the Wolfpack.
Embrace it, Mr. Polk. It's too late now.
Listen, apparently I'm the VP, so
you gotta embrace it
He ain't
now.
nothing but a sheep. He ain't nothing but just a little sheep person over there with his wool. He's just a little sheeple over here following the leader, whoever he can follow. Trying to keep those eyes of his wrangled in his head from cross-eyeing every time I see him. Guy looks like he's trying to break down long division calculus every time he tries to talk football.
God damn, not long division. That's just tricky sometimes. You can lose yourself if you don't carry the one.
That's exactly right. And if you mess up the decimals, decimals, you might as well just start all over.
Yeah, at that point you fucked.
100%. 100%.
Why do I hear my kids still awake? I'll be back. I'm gonna go put these kids to bed.
Look, there it goes. There goes Bon Joe taking care of business. I wish he was taking care of the team's business. All this hand holding and love I see going around is not working out for me. Okay, I need the smoke is where it's at. It's the only place. There's no pain without growth. Or there's no growth without pain. Excuse me, wrong way around.
There you go.
So this team and this organization needs to get with the program.
So Captain, what you think about the Tua conference?
The Tua pressure.
No, I said what you think about the conference that Tua did?
Oh, look, we're looking at his training.
Yeah. Look. Here's what I think of Tua in his press conference. First of all, he seems in great spirits. I'll give him that. He seems light. Seems comfortable. He seems like he feels confident in the fact that this football team is his football team, and he should feel like that. He should feel confident in the fact that this is his football team because the organization has moved mountains to accommodate for this young man. Whether he'll live up to the
do y'all
billing.
hear lately what Batman Finsaholics has been throwing out there, Capitan?
No, I didn't catch it. I'm sure it's some lie, but go ahead.
Well, according to I guess some sources that there's players that want to come. There's players that want to come to play here because of Tua. Like Dalvin Cook wants to come to Miami because of Tua. How do you feel about it? Is this something
no, Pete? They only come. No, Pete. They only come into Florida because of Ron DeSantis kept the tax rate at 0. That's why they come into Florida.
Yeah.
You got to think Ron DeSantis. They only coming for Ron DeSantis.
Dalvin Cook wants to come to Miami because this is where he's from.
Yeah, listen.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
It's easy to deduce why anyone would want to play on a Florida team. Starters taxes. And if you're going to choose one of the three
you got to
Florida
think Ron
teams,
DeSantis. It's not
if you're going to choose one of the 3 Florida teams, I mean Tampa's a nice city, but let's face it, their team is in turmoil right now. Jacksonville is the least nice of the cities, even though Jacksonville as the city itself is on the up and up. I'll give it to it.
Yeah,
but it's not Miami.
Yeah.
It's not Miami. All these guys' families, they could live down in Florida for a decent enough rate. They all already have houses. Their families are already down this way. Plus, for the other stuff, there's the music industry, the sports medicine industry. Everybody here, can have their own life and jobs, and there's different types of freedoms here that just aren't the case because of our year-round weather for everyone else. So
and also, Amicus just summed it up. He said taxes, cocaine, and strippers. That's what Amicus just said. Taxes, cocaine, and strippers. There you have it. Nothing else needs to be said.
I about to see women growing trees, beautiful women growing trees down here in Florida.
I kind of like my 10, 15 shit, maybe 5-degree Christmases, man.
You wanna play rough? Okay. Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah.
That's a long movie. That is one long movie. I think that movie about 3 or 4 hours long.
Look, the bottom line is that if you were going to choose a team, the Dolphins are on the up and up. They're chock full with talent. Mike McDaniel Mike McDaniel is touted as one of the new up and coming super player friendly coach. So that helps. Tua is beloved amongst other athletes. He super gets along with them. He's not like an ego type of guy. So does Dalvin Cook want to come here just because of Tua? No, that is ridiculous. It is stupid to even say that, and it's a bold-faced lie.
All right, I'm back. What's up? What I miss?
This is Dalvin Cook on time, and also too the running back from who was I'm thinking about? Oh my goodness.
By the way, you know what, El Capitan? I'll believe more that Dalvin Cook wants to play with Tyreek Hill than Tua.
I think Dalvin Cook.
That's more believable.
Dalvin Cook wants to come to Miami.
I think Dalvin Cook wisely knows no matter where he plays, no one's breaking the bank for him.
He's
so
more
if you're gonna say this,
why? Because Tua broke his.
$4 million to $6 million in guaranteed is probably what he's going to get. That same $4 to $6 million in guaranteed isn't the same in other states. So $4 to $6 million guaranteed in New York or California isn't the same as guaranteed in Miami. So that alone, along with all the others, or Texas, that's true. But what teams in Texas does he want to play for? You know what I'm saying?
Dallas needs a running back.
They do. Maybe that would be an option for them, and it would be thumbing in the eye of the Vikings as well. So maybe that could be an option. But,
I think he's leaning more towards Florida and the Miami Dolphins. I mean,
of course he is. It's no secret. His agent and everyone around it knows that. Everybody, it's commonplace knowledge at this point that Dalvin wants to be here and that the money he's willing to accept is going to be affordable for the Dolphins if it's a possibility. But that's going to have to happen before the draft, because if the Dolphins end up drafting a running back, then he's going to have to take a serious pay cut to become the fourth running back on this team, which he won't be the fourth, obviously, but you understand my position.
Right. And also that's the reason why Derrick Henry has an interest in the Dolphins, because he's from Florida as well. So it isn't not as strong as Dalvin Cook, but yeah, he's a Florida boy also.
I mean, listen, if you want to be real, everybody got a little bit of Florida ties in the NFL one way or another.
Yeah, it's good.
You know what I'm saying? They got cousins, or they're from here from their damn self. That's just what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Florida is a football factory.
Yeah.
You can't go. Yeah. You can go to the smallest of towns in the state of Florida and go to their center or whatever, and there's a sports medicine guy there. Go to any high school game and watch these kids. We eat, breathe, and sleep football in this state. We don't play around. We don't.
Not only that, Captain, but I noticed over the years that when it come down to recruiting out of the state of Florida, they used to hit the well-known schools, but now they going to these small schools in Florida and grabbing players.
Well, because it's just like a kid that gets an offer from Alabama but chooses to go to Oklahoma or something like that. Not that Oklahoma is that much smaller, obviously, but opportunities and depth chart things. Kids in this school, you're not gonna St. Thomas Aquinas might be filled up. You might not get your shot till you're a senior. Well, I'm not looking to do that as a sophomore. Wait 2 years. I'd rather play for Immokalee and be one of the dudes, because you're going to get recognized there too.
Or I'd rather play for Oklahoma, get drafted by the Eagles, go to the Super Bowl, and get a $179 million contract.
See, color's picking up what I'm putting down.
Exactly.
Color's picking up what I'm putting down.
Exactly. Yeah. He went out to Oklahoma and balled out, and now he got him a Super Bowl ring. Oh well.
Yeah, but what sucks
one
about
path.
Jalen
Well,
Hurts,
real quick. One path. Well, hold on, Pete. One path for number one was use politics, propaganda, and media to hype yourself up. The other one was put your nose to the grindstone, ball out, and worry about your play. And that's the way, your path. And I mean, one of them has already been more successful than the other. I'm just saying.
And think about this, Connor. One had it really hard. He was a second or third round draft pick, but when he went there, he had to beat out a former first round draft pick who, guess what, was also in the MVP conversations prior to his injury in Carson Wentz. So Jalen Hurts didn't have it easy. He had it tough from the beginning, trying to beat those obstacles.
Ooh, that's right. That's right.
And he's also got 80% of the Dolphins fan base and 50% of his own fan base that literally thinks Tua is better.
Well, I will say this: no one can take away the absolute respect that Jalen Hurts has earned by just not giving up and enduring and rising to the occasion.
That's right.
That's
look, the real story.
Here's the deal. And no matter how much they change the rules of the game, because the game rules, as everyone knows, is changing all the time. It's better protecting of the quarterbacks. The equipment is getting more high tech, everything like that. But you can do everything you want. But the bottom line is it's going to come down to the superior athlete that can do the minimum requirements that they're going to go inside with. So you can be a great passer. You can have, the best hands, but if you don't have the speed or you don't have the athleticism, you're never going to keep up. And that's really what it comes down to. They can change the game all they want. They can scheme. They can get smarter. But the superior athletes are the ones that always rise to the occasion. And look no further than teams who have consistently built well and had success that fall short, like the Niners or whatever. They're always trying to find the next athlete at the quarterback position. Not saying that Tua doesn't have the athleticism, but is he able to endure and continue? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why did Hurts leave Alabama in the first place? Anybody know? Man?
Because he lost his job to Tua.
He lost his job to Tua. Tua beat him out. No, what happened? No, here's the thing. What happened? Jalen Hurts got hurt, and Tua stepped in and balled out.
Okay, he lost his job. He lost his job.
And so when he came, right? So when
due to injury,
right?
Due to injury.
And then when he I guess when he recovered from his injury, Tua beat, like I said, balled out. And so
the irony of a guy that loses his job to another guy, and then is more successful quicker than the guy that can't lose his job to anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But see, nobody brings this up about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is a coach's son. His father and his family provided him the necessary support for him to make that kind of a recovery. No one ever brings it up, but I mean, he was not allowed to quit. You know what I'm saying? When he would have felt doubt, when Tua takes that job, and he would have been doubting himself and been down on himself. His family played a huge role in him being able to repackage himself, refocus, and become the player he's become. Listen, I'm not a huge Jalen Hurts fan, honestly, but I damn sure respect the way he's fought back and proven himself and carved out a place for himself in this league and been rewarded now with that big contract. It's a lesson, it's a sight to behold. You know.
Yeah.
One thing people don't realize about the Jalen Hurts, when he took over that franchise, the ship was sinking, bro. They fired their coach, and it was down spiraling.
And there was
able to
pressure on him to perform.
Yeah.
People doubted that whether he was the right guy at quarterback. Like I said, I'm still not completely sold on him. I think he does have accuracy issues, but like Cap just said, his his athleticism.
Is it accuracy or ball placement? Because he threw a higher completion percentage than Tua this year.
You're right. Hey, I'm not an expert enough to tell you which one it is, Crypto. I won't fake like I know, but he's been impressive.
Right,
Good
and
shit.
he has a never say die motor, and also he has strong leadership. Period. His leadership. That man has a strong leadership because
his will to succeed is unquestionable.
Exactly.
I tell you this, he can't sing worth a damn though, man.
Wait a minute, you try to hear him sing?
Yeah, he can't sing worth a damn, man.
Hell no.
I ain't never heard him try.
I think it was after the championship game. I think, it was after their championship game. I forget who they beat, but the team was up on the podium, man. He was up there trying to sing and shit.
You're not confusing him with Waddle, because I know Waddle definitely can't sing.
I'm not confusing him with Waddle, man. I think it was after their championship game.
I didn't know he was trying to sing.
Yeah, he was, in the middle of the field, up on the podium. The team was up there, man. He was up front trying to sing, man. I was like, damn, Jalen, you need to stop.
All I know, he needs to give Russell Westbrook his wardrobe back.
Good grief, Crypto. Good grief, Crypto.
That's what I know.
Yeah, man. But I like I said, I think that Jalen Hurts had a tough uphill to you know what I'm saying, they had to do a lot of retooling.
Yeah, because that's the other thing too. They had to change. They had to change their scheme to kind of fit him. Mm-hmm. And they did a good job at it. Just like I said, he had to not actually walk in the same shoes as who was that? Colin Wentz that was there before him?
Hey, by the way, I wanted to bring this up.
Right. I think it was Wentz.
By the way, I brought this up last week that Ndamukong Suh turned down the Jets because he said there weren't a contender. Well, guess what? This morning I saw on Twitter that according to Barstool Sports, D-Hop not only said no to the Jets but the Patriots.
Good. That's good.
Oh, he said that. They asked him about both, huh?
Mm-hmm. He said he don't want to go to either one of those teams.
I'm glad.
He's probably going to Baltimore then. What happens if he ends up in Baltimore?
Who knows? Hey, listen. All I know is
say a lot.
All I know is the whatchamacallit, I seen today where Lamar Jackson got on ESPN. Lamar Jackson got a contract offer from Baltimore, guaranteeing him $200 million.
Are you going to take that?
$200 million.
Yeah, 200 of us guaranteed. How much was the total, Shake Money?
I don't know. I just saw the 200 mil, which that's the only thing that really matters at the end of the day.
So 200 guaranteed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if Hurts don't get injured, 200 and something of his is guaranteed, right?
150.
I thought it was 179.
No,
it's 179. He was supposed to get 250. He was supposed to get 255 million, but it's 179 guaranteed.
Okay,
179 guaranteed.
Let's see something here. Jalen Hurts, right?
I'm doing stats.
Right, Mr. Pope.
I'm doing
You
stats.
right, Mr. Pope.
Okay, I'm getting a little better with my stats now. Slowly, very slowly.
Hey, Shake, man. Thanks for letting me on, man. I'm gonna step out.
All right, Kari. Thanks as always,
All right,
man.
KP.
It's a pleasure for man. Thank you for coming by.
All right. Good night, y'all. Peace.
All right, KP.
Peace.
All right, KP.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down in about 30 minutes. So
yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna say this. No matter what's
what the situation with Tua is. If he's when the season starts, he's our QB1. You know, I gotta get behind and support him, regardless. So, you know, and then the decision for him to play is going to be his decision and the Miami Dolphins. So we can, you know, sit here and discuss this and that, you know, about his consistency, his health, and all that. But it just boils down to what he wants to do and what the Dolphins want him to do.
Yeah.
I just don't. I see like a very slim chance. Like I don't. Like we gave him the 5th-year option. You guys get it, right? But let's say we miss the playoffs. What are we gonna do? Oh wait, now we got to get a right tackle for him. Now we got to get a running back for him.
Well,
you forgot about the kicker, Pete. We're gonna have to get a field goal kicker. So when we
I had
cross
to
the 50-yard
I had
line,
to sneeze real quick. But that's what I was saying. Like
we need Justin Tucker on his team.
So what are we gonna do if we miss the playoffs? Is he secured next year to abide by that? Like we didn't get the kicker, like you said. We don't have the running game, and we're gonna fix the O-line next season.
I got a question.
Hey, by the way,
according
to the New York Post,
list this time around.
According to the New York Post, they offered $250 million with $200 million guarantee. So $250. So, and he turned that down.
Yeah,
he turned down the 200 guaranteed down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, this is what I don't get.
Right.
Look, check this out.
He might think he can get 215 to 225.
Check this out. We're talking about a franchise like the Carolina Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
They were in conversations for Deshaun Watson. Why aren't they all over Lamar Jackson? These guys are really going to take Bryce Young? Would you not actually prefer to get something
or
proved?
Richardson? Yeah. They probably, Pete.
No,
they want an Alabama quarterback. Alabama quarterbacks are proven in this league.
Yeah, okay, Crypto.
They're the most proven quarterbacks in NFL history. So you got to go with Bryce Young. It's obvious.
You heard the new narrative? You heard the new narrative going around? Well, it's the NFL. Everybody gets hurt now. So now, because a lot of quarterbacks get hurt and small ones, it's okay now. So now it's okay. Because a lot of the small ones are getting hurt. So now it's okay. No, a lot of them are getting
I actually want him to go to the Colts with Jonathan Taylor to see what an Alabama quarterback would have been like with Jonathan Taylor, who we should have picked. I really want him to go to the Colts.
I want
that to play out. Yes, I want Bryce Young to go to the Colts so he can actually go to the team that has Jonathan Taylor and see how he pans out. Don't let him blossom and blow up. That'll say a lot about Chris Grier.
I truly believe Bryce Young is going to fail in this league.
Well, Chris Grier about to hope he doesn't.
Wait, you talking about the quarterback from Alabama?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
And he's small.
I don't know about that.
He's gonna get hit.
He's got legs.
You know what they
wheels.
say? Oh no, he has eyes on the back of his head. That's how good. He's so good that people think he has eyes on the back of his head.
No, but Randall Cunningham was kind of a small quarterback too.
Yeah, he was thin. He was
thin. He wasn't big like Josh Allen.
Right. He was kind of tall, but he was thin. You're right.
Yeah.
Well, Bryce Young is fast. He's fast as far as he can.
He's not gonna. I feel like he's gonna get swallowed.
Yeah,
it's not gonna happen for him.
He's got a big enough arm to throw it from 7 yards back.
This year,
I think so did Kyler Murray, but Kyler Murray, look at it, he's eventually getting devoured too.
Yeah, and he's fast. Think about that.
He's trying to do too much.
Who's faster than Kyler Murray?
But see, here's the thing.
They're about the same height. They're both 5'10". You know that Bryce Young is 5'10".
You remember Kyler Murray when they started out 10-1, he was in the MVP conversation. Oh, what did we hit that language report? He was in the MVP conversation.
How dare you?
When they was 10-1.
Yep.
Remember that talk, Shake Money? The Cardinals, they was tearing the league up at 10-1, and Kyler Murray was MVP talk discussion.
He even got a contract extension because of
Sound
that
eerily familiar to somebody that we hold close to our hearts.
Hey, by the way,
about people having a conversation of MVP talk and what happened the following season.
You know who gave him that one loss?
I think it was the 49ers, wasn't it?
Nope, I can tell you right now.
Or the Rams. I think it was a divisional game.
Nope, it wasn't a divisional game. Mr. Jared Goff himself. It was Jared Goff beat him.
Oh, it was. Okay.
Yeah, Jared Goff beat him.
And they lost to the Lions?
Yeah, by a lot, too. But Kyler Murray wasn't playing that game. He was injured.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah, they was on a tear, Shake Money.
They was.
Cardinal team was playing pretty good. And then they had all them injuries start piling up. D-Hop.
Wheels fell off.
The wheels fell off straight from there.
And then also too, sometimes some of these teams, figure out your weakness. Because I'm starting to see that with Josh Allen too. They're figuring out how he's playing. So, I'm gonna be straight. I think the Miami Dolphins really exposed Josh Allen to the NFL. So,
You think we gave Cincinnati the blueprint, but they had the better personnel? You think Cincinnati stole our blueprint, Mr. Polk?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Because Cincinnati was actually playing them good until the Hamlin situation. I think Cincinnati already know how to play them well.
Yeah, and really, that's pretty much with any team or any major players on some of these teams. Sooner or later, somebody you play is going to expose you, and these other teams are going to be watching, and they're going to look at the film, and they're going to be ready for you.
Right. It's a copycat league. You're right, Mr. Polk. And our head coach has got to figure out something, because that last 7 games down the rest of the season, that's on film. You can't hide that.
You ain't kidding about that. He got, because I'm hoping that the nickname I gave him, the mad scientist, that he will come up with another concoction.
Like he needs, exactly.
Right.
He needs a new chemistry set. He needs to throw that over in the trash can. He blew the laboratory up with that January performance.
There you go. Exactly.
Maybe about we're closing shop around 9:00. So yeah, 9:00. We'll still be on for a good 20 more minutes. So if you want to come up, Amicus.
Shake Money. What's the cocktail? What's the new cocktail? Shake Money.
The new cocktail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I got to work on that gaslighting. Your gaslighting cocktail.
Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
You have to make it like lime green. Give it like a mysterious color or something.
Yeah. All right. For sure. It's definitely going to involve 151 rum. I can tell you that.
Or like a bluish color or something.
I'll work on. I got something for you, bro. I got some blue cacao, which is like an orange liqueur, which is my favorite. I make blue Hawaiians out of that. I should stop the chain.
So, what do you guys think about the reports of the Dolphins looking to trade up in the first round?
But hey, Pete, I have something for you. What do you think of a lot of people? Clump, I don't care. I never seen. I don't know who he is, but I know who he is. Clump is one of the most. I think he is not respected, but he's a big member of this community. A lot of people don't like him because of his Tua takes. He put out a tweet saying that Miami is interested in the
trade for Trey Lance.
Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Right.
They're trying to keep that a secret. They're trying to keep that a secret. I already this isn't new. This is something that there's ties to Mike McDaniel with Trey Lance. And it just makes too much sense. Like, if
did Mike McDaniel help recruit him when we got those picks from him when they drafted him? Was Mike McDaniel was on that staff, right?
Yeah, they're saying the reason he is because he pounded the table for it. He was the one who pounded the table.
And you know what? And it'll be such a genius move. Listen to me, Shake. It'll be such a genius move if our coach Mike McDaniel could turn around, trade Tua for Trey Lance, 1-on-1 trade. Boom.
Oh,
because
man,
our organization would prefer.
Fire, Pete.
Yeah, that would be awesome because our organization would feel comfortable with our coaching staff, with the guy that he probably was trying to groom in San Francisco, Mike McDaniel. but then there's a good competition with Skylar Thompson. So there's all fair play there. And that screams longevity in a quarterback room to me. That sounds interesting. That sounds like a quarterback room that'll have more respect. Honestly, it's a fair battle.
Mm-hmm. If they was in a business of fair battle, I would believe it. But you know, this team ain't in the business of fair battle. They anoint people starters. You get anointed. That's an anointed position. You should know that now, Pete. The quarterback position is the only anointed position on this team.
And you gotta think about it. Both quarterbacks need a new scenery because they're just not liked in the current situation they're at.
Well,
yeah.
It all depends on
that would be something.
On what Miami Dolphins.
Trust me, it's only the internet. It's only the internet that likes Tua and Chris Grier. Chris Grier and the staff like Tua, and then the internet. Nobody in real life, they don't like Tua. You never met.
Yeah, that 8 times that he tried to convince people. That's what kind of got me puzzled. He's going around 8 different times trying to convince people that he's the one. To believe in him. I don't. That was kind of strange.
What's up, Amicus? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, Shake? What's up, man?
Hey, let me ask you this.
Hey, Amicus, are you ready for Josh? Hey, Amicus.
One thing. Yeah, what's up?
No, I was going to say, listen.
I was going to say, Amicus, you ready for Josh Allen to be out of the league in 2 seasons?
Yeah.
No, but it's funny. It's everybody brings this up with Tua, and I think it's a fair point that he's going to be he's going to play better under year 2. Now, check this out. Being that Josh Allen went 13-3 under his first year with Ken Dorsey, that bitch from I can't. Anyway, that's another story. Anyway, what do you think? You think he's going to improve or with year 2 now under Ken Dorsey? Or you think it's going to be the same?
First off, I just want to say that all I've heard all day long is like Dolphin on Dolphin crime. So I came up here so I can reunite the fan base, right? And what better person to do it than the capital of Bill's Mafia? That's point number 1.
Mark is the capital of
Yeah,
a lot of Dolphin on Dolphin crime today.
Yeah, a lot of it, bro. All right, and point number 2 is I don't know, man. You listen to Bean's press conference, you can kind of tell that they had a sit down with Ken Dorsey. I loved what I heard. I heard that Ken Dorsey on the offseason took his job very seriously, realized he made a lot of mistakes last year, and really improved for year 2. So I am not a Dorsey fan, but I love what I hear. I think these motherfuckers had a sit down with him, and it's going to pay dividends.
Dorsey.
And now we got the breaking news of Von Miller saying that Hopkins deal might be happening soon. And if that happens, bro, 15-1. Everybody's in trouble.
15-1?
15-2.
Yeah, you got to actually got a first round exit.
15-2.
And I'm
Kevin Lee, hold on. Kevin Lee, what's up, Shake Money and panel? Biggest supporter here of the TFTG. Let's go. What do you guys think of Miami overall chances with their schedule? Just see 9-8, 8-9 with Tua. Mike White needs to win 3 or 4 games. Thank you again for the $20.
Kevin Lee does not honestly watch enough football to be even talking about Mike White, knowing we got Skyler. Hello.
I knew Pete was going to say that. Pete, I was trying to tell him, Skylar Thompson, me and Andrevius got a bet. The Skylar will be eventually playing 3 to 4 games as the number 2 guy.
Oh,
I like Bananas coming here 15-2.
That's an easy bet.
No, actually, you're gonna be owing my man Lewis $100. Amicus, though.
Lewis should already pay up right now, man. Just like don't even.
Amicus.
I guess
I gotta be honest. Look.
Andrea's gonna owe me as many hot dogs as Stephen D.
Look, Amicus, I'm a little concerned now because I don't know if you know, but Josh Allen is one of my favorite quarterbacks in the league, right? As of today, he's one of my favorite to watch. I mean, the guy does it all. But now you got the general manager and Josh Allen confirming, and I'm just getting like selective amnesia, I guess you can call it. But Ron Rivera and Cam Newton were in the same discussions around this same time in their career. They didn't want them to run. They wanted to change up his game to transition more into a pocket passer. And this is where I think, like, things start to get involved internally in the organization when things start to tear down and break down. Do you not feel like it can happen just like as easy as Ron Rivera and Cam Newton if they're not getting along with McDermott and Josh Allen because Josh Allen is running, despite him not getting injured, they're still gonna try to slow that down in his game.
I think when they say they're going to try to slow it down, and Josh Allen talked about it in the press conference, I think it's more designed runs they're talking about. Like, you can't take the dog out.
Sorry, hey, Amicus. Sorry,
you're saying the coaching staff don't want him running no more.
You're banned for 20 minutes. So sorry.
What the fuck?
Hello?
No, man. God. He said he united the fan base. He already did it. He took it with a badge of honor, Shake.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kevin Lee. You guys have a fun night. Catch you guys later.
Did
man.
it.
All right, Pete. Be safe, my brother.
All right, Pete. We'll see you at the game.
All right, see you on
at
the
Super
stream
Bowl.
somewhere. Yep, let's do it. Good night, fellas.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
God damn. Hamburger.
Man, what a dandy.
Kevin Lee, you should be in the Hall of Fame, baby. Appreciate you.
Hey, Shake, can you answer this question, Shake Money?
What's good?
Why is a hamburger called a hamburger when ham is not in it?
Okay, why do feet smell? Why do feet run and noses run?
Right. Good. That's a good one too. The noses are running. The feet are definitely smelling. Oh man! I was like, they got the term hamburger, but it's no ham inside of a burger.
No, but y'all know where the name hamburger came from, right?
Go ahead, Mr. Paul. Enlighten us,
If I'm not
Mr. Paul.
mistaken, now I'm just guessing, or just might. I think it came from the a city in Germany.
Ham, yeah, hamburger.
Hamburg.
Okay, I got you.
Right.
I see what you're saying.
I think
Yeah.
there's some kind
That
of
is a
tie
city
to
there.
that.
Okay,
I think
it could be. That could be it.
There. I'm not too sure,
Right.
but I got to do my research on that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But looking at the construction of the word, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. Because
I'm like, where's the ham at?
Mm-hmm.
We all know ham is pork and hamburgers is
beef in general. Exactly. Hamburger is beef.
Goodness.
Hamburger is Germany.
Right.
Why do we run? Wait, why do we drive on a parkway but park in the driveway?
Yeah.
What's going on,
The
Louis?
driveway.
Welcome back, my brother. How you doing?
What's up, brother from another mother, Louis?
Hope I didn't run you off with this Pro Tour talk.
Oh
Lewis is that general.
It was a lot of dolphin on dolphin crime, Louis. You got to save us from ourselves.
Listen, it should be. No, Shake. I came up. I know you're getting ready to close it down from what it looks like.
If you need, hey, if you're back, I'll extend it if you want me to, bro.
Oh no, I mean no. We don't have to extend it. It is what it is. I felt bad. I had to leave. One of the night crews that I got out, they just ended up getting into an accident. So.
Oh shit! Is he okay? Is he okay?
Everything's all right, man?
Yeah. It's just a little fender bender, but again, bro, it's like it's ridiculous. So I got these calls, and
trust me. Well, my lady, she's a manager. I'm not gonna say where, but she's a manager, and somebody got hit in the parking lot. And she had she just got home from work. No, actually, it was on her day off. She had to freaking put on her makeup, all that bullshit, just to go for like 10 minutes to go to the scene. I'm like, God damn, boy, on her day off.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Well, I wasn't going all the way out there.
But
I'm definitely not doing that.
I hope everything go right. I hope everything,
Bro, I got a bunch of
everything all
drivers. I just got a bunch of drivers that are careless, and they're trying to fly and just
Oh, one of those situations.
You be like, dude, you get paid by the hour. Relax,
bro. That's what I'm saying. And
exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah, right. Get paid by the hour.
Well, it's just the problem that at my company specifically, they don't hire. They won't look at your resume because it's logistics, is a driving job, but they'll always hire within the company. So I have a lot of people that have just worked in the actual dispensaries that are younger kids that see an opening in logistics, and since we pay a lot more than what they're making in the dispensary, they'll put in their transfer. And the company doesn't look, hey, this 24-year-old kid he might have experience in work and he's worked before, but he's never been behind a vehicle. He's never had driving experience. And just because they put in the transfer, they'll hire within. So
man, that's risky.
Bro, I get either they're hitting other cars, which like today there was a fender bender where they hit someone on the road. But bro, you don't imagine how many times I get emails from either I've had a driver run into the actual building, like I put them in a box truck and they've sideswiped leaving the property, and they sideswipe the roof, or the big like dumpsters, they'll back into the dumpsters and stuff, and it's nonsense, bro. It's complete nonsense. So, but that's why I ended up leaving the day shake.
Yeah, I told Amicus he needed to give you your money, man. So,
bro, Amicus, I'm not worried.
We're gonna split that, Lewis. We gotta split it.
I want Amicus to know that I've already been looking to make restaurant reservations. I got my wife already looking at different restaurants and stuff.
Go ahead,
bro, come on, bro. That's money in the bag. That is money in the bag.
Money in the bag right there.
You heard the general, Amicus. The general has spoken.
Go one of those fancy seafood restaurants down there in Tampa.
No. You know what? With $100, you can enjoy yourself at a nice Roof Chris, baby.
Oh,
Roof Chris? Okay.
What's that?
It's a steakhouse.
It's a steakhouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they got them. They got them up here too.
I don't think they have them down here, man.
Hey, by the way,
they closed it.
Kevin Lee again. Down. I've been hearing Lewis and Pete and Crypto cook over on Batman's channel earlier. Gotta love the heat. Damn right. Especially when Lewis bring it.
Way to go, Kevin Lee. We appreciate the love.
That's why I call Lewis the general.
But one thing why me and Lewis jive so well is because when we I think we take our feelings out when we talk about this team, we take our feelings out of it. And if whether you like the player or not, we try to call it from an objective value. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a place of hate. It's a place of objectivity. And that's pretty much how I like to call it.
Absolutely. Nice. And see, I will never. I try to be as objective as I can with whatever player it is. But the one thing for me, like, I know people might see me and they're like, "Oh, here comes the screamer. Here comes Lewis." But I never attack someone again personally. And bro, I don't care how you fan this team. If you're a Tua guy, that's fine. I don't care that you're a Tua guy. Just don't get mad at me because I might have a difference of opinion, or don't get like it. Just is what it is, bro. I fan the way I fan, Mr. Paul, Crypto, Shake Money. We all see the game differently. And that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter how you're going to fan or how you root for the team or root for a player or whatever. I'll debate people's football takes, but I'll never get personal with somebody because of their takes, neither.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I think I try to be fair with everybody. Like, and again, me and Crypto got into a shouting match, what was it, 2 or 3 days ago? But Crypto's my motherfucking homie.
Yeah.
Like that's the homie. You know what I'm saying? Like, me and Color have got into it. Me and Shake, Shake told the story the other day. The first time me and Shake were actually, I think, on a panel together.
Larry,
we started going in on each other, right? Mm-hmm. Now me and Shake co-host the show together because that's my dog. Like, bro, I'm not here to be a robot. I'm not here to agree with Color, Crypto, and Shake Money. I'm not here to do that. But I'm not.
There's no hard feelings at all.
There's no hard feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is.
Well, I remember the first time I talked, one of the first few times I talked to Crypto, we were yelling at each other about DVP. Obviously,
last summer, I remember that.
Yeah. We obviously know that it was crypto defending Devontae Parker, but either way, no.
You're right, Jake, but
but
starch supporter, man. I'm a starch supporter.
Yeah.
Nah, but everybody, we're all different and we all see things differently, but the common ground we have is that we are Miami Dolphins, period. And we have to, and my thing is, I'm going to try to respect any and everybody. And just like earlier today, I went on, what's that? I go on TD's thing, and and I go in and hit the like button there, and I go to some of the other platforms and hit the like button whether I agree with them or not, because we all, like I said, we all are Miami Dolphins, because I don't agree with all the platforms, but I support them because we're Miami Dolphins, period.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's right, Mr. Pope.
That's the way it should be, man.
Yeah.
Because we all come from different backgrounds, different experiences, and growing up starting points where we entered the whole Dolphins family.
Well, I know I missed a lot of the show, but I did get a sneak peek one time where I caught a little break, and I seen El Capitan and Color up here. What was that like? What were their feelings?
In
reference to what are you referencing?
Well, anything in general.
I took a break.
Like some of the interviews and what was like had came out today on some of the interviews and stuff. What were their thoughts on it? Well, actually, I kind of know Color's thoughts.
Because Color, look, to be fair, Color didn't, concussion or not, he still doesn't think that Tua's the guy, and that's his right to not to think that way.
Right.
So, and I think it's pretty much what El Capitan is saying. It's they're refurbishing. They're trying to sell you bullshit, refurbished bullshit, pretty much. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I at the end of the day, I don't understand why they have these press conferences, because at the end of the day, they have handlers, having them say this is what they might ask you, this is what they might ask you, whatever. And Louis, were you there when I said, listen? Yeah, I did. You were there. I believe they cut that press conference short. Because like I said, those press conferences are usually 20 minutes, especially with Tua.
Oh yeah, I think that somebody in the PR department kind of seen where the interview was going, and to your point, Shake, there wasn't a lot of football questions, which for me, I didn't mind it, but to your point, I think the PR kind of department had enough and was like, hey, we're gonna cut this thing short. They didn't, bro, because again, listen, I'll just say it again. In my opinion, I think Tua is going to be pretty good this year. Barring any injury, I do think Tua is going to take another step forward. And whether, people agree with me or not, that's fine. It is what it is. That's just my opinion. But from an interview standpoint and from, like, I can't not lie neither. Like, today, it was ugly for Tua. The interview today didn't do that young man any justice, and I think Tua has to. I think from an interview standpoint, I think Tua has a lot to learn in that aspect, and I'll just leave it at that. I just don't think Tua's a very good interviewer. I don't, and I think he's honest to a default, and sometimes you just got to, some of the questions I think he could have answered.
Have a way with words.
Like have a way with words.
Yeah, I just don't think Tua's good with his words, and I just think that, again, today, just from an outside perspective and as a fan and just watching it and listening to it, I didn't like how Tua came off in the interview. You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes you gotta step out of your comfort zone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know if the media intentionally try to lay trap for him, maybe just ask some general questions about the situation. But he's got to learn how to handle it a lot better as far as,
And see,
not putting
some
a
of that,
perception out there that they're going to spin everything into, whatever preconceived notion or narrative that they had about you. So kind of dug it, to Lewis's point, he kind of dug himself a ditch.
You got 5 more
the
minutes left, Amicus.
with them doing that.
right. And not to
Amicus get
and this,
banned or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell my wife that when I win that $100 for Amicus, I'm gonna donate it back to the channel to time him out. That's what I'm gonna use his $100 for.
The time himself out.
Oh, good.
Oh man, that's a good one.
No, but I think
100-minute timeout. Man, that's a long timeout.
Yeah, I'm gonna use his money to put it in a good use, man.
And this is only speculation. I think also too, it might be his upbringing and maybe even his religion that makes him the way, the way that he is, where he's soft spoken and what have you. But if you're talking about the NFL, you might have to step out of that zone and be the leader in the court and be the leader and quarterback that you can be.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can understand, people upbringing and what have you, but when you on your job, sometimes you have to leave that home. You can't bring your home, your work, your personal life to your job. You have to, and vice versa. It's not always good to take your job to your home. So I don't know. I'm just kind of mixed as far as interview go, but it was kind of down to see what I see.
Scott Jackson, listen, I'm just gonna inform you. I'm gonna let you know. You could keep taking shots at me with the unicorn rainbows and unicorns and stuff, but you better be on my side. You better not be siding with Amicus over a Dolphin fan. I'm just letting you know that, Scott. All right, you choose me over Amicus. God damn it! I'm just letting you know.
Get him, Lord.
Oh man, that's great. Man,
have to wait and see. Have to wait and see. But like I said,
you're right, Mr. Pope.
When day one comes and he's our QB1, I'm supporting him regardless. He has my support because he is a Miami Dolphin and he's our QB1, so it has to support him. Plain and simple.
Yeah. To Lewis's point, in order for him to take that next step, I think he has to have more mastery of the playbook. Meaning, when everything breaks down, he needs to do a Brett Favre and draw up a play in the dirt and know how to be able to improvise and know how to tell a receiver. Instead of going 15 yards in cut, you just break it off at 9 and go out. You make slight adjustments to within the play itself. You can still run the same play, but communicate with your receivers, running backs on changing within the play itself. That shows me mastery of the playbook. When you can start doing that, then that'll take your game to a whole nother level.
Yeah, like you said, improvise, and then
because sometimes Mr. Coach. Sometimes coaches are there to bail you out, but sometimes you have to bail the coaches out too. Because sometimes coaches make dumb mistakes too. When a quarterback has mastery of a playbook, he has a tendency to bail out his own coaches from stupid plays.
Mm-hmm.
It got to be the other way around too. You can't always depend on your coach to bail you out.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I see some of the comments in the chat and stuff. And listen, again, am I going to come out here and say that I think Tua is a world beater and he's the best quarterback in the league? And no, I'm not saying that. But
No, nobody said that. You're right.
Like, I'm not saying that neither, but
No, you're not saying that.
do I think that Tua can be productive? Do I think Tua can win games? And again,
Yes, he's shown it.
I said this a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago. I think Tua Tagovailoa's comp is Jimmy Garoppolo. And
That's
again,
a fair comp.
Jimmy Garoppolo has won. Look at his record as a starter. He's a winning quarterback. He's been in NFC Championship games. He's been in Super Bowl. Now, again, has the team around him been more? Has Jimmy Garoppolo, I would say, is more of a game manager and has gotten, I don't want to say carried, but, you know, did it help Jimmy Garoppolo to have a great team around him? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, look at our team, right? We have a great team around Tua. If you take your feelings out and you look and you just look at this roster and you look up and down, the talent is very comparable to what the San Francisco 49ers put around Jimmy Garoppolo, and they had success. And for me, that's what I'm banking on. Not so much that Tua is an elite quarterback in this league. What I'm banking on is Tua staying healthy, Tua kind of progressing, giving us the play that we had last year in that 13-game stretch. And again, we were 8-3. I don't care if people get mad about it or not. That's what we were. And I just think that if Tua continues on that level and gets a little bit better with the team that he has around him, I do think this team should be very competitive.
No,
and you know what? And
that's ignorant. That's ignorant.
No, but
Damn, who did me like that, man?
Wasn't me. I had to have my hands on the buttons.
Oh, I know. Oh, okay. Wait till we get backstage.
Remember, everybody, as the great Marcellus Wiley just said yesterday, think like a man of action and act like a man of thought. Best thing I've heard all week. Shout out to Marcellus Wiley. I know he's a former Buffalo Bill, but who cares?
Right.
The greatest thing I heard all week. Think like a man of action.
That's a t-shirt moment.
Man of thought.
That's a t-shirt moment. I got to put that on a t-shirt now.
By the way, that's one of the reasons why Lamar wants to leave Baltimore, because they're trying to put the whole team on his back, and he's like, "Fuck it, I need help. God damn it."
Yep.
It kind of sound like Aaron Rodgers when he was out there at Green Bay. He was out there at Green Bay.
Hey, I thought Color was only throwing me under the bus 2 days ago with the poll, and now he does it again. It's unbelievable, Color.
Another poll?
Another poll.
Got to get another poll going.
Y'all still, I told y'all still had to contend with me.
Amicus, you're ready.
All the Kool-Aid you want, but
Amicus, your ban has been lifted until unless whatchamacallit tells me otherwise. He has a few more. Kevin Lee has few more credits left, so come on while you can.
He's got 100-minute ban upcoming in the next 9 months.
That motherfucker. I think he has as many banned minutes on this channel as you have as Stephen D owes you hot dogs.
Yeah. Man, shake, buddy.
Come back up,
but really though, as far as the way I felt all day, like Shake, we've been like this has been the topic all day. This is what I meant by, the concussion is irrelevant to me, because the fact that we sat here all day as Dolphin fans and chopped it up about our quarterback, and none of it had to do with football. Not one bit of it had to do with football. Now, people can blame us for that. But what the hell else are we supposed to talk about? Yeah. The man didn't talk about football. So
yeah, he didn't talk football today. Yeah.
I'd really like somebody to point out the fan base that has to go through this every single offseason with their quarterback.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? Like I said, Color, one thing, I don't begrudge anybody like with Lewis. I didn't say what he liked the questions. I gave my opinion. I just gave you my opinion on the press conference. I didn't like the press conference because there was no football questions asked. There was just all the
that's bullshit. The point. That's the point I'm trying to make is like, I'm you know, people can be upset with the press conference for various different reasons, but I mean, I haven't really heard many people say that they're upset that the press conference happened. Like the fact that it could happen, and those are the questions that have to be answered. You know,
yeah,
like, that's where I'm at. I'm still stuck in Green Bay, or you know, in Hard Rock on Christmas Day. I'm still stuck there. Like,
and I want you to think. I want you to think about this, Color.
You frozen in time.
He hasn't been on camera since December. You don't think that he has a team of PR people right with every scenario question they could think of to dance around what they asked today?
Well, you would think if they wanted to keep up the narrative that they've been keeping up, you would think that they would have done some coaching in that arena.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But again, it's continued, like TD pointed out today. It's a continuous contradiction. Every single thing that comes out about this concussion and the nature of the benching and all this other stuff, every bit of it's a contradiction. Every single time one of them comes out and talks about it.
It seems like a different story each time.
And you know what? I asked this to Lewis. I'm going to ask you this, Color. Check this out. They said that according to Chris Grier, because we heard the press conference, they weren't shopping Cedric Wilson, right? And Austin Jackson is the right tackle. So if the fans think that that's just GM talk, why isn't Tua, our quarterback, GM speak as well?
Now, I've had that question for months, man. That still doesn't get answered because they know the answer to that question, Shake. The answer to that question is we either choose to believe everything out of his mouth or nothing out of his mouth.
Exactly.
And also, you can choose either one, but you have to make a stand and choose. You can't just be like cherry picking going, oh, well, today I think Chris Grier is an honest, forthright man. And tomorrow he's a gifted political speaker that you can never really know what he's saying. You know?
Right.
Yeah, they call that
right,
flip-flopping.
I mean,
that's called flip-flopping.
And the other thing I want to say is that, this idea that, it only happens here because there's people out there praising the 49ers right now for having the ability to burn up a bunch of capital making a draft pick and then moving off of it right away and saying, so what we spent on it, it's a bust, move on. Mm-hmm. They were being praised today for having the ability to do that. You know why? Because despite whether Jeremy Clump was correct or not, or lying or not, mm-hmm. it has now been reported by the mainstream media that the 49ers are, in fact, fielding phone calls for Trey Lance. 3rd overall pick.
Yep.
Who's laughing at them? Who in their fan base is going, how dare you? Who's getting fired over it? Who's arguing over whether they're doing it or not? Nobody. And nobody cares.
That's a very good point, Color. That's a very good point.
I've made it, but same with Arizona, Lewis.
I agree. Yeah.
They go out there and tell the whole world their quarterback is stupid, and nobody has a problem with it. First, they moved off of Josh Rosen after 1 year.
Oh, my goodness.
And then they go out here and tell everybody that they put a special clause in their quarterback's contract that will force him to learn football. That'll force him to hit the books.
Yeah, pretty much. Study the playbook.
Is anybody out there going, how dare you question that adult human being in his craft? He's an NFL quarterback. Nobody. Who's marching for these guys? Who marches for Josh Rosen? Who marches for Kyler Murray? Who marches for Trey Lance? Who marches for Cleo Lemon? Who marches for Pat White? Who marches for every other garbage quarterback that's ever graced this league? And now we got one that's busy learning how to transfer the energy when he takes a fall.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done with it, bro. I don't know what I mean. It's the question I had when the bully gate thing was going on. Is anybody in Miami interested whatsoever in playing football?
Mm-hmm. What's up, Mr. Negative? Welcome back.
That time.
Thanks, Shake Money. No, I was just listening to Color. And
what's up, Mr. Negative?
Right?
I know I sounded pretty good. That was like, damn it.
You were spot on, like what you're saying there. Other teams, other fan bases can, just move on from a player. Like not our fan base. We have to protect this kid. We have to coddle him. We have to make excuses for him. Everything under the sun, and everything's a contradiction. This whole concussion stuff is a contradiction. Right? Did the Dolphins put him in the Dolphin concussion protocol, or was he put in the NFL concussion protocol?
Right.
Or the personal, or his personal concussion protocol.
Yeah, it was Dolphin concussion protocol. And again, next year we're going to do the same thing because when the NFL, when this kid takes a hit, everyone's going to say, "Oh, concussion, put him in the protocol. He's going to miss like 8 weeks, and we're going to find out that he's just not ready to go." And every hit is going to be scrutinized, and we're never going to know whether we have a QB1 or not.
Right, and the Dolphins basically all but now have admitted to benching him, but benching him because they thought there was something wrong. So now we're basically saying, okay, every time a quarterback fails, we have to dream up some reason that his head wasn't right.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're saying. And Tua basically tells the truth so much that it makes the Dolphins look like liars. That's what I take.
The man's stat line was almost identical, pre-hit and post-hit during that Green Bay game.
I know.
I am not going to accept that he had problems because in his head.
The concussions were not the problem, and now I got to think every time he throws an INT, he must have got concussed the play before. So if he throws 15 INTs, he's going to get 15 concussions. What are we talking about?
Like I brought up the other day, Tom Brady in the Green Bay game in the NFC Championship in the fourth quarter threw 3 interceptions in one quarter. It happens.
He must have been concussed.
Guess what, Shake Money? They still won the game too. We lost the game. You're right, Shake Money. Tampa Bay overcame that 3
Tom Brady was multiple had concussions. No one was saying that when Tom Brady did that. But we make the excuses Tua played bad because he was concussed. No, he played bad because he just played bad. Green Bay figured him out. They baited him. And he played bad. He throws picks. The Pittsburgh game, he should have thrown 5 picks. They dropped them. That's what happened.
Yeah, and I don't recall the Buccaneers putting Tom Brady in a concussion protocol after he threw those 3 interceptions.
No, he wasn't concussed.
To your point, Shake, I've seen Dan Marino throw 4 interceptions in a game.
No, actually, after those 3 interceptions, he won the Super Bowl.
Right. And I've seen Dan Marino throw 4 interceptions in a game, come back, win that game, and show up the very next week.
Dan Marino threw over 200 interceptions in his career. He must have had over 200 concussions. That's a lot of concussions. So every time he threw an interception, it must have been because of a concussion.
And you know what's funny is like I said, I highlighted because when I did my show, I highlighted at the 85 Bears game. I was highlighting a lot of stat lines, and one of the stat lines that I found interesting was it was week. I forgot what week it was, but at that point, Dan Marino threw 17 touchdowns with 15 interceptions.
Yeah.
So
he finished out 12 touchdowns.
Tell you what, Brahman. Tell you what, Brahman. I will personally promise you that I won't become a fan when he balls out this year. How about that? Just for you, I won't become a fan if he balls out this year.
You won't?
Well, I mean, you can't become something twice.
I got you. What's up, Miss Fins?
Hey, how about we start calling people that question people's fandom? How about we start saying they're not fans? Like, yo, Brahman, are you a Bills fan or something coming here talking shit like that? Bro, go back to the Chargers, man. That's obviously your team. How's it feel, bro? I'm going to keep saying it too, so don't even try to come back. Don't even bother wasting your energy. Come back, because from now on, this guy, Brahmin 562, look, he can't even get a real Florida area code. It's 561, not 562. All right. Secondly, from now on, Brahmin 562, I will never see him as a Dolphins fan. I don't know who he's a fan of, but it ain't the Dolphins. And I'm going to say it every show
Barcelona
for the rest of the time that I ever work as a YouTube commentator. I'm going to let everybody know every single time I take the mic that Brahmin 562 is not a Dolphins fan. How about that?
Well, that and Cully, you're a lot nicer than I am. You are definitely a lot nicer.
You're from Long Beach, but you've been a Miami fan all 32 years of your life. Sorry about your luck. You picked the wrong team.
Yeah, it is Long Beach. 562 is from Long Beach. I just looked it up. Yep.
Long Beach,
California. You picked the wrong team. Should have stuck with the Bills or the Jets.
Well, like I said, Color, you're just.
I need to look it up. It ain't a Florida area code. You're out there in Long Beach. Is that Long Beach, California, or Long Island, New York? Long Beach, California.
Long Beach,
you're
California.
3,200 miles away from this motherfucker right here, calling him, saying he ain't a Dolphins fan.
Yeah. Well, he didn't just say you, Color. He said everybody. And for me, this is what before you came up here, Color. This is.
How about you take your surfing ass quarterback back to California with her ass, stick him on the North Shore, okay, somewhere out wherever, and let him show you how great a kid he is, and we'll get off the kid's nuts while he's out there playing a kid's sport. How about that?
Well, it's not even that. Yeah, I would just tell that guy Brahman or whatever his fucking name is to go fuck himself.
Yeah, that's right, Brahman. Yeah, you know what? Yes, Brahman 562. That's right. I just said it. You've got to be from Florida to be a Miami fan. That's absolutely right. Unless you're from Ohio or Arizona, who also have Miami cities in their states. Unless you're from one of those two states, that's right. You got to be from Florida to be a Miami fan. How about that?
So Crypto, you can't be a Dolphin fan
That's
anymore.
right. How about that?
I can't either. I'm from
Nope.
I accept that.
California might as well get on out of here.
Yep, got to get out. I got to go back to Illinois.
Yeah, I am with the Wolfpack.
Now we're starting to see how ridiculous this sounds. I'm glad we're going through this exercise.
Yep.
So keep pumping that ridiculous bullshit about people not being a fan if Tua balls out. Who the fuck is Tua? You've been a fan for 32 years. Who the fuck is Tua in that 32 years?
Yeah.
That guy's a fucking asshole.
I'm waiting.
Anyway.
Who the fuck is Tua? In that 32 years of you being a fan, who the fuck was Tua to you? For 29 years before Tua became our quarterback, who the fuck was Tua to you? I'll wait.
He was a pineapple. Hey, Shake,
we can't answer that.
Yes,
so he was nothing to you.
Like you didn't cut the Cuban cigar.
Oh, that's Friday's episode.
Oh, okay. I was missing the cigar.
Oh yeah, Friday. I got a nice little cigar with some. I'm gonna be drinking some rum. Oh my God, this Friday night drive time, it's gonna be out the chain, baby.
I wish somebody would have told me back in 1984 or whenever the fuck it was. I wish somebody had told me, you know what, Color, in 2019, the Dolphins are going to draft Tua. So you better be on board with it right now or don't even ever bother becoming a fan, bro. I mean, I just wasted 40-some years of my life, bro.
So did I, Color.
So you wish somebody with a DeLorean would have came and told you?
Hey, negative. You channel some of my inner spirit.
You're not a fan. 1984, you think you're a fan, but you're not, because one day we're going to draft Tua, and you're not going to like him. So there you go.
I mean, Color, I got a question. I got a question. How's it going, gentlemen? So since I'm from Ohio and not Florida originally, even though I live in Florida now, I'm not allowed to be a Miami fan?
Oh, you're from Florida now because you live here.
You got a city.
You have graduated to being from Florida.
Well, God forbid I have my own opinion too. Damn.
But if you didn't have a Florida residency, being an Ohio State fan, bro, you don't want to be asking me that question, Ali.
Hey, man, don't hate the team. It was the refs that lost the game. We've had this conversation.
How long you been living in Florida?
2003.
Yeah, you got common law. So yeah.
But here's the thing, common law. Oh man, that was good, Shake. I've been coming down here to Florida forever and a day, even prior to that. With my grandma, I had that conversation on the first what was it, Late Night XL Color? I talked about my grandmother.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of too.
So I think the real question here, Color, is who the fuck is anybody to say what type of fan they need to be? That's the reality of it.
And nor am I.
Thank you, Ali.
The fact that we're on our own channel giving our own opinions and somebody's telling me we're not allowed to have those opinions, that's an oxymoron of its own.
Pa carajo.
Right.
That's right.
And that's why I went through that exercise, Ali, because it becomes apparently ridiculous when I start saying the same things, because what I was saying was literally the same things they say.
Yeah.
Like, how is it any different? If they're putting arbitrary rules on what it and requirements to be a Dolphins fan, then I'm just going to go to the easiest one. You ain't from this state. You ain't a Dolphins fan.
And that's where Ali, these guys are giving you a pass, and I'm not. You're from Ohio, so you should give up your season tickets and not be a fan no more because you're not.
Yeah, that's right. And it doesn't end there, Lewis, with my season tickets. It also with my whole Miami Dolphin draft hat collection by New Era that I spent hundreds of dollars into, and in all my jerseys that I have that I show you guys. I guess none of that counts, let alone my Dan Marino collection that I started up recently that I've invested money into, and DTA, who's not here, who's helped me out. That must not stand for anything.
No, it don't stand for nothing.
And if you all are over in California, why don't you gather up some of them Greenpeacers and run a Save the Dolphins campaign? How about that?
Damn.
That's a good one, Color. They should.
Yeah. Don't worry about the whales. How about the Dolphins, man? Save the Dolphins.
That's a really good point.
We got to get the porpoises first.
I like Scott Jackson. I like where your head is at, Scott Jackson. Only 219 real Dolphin fans. I agree.
Good grief.
Wow, 219.
Oh man.
Man, I thought we had already gotten over that like 6 months ago. I can't believe we had somebody coming in and still like talk about we're not allowed to be fans if Tua balls out this year.
Right.
Look.
Wow, we're still saying that nonsense? Like, seriously?
I think his screen name is a pun on bruh. Like, bruh, man, like that kind of thing. Not ramen, like ramen noodle or whatever. But I want to say this. The Fins tailgate in our network, it don't matter whose fan you are. You can be the Cardinals fan. You can be a Browns fan. It don't matter. You're welcome here, bro. This is a safe space for anybody to be a fan any way they want. No judgment. Now, we may shit on your takes every once in a while.
Who the fuck are you, homie? No, yo, bro, you started it, man. Who the fuck are you? Some Californian.
Right. No. I'll tell you exactly who he is, Color. Let me put the comment back up. I'm going to tell you who the fuck you are. You're a dumbass motherfucker that stays in the chat that won't bring his motherfucking pussy ass up here and confront people like Color, Ali, me, or anybody else on this goddamn panel. So I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but again, from me to you, bruh, man, go fuck yourself.
That's the general speaking. Oh my
Bro, I hate you.
Oh, man.
I'd like to know how a guy like that's going to enforce whether I'm cheering for Miami after Tua balls out. I'd really like to know how he plans to enforce that rule.
Yeah.
It's all these
all the way
stupid
from
ass people that stay
California.
in the chat. It's all these stupid ass people that stay in the chat. Again, if you have big balls to tell somebody who the fuck are you, homie, why don't you grow a pair of fucking nuts and come up here and say it to someone's fucking face? You fucking Twitter finger. Give your fingers a fucking break and start using your goddamn mouth.
And if you want to know who I am, ask the 50 people watching now. Ask the 700 people that have already watched. Ask the 1,000 some odd people that watched us last night and the night before and the night before. Ask the
Let alone the
4,500
what is it, 4,200 color of fans that we have that
So I
subscribe
asked
to this
again,
channel.
Brahmin, who the fuck are you?
Hold on. A California Samoan that will stomp your ass out. Eat a dick, I'm assuming. Lewis, you internet thug. Well, you're right. But you can see this internet thug's fucking face. You fake motherfucker. Fuck you. Fuck your Samoan fucking culture. Fuck your Samoan fucking quarterback. And you go eat a dick. You sorry motherfucker. Fuck you. How about, look, again, you see my face? You can catch this face any Sunday at Hard Rock Stadium. You fucking punk. Fuck you. That's who the fuck I am. I'm a motherfucker that will come out here and put my goddamn face on it. So again, bruh, man, go fuck yourself. You punk bitch. The link is in the fucking
And
chat.
by the way,
you
Brahmin is Indic culture anyway, so stop culturally appropriating everybody else's shit.
There you go. Exactly.
I thought we were talking football. What the fuck happened?
Man, because Brahman wants to gatekeep all the fans in the history of the universe.
Look, I would rather have my own opinions than be a bunch of lemurs. That's the reality of it. I would rather, I'm a free thinker. That's what I'm all about. You guys are free to have your own opinions. You can hate my takes. I don't care. As long as you're enjoying yourself, you can come up here and tell me why I'm wrong, civilly and everything. But you don't got to sit there and dictate what type of fans we have to be.
And by the way, Lewis, I agree with Q. He don't speak for all Samoans.
I'm not saying Q. And again, Q, if you took offense to that, I'm sorry. I get emotional. But don't come out here and start throwing a Samoan that will whoop your ass. Because again, I'm fucking Cuban, and I know killers. I know killers from fucking Cuba. What the fuck does it matter if you're fucking Samoan or not? I don't give a fuck what the fuck you are. We all bleed motherfucking red, goddammit. So again,
that's true.
If I
I mean, if you're an Arizona Cardinals fan, yeah, but
if I offended you, Q, again, here's my apology to Q. If I offended you, Q, I'm sorry. But bro, man, you can go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck.
No, I really, it's a shame I missed Q because I have a question for Q. I wanted him to clarify a linguistic question. This gentleman, Henry To'o, the
linebacker.
Yeah. So Wikipedia says it's pronounced To'o. And we needed your take on how to properly pronounce the gentleman's name so we're pronouncing it properly. You know what I mean? It's T-O''O, T-O''O. And Wikipedia says it's To'o. We'll see if it'll come up and clarify. Somebody else said Toa, but I don't see no U's in there. See To'o, right? He said To'o.
Yeah, Q says you're correct.
I have a question for you too, Q. Is Pancake really that good? Because damn it, I was watching Wooback channel. Now I want me some pancake. What does that taste like? It looks good as fuck.
What is pancake? It
is like these little dough balls. I don't know if they're like donuts or are they like they're not, or they're sweet, but they look delicious as hell.
Is it like Bohemian? Not Bohemian. What am I saying? Is it a Samoan pancake?
Yeah, it's like they look like hush puppies, but I don't know if they're donuts or they're hush puppies.
You talking about donut?
I was gonna say, color. You should put this on your list.
It's called pancake.
I'm thinking deep fried pancake balls.
Oh, here you go.
They have those.
He's here to answer. He's here to answer this. Q, what does pancake taste like, bro? I'm curious. You hear me?
Yo,
Q.
what up?
What up, Q?
What up?
Man, y'all done got me fucking up in this bitch again, bro. I was trying to chill today, bro. Fuck these dudes, bro. What the fuck, man?
But no, you heard the question though?
No, I didn't hear your question.
What do panqueques taste like? Because they look delicious as hell.
Oh man, it's sugar, it's flour, it's basically pancakes, but it's round. That's all. The shape size is just round.
They deep fry them?
Oh my god!
Yeah, they deep fry them in oil.
Right, deep fried.
Sometimes they mix.
So they're what Denny's calls pancake puppies is what Denny's calls them.
Yeah. Same difference. But sometimes they put banana in it. They put some banana in, some ripe banana, and they mix it up, and then they fry it. And so that's
banana. Okay, now you're speaking my language, bro. I love banana.
Cheese icing, man.
Oh
yeah, but Cole, you pronounced it correctly. It's toto.
Toto, right?
Yeah.
But Q, is it similar to a donut hole? Because it almost sounds like you describing a donut.
No, it's round. It's basically round. Yeah,
and probably
it's basically a deep fried batter pancake batter ball.
You call it something else somewhere else, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, because I seen Wu back. He was in.
Oh yeah, you watched the episode?
Yeah. Oh my god! I was like, when I saw that, I'm like, god damn! Now I want me some fucking pancakes.
Oh, he was enjoying that one. I was starving, bro.
Man, you heard from Wu back Q? We seen him for months now.
No, he's doing his channel right now. So he's every time he's in New Zealand right now.
You know what? I got a question to ask. Has anybody heard from Mike on the mic? Because I haven't heard from him in a long time.
Oh man, Mr. Homie Mike.
Yeah, me too.
I've
been
talked
a while.
to him a
It's
few
been
times.
some time.
He's focusing on family. He's good.
Oh, okay.
As long as he's good.
And what about?
But I just came up for something real quick. Hey, Lou, you got a problem with that man? You call his ass out, his bitch ass out, and you tell him to come up here. But you need to slow your roll, my brother, because he don't speak for all of us, brother.
The only reason, Q, again, the only reason I brought in Samoa because he brought it up. I get that. I get that. Q, I'm just gonna let you know like this. I already apologized to you, right?
All right, I got you.
I apologize to you. But the only reason I brought it up is because he brought it up. So before you would check me, you should be checking your boy, not me.
No, that's not my boy though.
No, I'm not saying
it's not like we all Samoans click to get. No, I don't know that fool, bro.
Okay,
I don't know that fool.
I don't mean
so
it
you,
like that.
when you go at him, you go at him personally, not personally, but you go at him.
He's from the north. He's from the north end, man.
So
what I'm
is
saying,
it safe to say that he may not even be Samoan for all we know?
What I'm saying, Q,
might not even be, bro.
I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying when you come in the chat and you tell me to slow down, no. And I don't mean that you know him as your boy like that. But don't come and check me. Check him. He's the one that threw it out.
No, I'm checking you because you say fuck your Samoan culture. Now that shit ain't cool.
That's what he used again.
That shit ain't cool. When you say it like that, you're generalizing the fucking thing. What if I say fuck your Cuban culture? What if I say that? That's calling everybody who's Cuban out.
It's not cool, Q, for him to throw his Samoan culture to come whoop my ass.
All I'm saying is when you address him, you address him. Don't generalize it because that you bring me into the conversation.
He's generalizing it by telling me he's gonna come with my ass. And Q, again, like I told you, I apologize to you. But I'm again.
No, we good.
I gotta fucking
my bad.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me what I can and cannot say. I apologize to you, but to him, again, check him. Don't come up here and check me.
It says like, all right,
I got you.
This would be a good way to say, like, for instance, fuck your Samoan ass, not fuck your Samoan culture.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, again,
that's a much better way.
In the heat of the moment, maybe I could have used better words. And again, Q, to you, I apologize because I ain't got no.
All right,
but
I got you.
The only reason I brought up anything about Samoan culture is because old boy brought it up first. I didn't bring it up.
All right, I get you. No harm, no foul. We good. We straight. Hey, anything else, bro? I'm about to go back to chilling, bro. I'm smoking right now, bro. I ain't trying to get hyped and stressed right now, bro. So I'm just trying to chill and listen to y'all, rock out.
What'd you think of that trade for the wide receiver you guys got from the Rams?
Allen Robinson, man, bro.
Y'all got an
Omar Khan, bro. He's popping. Oh, he popping off right now, bro. Omar Khan is popping off right now. And Color, I kind of heard your what you said right before I left earlier, and Color, I just wanna make it clear. When I speak, I let y'all know I'm only speculating. When Pete speaks, Pete talking in absolutes.
But we all know
he said, "Watch."
Speculating, bro.
Yes. No. You hear him say it. And he said, "Watch this. Watch this. This is what's gonna happen." Then that's the difference, Color. That's the difference. That's what I'm saying. Pete, stop. Come on, bro.
Calculus in his head.
Q, I have a question.
This. He's saying that to himself, like, "Yo, watch this, man. This is what I'm about to say."
What's up, Ali?
Quick question. What's up with your guys' defensive end, Watt?
Who? TJ Watt?
Yeah, what's going on with him? It's Watt you guys have, right? He was injured last season?
No, Watt's the linebacker.
Or linebacker, I'm sorry.
No, he good.
Yeah.
He came back. Remember, he came back.
What's going on with that?
Like, what do you mean?
Like, is he healthy? Still
no, he came back.
He
came back, Ali.
His beard is.
He came back.
He's
Okay.
literally wading through the surf right now.
I don't follow your guys' team, so I was trying to include you because I know you're a Steelers fan, bro.
No. This is a Miami Dolphins show. We talk Miami Dolphins here. I'll go talk Steelers somewhere else. But yeah, no, Watt, he came back. I think 7th week. He came back and he played out. He plowed out the rest of the season, so he's good right now. Right now, he's just.
How do you feel about your QB? How do you feel about your QB right now?
That player's name that ended the game against you guys last year. What was his name?
Oh, Ollie, you talking about the guy that they drafted out of University?
No,
of
our guy. How do you pronounce?
No,
he's asking about a different guy. I'm asking about Pickett.
Right.
I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic about Pickett.
How do you pronounce that?
Oh, Iggy. Oh, yeah, Iggy.
God, you're so mean.
Dude.
See, I can actually hit Q, the Steelers fan, and the two ears all at the same time with the Noah talk.
But yeah, Ali, just to address your question, yeah, I'm pretty optimistic. I gotta wait and see what he has to offer next year, because from what I saw, he has some things he needs to work on. Being a young QB. And also the coordinator. The coordinator was, he caused some of the problems. But yeah, man.
I gotcha.
I'm pretty optimistic. Hey, I'm out. I'm out, boys. I'm out.
Be safe.
All right, fellas.
All right, Q. This is always an interesting show.
Yeah.
So how's everybody doing tonight? Sorry I haven't been around. I've been actually sick all day, to be honest.
Everybody's got me feeling bad. Let me reverse.
I hope you feel better, Ali.
You are only allowed to be a Dolphins fan if you're not in the state of Florida. How about that? Is that better?
Well, Color, that state still may outweigh the amount of Dolphin fans in Florida, though.
I know, right?
What's funny is when I was in high school, right? Out of 10 students, only 3 students were Dolphin fans. The other were Cowboys, Steelers, or San Francisco 49ers.
Giants. I got a Giants fan in my class.
Yeah, that too.
Nope.
When I was in third grade,
Niners, Packers, Vikings.
when I was in third grade, that's when I became a Dolphin fan. And Nick Hafner, I'll never forget the kid's name, was a Dolphin fan with me. Everybody else, loved the Browns, the Bengals, Steelers, everybody else. Because I'm from Northwest Ohio, right? And me and him were the only Dolphin fans, so we were always trying to one-up each other with Dolphin, shirts or hats or starter jackets and whatnot.
I have 2 cousins that
I love the starter jackets.
I have 2 cousins now.
They don't still make them anymore. I kind of want one, to be honest. I like the old style better.
I like them. Yeah, I have an old Dolphin starter jacket, of course.
Man, crypto is low tonight.
Hey, by the way, color commentary. Did you?
Yeah,
I guess you probably didn't see what when I was listening to Omar Kelly and Alan Poupard, right? Right. You hear me, color?
Yep.
And according to Omar Kelly, and he said, Chris Grier told him himself. This was straight from Chris Grier. No sources, no third party. This was straight from Chris Grier. In 2016, he was in charge of draft, and he was only in charge of the draft. Tannenbaum was in charge of the pros, the free agents, and contracts. So at the end of the day, from 2016, Chris Grier has been drafting, and then in 2019 he took full power. So he took over free agency in 2019 from Mike Tannenbaum.
Right.
And this was directly from Chris Grier from Omar Kelly to Chris Grier. So it's, you know what I'm saying?
It would be the natural career path for somebody whose father is the head scout of the New England Patriots. You would think he'd start with scouting, he'd start with draft picking, and then he'd move on into free agency and that skill. You know what I mean? Sounds exactly like the career path of anybody.
Not to mention, I remember Alex brought up, oh, well, Bill Parcells drafted. Well, guess what? Bill Parcells coached, so he knows how to evaluate talent. Mike Tannenbaum never drafted. He never scouted. He was always in the pro personnel part of NFL. When it came to NFL, he was always in the pro side, making contracts and things like that.
Yeah, and
he was
the
a
other
book guy.
Alex and I got left off on because I got disconnected yesterday was, and I heard his response to me was that was Flores. It was about who was talking to different quarterbacks behind to his back, if you want to use that language. And everybody I brought up was somebody else. So Watson was Stephen Ross. Somebody else was Brian Flores, and I'm thinking it's all like none of it was Chris Grier, as if Chris Grier was sitting there on his hands going, you guys are so wrong for doing this. I'm with Tua, and he was the only one in the building standing firm going, you know, guys, I really don't think we should be doing this. Give me a break, man. I mean,
that's what they're trying to tell you, caller.
Other quarterbacks, they have been since the guy's been here, and all three people involved, head coach, general manager, and owner, have all been involved in it.
It's like, I guess here's what it is. I think this is what it is. And during draft day, Chris Grier and Brian Flores were playing rock paper scissors, and all the bad picks are the one when Brian Flores made a bad pick is when he won the game in rock paper scissors.
Right.
When they made the good picks, that's when Chris Grier won the rock paper scissors.
Yeah, it's just ironic how you could literally go through Alex's argument and list and literally match up bad pick Flores, good pick Grier. We don't know if it's a good pick or not. Stephen Ross.
Right.
As a matter of fact, he brought up another thing. He said the Minka Fitzpatrick was all Chris Grier. They wanted to trade down.
It wasn't all Chris Grier. Let me correct people on that. What's his face? The man who will never say his name anymore. Adam Gase. Gase and Chris Grier went running to Ross, begging him to say that to okay that draft pick because they were trying to convince him that he was better than going Lamar Jackson. Otherwise, if Russ had his way, I think Lamar Jackson would have been a Dolphin.
Yeah, because Gase didn't want Lamar Jackson.
Gase don't know what he wants. Every time he looks at somebody, his eyes are popping out of his head.
Right, they talked him out of getting Lamar.
Where's Adam Gase now?
That may have put us back
high school
a whole freaking decade.
He's coaching.
Is he really?
Perhaps.
Oh, he's coaching high school.
Damn.
Okay.
How long has Lamar been in the league so far? 5 years.
2016, 17.
Okay, so six. This will be a sixth season going into. So.
Yeah, because last year he played on his 5th year. Last year he played on the 5th year extension.
you can say that did pushed us back a decade. Because who would know how the other draft picks would have turned out, After Lamar would have been drafted.
Let me ask you a question, though. Was Mika Fitzpatrick a bust, though?
No. Hell no.
I don't think so at all. I think he definitely panned out. So they weren't wrong.
Not as a Steelers.
That just wasn't the more important position for our team at the point.
At that
point,
yes.
I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's twice that they picked somebody other than quarterback to start a rebuild with. They got burned twice. They got burned with the Jake Long crap, and then they got burned with the Lamar crap. Picking somebody when you're trying to rebuild from scratch. When you're rebuilding from scratch, you start with the quarterback.
Well, like I said, I was listening to the Fish Tank, and who's that guy? David Hyde. Yeah, David Hyde was on there, the Fish Tank, and he was saying that how Bill Parcells picked Jake Long was there was a guy, a homeless guy he used to buy a newspaper from, and he helped him make the decision to pick Jake Long.
And that's one thing though, Jake
of the Hall of Fame.
Jake Long was a beast at messaging, but he became injury prone when you drafted him to the Dolphins.
Look, we wouldn't sign him to a long-term deal. He ended up signing with somewhere, and he ended up disappearing. I think he lasted maybe like quarter of a season. It was ridiculous.
Oh,
it's crazy. He's out of the league, and the guy that we picked over him that didn't pick is still playing right now.
So who
still literally still in the league?
Talking about how the Dolphins would call him up asking for suggestions. You remember that the other night? That dude coming in saying that they called him up to ask him what he thought about certain things they were doing.
Which one you talking about?
Fan sort of.
Are you talking about in the Spaces that day? Color?
Was it in Spaces? I thought it was on a YouTube show.
Yeah, it was in Spaces. Like, well, they had to been listening to me because that's exactly what I was saying on my channel. He was saying on his YouTube channel, and then it was like they was parroting his suggestions. I was like, wow. And Rashad goes and said, "Yep, you're right."
Yeah, the guy claimed that he used to fire off letters as a kid. He would constantly write them letters with suggestions, you know what I mean? And then they eventually started calling him up.
I don't remember the letters, but I knew somebody on
Space. Was that the guy that was trying to say that a bunch of players come to his gym and he hears things? Remember when the whole Deshaun Watson thing was going on?
I don't know if that was the same guy. No, I don't remember that. But this was a couple days ago.
Oh, okay.
This dude claiming that
that guy was a fucking idiot.
Letters, and they started answering him and asking his opinion on shit.
Good grief, Lord. Yeah, that guy was an idiot. He came in there. I know it was a Twitter space. He said that the Dolphins listen to him all the time, all the moves that the Dolphins. I know who y'all talking about. That guy was a fucking idiot.
Yeah, you're right, Louis.
Yeah, I think because he was a very young guy, right?
No, I think he was kind of old. He's kind of like in his 40s.
Yeah, he sounded like an old
bro.
Yeah, I think he was old.
If that's the case, if the Dolphins are listening to this guy all the time, we need to get this guy out of our fan base. we need him to go become a Bills fan or some shit because it hasn't worked out.
He said he's been telling him, to get rid of Tua, but I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But y'all don't remember this young guy that came on, I think, on the same platform maybe a week or two ago. I mean, very young guy, and he was saying everything he was saying was a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Every time he would say something, he would say that it's a fact. Yeah, you're talking about True Talk.
True Talk. He talking about True Talk.
Okay.
I think it's
True
Talk was the one
Mr.
that
9K, Mr. 9,000 yards.
Yeah.
He's the one who said that Tua ran a 4.2.
Was going to run for 2,000 yards.
He ran for a 4.2.
In addition to 2,000 yards, exactly.
That's what
11,000 yards total offense.
Maybe it is a possibility that he did run shake money. I understand his thoughts are complete bogus, but maybe he's looking at the short yardage time, because I did learn how they figure out your short yardage rate, and that usually is a lot lower number than your 40 time. So just so you're aware, like for example, I forget who it was. I'm sorry, it's Steve Smith. Steve Smith was talking about it on some podcast, and he was talking about Jackson Smith and Jigba, and that even though he didn't run, like he doesn't have elite speed, his short yardage speed is like really fast. He ran like for short yards, they timed it. It was like it was under 4 seconds. It was like 3 something. And maybe that's what he's looking at.
Yeah, they're trying to average it out to something big.
Right.
Yeah,
Because,
that's what I'm saying. Maybe that's what he was looking at.
For those in the back of the room, what Ali's saying is the short yardage, whatever distance they consider it, 5, 10 yards or whatever it is.
I don't know how they measure it exactly.
Right,
so
whatever
I
the
heard about
initial distance is. Let's say right out of the gate in the first 5 steps, you did it in X number of seconds. Well, if you were to project that out to 40 yards, what would it be? And it would be faster than your average 40 time.
40 time, right?
Because you slow down as you run the 40 yards.
Right, exactly. He's trying to just time them over 5 steps.
So if you time them in the first, couple feet, and then project that out to 40 yards, it would end up. That's the number that Ali is referring to that he's probably talking about.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Which is so disingenuous.
They didn't go into super detail about it, but they were talking about Steve Smith was talking about how these receivers. He was basically dissecting all the top receivers in this draft. And he was talking about how some of them, even though they have a big frame, Devontae Parker they don't play big. They try to play small. And he was talking about how they should be playing big and use your God-given abilities and whatnot. And he was talking about speed, and that's how it came about. So I was like, wow, under 4 seconds. I thought that was pretty impressive, to be honest.
But see, Ali and Color using that same theory that logic, I can argue if I'm taking only 10 steps, I'm faster than a cheetah.
Of course.
That's right. Then that means
because I'm running 400 miles an hour.
Right.
Tyreek Hill is the fastest man alive at that point.
Right.
Right. I can argue that.
Right. But to put quantities on it for those that still don't get it, let's say you ran your first 10 yards in 1 second. Now you're going to be running 40 yards. So multiply that by 4 and it would be like you ran a 4-second 40, even though the 40, if you'd have ran it all the way out, would have been maybe 4.5. You see what I'm saying?
Or maybe 6 because you slowed down dramatically. Right.
They captured the time at the 10-yard mark and then multiply that by 4. And that's your projected 40 time after 10 yards. So that short yardage burst.
Exactly. I'm not even going 10 yards.
Well, that's how they can tell. Is this guy faster initially off the get-go? And
I'm going to have them time. No,
or is he steady all the way through? You know what I mean?
No, Color. I'm going to have them time me over the first 3 feet so I could be faster than the supersonic jet. Screw that. Time me over the first 3 feet.
That brings up an interesting thought experiment. Imagine some of these guys who holds the record for fastest 100 yards in the world.
I forget what his name is.
Right?
Yeah, yes, and 10 something. Yeah.
Right.
That
Isn't
guy
the guy from Jamaica Bolt? Usain Bolt or whatever his name is?
Is he
Usain Bolt? Is he got the time? Is it Bolt?
I don't know. I don't remember him being was he a sprinter? Or just it is.
No, he was a sprinter. He had the longest legs.
He did all the events.
Sheba says
the 400 too.
40 yards.
Amicus says Bolt. Sheba says Bolt. We'll go with Bolt. But now imagine.
Bolt.
Oh, he did a 9.7. I didn't realize it had been smashed that much. Damn. Now imagine if they timed his first 10 yards and then multiplied it by 10. It would probably be better than a 9.7.
Yes, it would be more like almost 6 something. Yeah, right.
I know I pretty much bludgeoned that dead horse, Ali, but if people don't understand what we were talking about now,
what we're talking about, right.
No, that's
no, Color. I'm going into every Twitter space saying that I'm faster than the speed of light, Color. That's what I'm going to tell everybody. I am faster than the speed of light because you're going to time me over the first 10 centimeters.
Right? No, first 2 microns.
Right.
Faster than the speed of light. You got to go with the first 2 microns out of the gate.
Right, exactly.
And then multiply by infinity.
Right. Exactly. Screw that Superman. I'll beat him in the race any day, goddammit.
Hey, Color, now that I got you up here, though, and it's not just me and you, but now that I got you up here specifically, I wanted to ask you, was I off base this morning on Steven? Because you were up there this morning with us, and we listened to the Chris Grier interview. And one thing I just wanted to address and get your thoughts, and everybody, but Color specifically. When Chris Grier came out and said after they fired Brian Flores and they hired McDaniel, and McDaniel was in the building, going around telling everybody, and these are Chris Grier's words, not mine. Chris Grier was like, after the 8th time of Mike McDaniel saying, Tua's the guy, I believe in Tua, this and that, and Chris Grier looking at him and saying, okay, Mike, I get it. Like that, those were Chris Grier's words. It's funny to me how everybody, and I was listening a little bit earlier when you were kind of bringing up Alex Renee Diaz, and I shout out to the home. I'm not taking a shot at Alex, but Alex has been one of the guys in the building or in this community that has always told us, well, it was Brian Flores that didn't believe in Tua. Everybody else in the organization believes in Tua. Well, if that's the case, why did it take Mike McDaniel going to Chris Grier 8 times then?
I asked the same question this morning. We never got an answer.
Right. Like Chris, supposedly if Mike McDaniel is telling people, or they're in a room, for instance, and Mike McDaniel has his presentation laid out, this is what I see in Tua and blah. And if they all agree, then yes, that argument holds water.
Right. He would have been it would have been a confirmation bias. He would have been telling them what they want to hear.
Absolutely. But if you got to say it 8 different times, that means somebody in that building was pushing back on you. So that would mean that no, everybody's not on board with Tua Tagovailoa. That's what I took from the interview. Was I off base, Color? Like by saying that?
Not at all.
That's a fair question. Shouldn't take 8 times to convince somebody.
It's part of the continuing mounting contradictions that we hear every time one of them comes up to the podium and speaks. I thought the same thing. Like, wait a minute. I thought the whole building was. Didn't we just say that? Didn't Alex refute the point that they were going after other quarterbacks?
Exactly. Yep.
Well, why go through all that and prove your point if Mike McDaniel was still busy on his 5th attempt to convince Chris Grier?
Right.
Like that's an outright lie. To say that they were all in on Tua. And again, Lewis, I brought it up the same. I did bring it up, but from a different incident. When Brian Flores was at the podium telling everybody when the Deshaun Watson talk was going on, somebody directed, for PR reasons, Brian Flores to tell the world Tua's the quarterback. And they must have directed him to do it because the people that hate Brian Flores don't think Brian Flores would have said that unless he was ordered to do it.
Right.
Because they don't believe Brian Flores was with Tua, right?
Right.
So if they told Brian Flores to go out there and tell everybody Tua's the quarterback adamantly like that, then why did McDaniel even have to try to convince Grier the first time he got in the building?
Well, and here's the thing.
Right.
And you know
they
one thing
gagged him. They hogtied him, Color.
The one thing that I never understood too is these people that said they tanked Brian Flores tanked with Tua to make him look bad. He didn't want to tank for Tua. He wasn't going to tank with Tua. He wanted to win regardless if Tua was there or not.
Yeah, that was the most outrageous comment, Shake.
Yeah,
for them to even say that.
Well,
that's beyond tinfoil.
Well, I got a question
for y'all. That I'm sorry, Mr. Polk. I just wanted to add one more thing. That the very people claiming that or propping up this idea that McDaniel is the one that's in on Tua and had to convince everybody Those are the same people saying that we were getting McDaniel because they were in on Tua and wanted a coach that would work with him. Like all last offseason, where none of us disagreed. Tua and Tua hater alike. We all agreed that we're bringing in McDaniel because he was the one that said he's willing to work with Tua. Yep. Well, why would we search for a coach exclusively to work with Tua if that coach still has to come in the building and take 8 times to convince Chris Grier that Tua is the guy? It's a walking contradiction. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a contradiction.
Right.
But that brings up, for me, that brings up the question with Tyreek Hill. Did they prop him up to prop up Tua in his first conference?
Oh, good point, Mr. Paul. Oh, Tyreek wanted to come here and play with Tua. He's the most accurate quarterback he's ever played with. And all this. Well, why didn't McDaniel just get Tyreek Hill to convince Grier?
And then also too,
why did Chris Grier spend the money on Tyreek Hill if McDaniel needed to convince him that the quarterback was the one Tyreek wanted to play with?
Because then whether it was on his show or in a conference, Tyreek Hill had Tua on there, and he was actually trying to prop Tua up.
Yep. The short answer, the logical, the one that takes the least number of assumptions is it's all a bunch of bullshit.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what I picked up from that. That's what I picked up from that, because even Tua was
want to be that way, but what else? I other than the constant same talking points as a solution to the conundrum, I don't know how else to solve it, but it's all a bunch of bullshit. If that means I'm inferior in my mind, then that's what I am. I don't know what else to say, you know? I just don't get it. Like people keep saying, I just don't get it. I don't I don't believe Grier at the correct times, and I don't disbelieve him at the correct times, I guess. I don't know. Somebody needs to train me on that. I'm a poker player. I don't believe a word out of nobody's mouth that's sitting at the poker table.
I agree.
But I also believe every word out of their mouth. And if you're a poker player, you understand what I meant there. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I get it. Yep.
Yeah.
And again, there's only one story being told at the poker table, and it's with people's eyes. I'm a big eyes guy. I don't know why. Everything in life is about your eyes, man. Because your eyes betray you. Your eyes tell the whole story. You lead with your eyes. How many of us close our eyes to walk down the road?
Well, ask Teddy Bridgewater. He says Stevie Wonder would be able to make the difference.
Hey, there you go. There you go. Most of us crypto lead with our eyes.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, but that was a good point, Mr. Polk. Tyreek Hill is becoming a great spokesperson. He's a great spokesperson, Mr. Polk. You're right.
Right, because when he was doing that for Tua, it seemed like Tua wasn't. It's like he had to keep propping him up. Even when Tua responds, he would respond back in a way, propping Tua up after Tua said something. I don't know. It just seemed I don't know. It's crazy.
And to that point, how come Waddle wasn't up to the task? Why wasn't Waddle there first? Wasn't he with them in Alabama and all those times? Why didn't Waddle take that task on?
Oh, good point.
Waddle could have been more so than ready, more than Tyreek, right? If it was really true.
Well,
Waddle should have been the suitor.
He was too busy crypto saying that Mac Jones was better. That's what he was doing.
Yeah, you're right.
Right. Grier was sick of hearing it and basically telling McDaniel to shut up already. We get it. LOL. Yeah, I'll even expand that, Caslin. Like he was in there, like Chris Grier probably told him, "Yo, you got the job. Stop already." We believe you. We gave you the job.
Right. And my man is still in the interview process. What's the name of that movie where you was like not Groundhog Day, but the guy was the whole thing was show? Is that the Truman Show where everything was being broadcast? His whole life was being broadcast.
Yeah, that was Truman Show with Jim Carrey.
The Truman Show. Yeah, the Truman Show. It's like the Truman Show all over
good day,
again.
good morning. If I don't see you, good night or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like he's constantly trying to do the same thing. He's being watched. I'm constantly being watched. I got to perform for the cameras.
Oh, that reminded me of my biggest take from the interview, from the press conference, was and it's constant. It's always, every time he talks, like it seems to me that Tua is just along for the ride. Like his mannerisms, the way he talks is like, oh, they told me I needed to do this, so here we go. Strap me up. You know what I mean? Like he's just along for the ride. Oh, they told me that I needed to go take jiu-jitsu, so that's what I'm doing. They told me I needed it. They told me I had a concussion, so I must have.
Yeah, that was bad.
Nobody came to me and said, "Are you ready to play?" So I didn't bother asking. It's to Pete's point a couple days ago. Maybe it was Pete that made it. If I'm wanting to play and I'm an NFL quarterback, you're gonna have to shove the reasons down my throat. You're gonna have to put a doctor in front of me with his hand saying, "Bro, you're gonna die if you go play." Yet Tua said, "Well, nobody ever came to me and asked and told me, I needed to be ready to go, so I just figured I wasn't ready to go." So everybody has to tell this guy who he is and what you understand. Like he's along for the ride. Like he's not even in his own body. Like this, it's just a vessel, and I'm here. And tell me what I need to do. Oh, throw to that guy? Okay. That's the impression I got out of it, that I get from him every time he speaks.
Yeah, like they told Tyreek, hey, go on that conference or that show and prop Tua. Even though you may not think he's who he's supposed to be, you still go and prop him up. That's what I picked up.
I wouldn't know, Filthy Cat, because I haven't talked about Tua for 10 hours today. Your sarcasm has to be somewhat based in reality.
Holy crap.
To make it to be funny.
The Heat losing 81-55 at halftime. Ay, Dios mío, what an ass whooping.
Well, 81. We're only at the 4-hour 45-minute mark on this show, and I haven't been on this show for the whole time. I'm
prepared for Alex tomorrow.
Talking about Tua for 10 hours.
Hey, by the way, I appreciate you anytime you stop by, Color.
Likewise, Jake.
We're gonna get the rap from Alex tomorrow with against.
Yeah, but I agree with you. Everybody was hoping that there'll be static between us when we were having
shake money.
Sure, bud.
You heard me, shake money,
huh?
Bro, like, look at this, man. Like, how do these people function in society? Like, how do people like this keep their job treating people this way? I can never figure this out, man. Sure, bud. Like, go fuck yourself. You've got a cat sticking his tail up between his legs to make it look like a dick. How do you even keep your fucking job? How does anybody in your world respect you?
I've been asking myself the same
question.
But anyway.
That's ridiculous. That guy.
If you see my Facebook posts, oh my God, you say the same thing about me. But anyway,
maybe.
Yeah, one.
You're not up here condescending to me.
No, I'm not. Nope.
I see Jermaine change that Cookie Monster look because he definitely was the Cookie Monster of the community.
Look, because I know it's true. Like, I mean, seriously, I know 12-year-olds that can come up with better shit than that. Because I know it's true. Nanny, nanny, boo, boo. You know it's true. I mean, go fuck it, dude. Seriously, grow the fuck up, man. Go look in the mirror and just figure out what you need to do to grow the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Grow a beard or something and stare at it.
Yeah, he's probably ain't growing no beard because he's got Pussycat as his name.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and by the way, Filthy Cat, to be honest, I much appreciate you watching me enough to know that, or to think that I've been up here for 10 hours talking about Tua. I appreciate you following me for 10 hours. How about that, loser? Don't you have something better to do than follow color for 10 hours?
I know I don't.
Damn.
Yeah, he's
bro.
following you for following
Tua.
Tua.
Break me off some of that bank account. Damn.
Good point.
Fucking independently wealthy to sit here and trash people like this all day. Just break me off a nug, bro.
He said, talk about Tua for 10 hours. Oh, man.
I mean, put a Kit Kat label on your bank account and break a motherfucker off a piece.
These. Man, 10 hours Tua? Isn't he the quarterback of the Dolphins? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
Well, to
I'm
be fair,
confused.
Aquavision, I have a gray shirt with full of cat hair. So
Yeah, to sake money, your pussy is always welcome on the screen.
yes, I got two.
I know, right, JM? He probably is. That's precisely how the FBI acts these days. A bunch of fucking children.
You know what's funny is I got this one cat. She's constantly wanting to step on the keyboards.
Right.
I'm like, get the fuck off the keyboards.
I know.
Yeah.
You think they
maybe it's something on the
mouse,
keyboard,
but they always go after
right.
the keyboard.
You go to the keyboard, right? The
mouse
is not
now,
fun
that
for
was a
them no more.
12-year-old joke, bro. I must admit, I fell flat there a little bit, bro.
But yeah,
We get you,
listen.
color.
I remember one time I came back. I thought my cat ended the stream because I just went to get some water and this bitch was sitting on the fucking keyboard, and she kicked me out of the stream. I had to come back. I said, "Damn, did I end the stream?" No, thank God. So now when
enough of this.
Yeah. So now when I leave the room, I got to make sure I close the laptop or make sure she's not in here because she'll step on the keyboards.
Yeah, that.
Now you got a true ghostwriter, Shake Money.
Hell yeah.
You can say you got a ghostwriter. the litter writer.
Yeah, it's Scrappy. So I missed the whole Bud Light thing, but I think I caught enough of it to get the joke.
No.
Wait, what Jam say? You got what? You got two pussies and oh gee.
Right. Oh man.
And a Bud Light.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine it, Filthy Cat, because it literally didn't happen, bro. You're the one imagining it. So tell us how it is to imagine spending 10, 12 hours watching a guy you hate talk about a guy he hates.
Mm-hmm.
That tells you how much he has on his hands. You've been talking about Tua for 12 hours.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you've been watching me for 12 hours.
Actually, I've been talking about his replacement for 12 hours, but that's,
Hey, by the way, Aquavision just gave me an idea. When I mute crypto, blame the cat. That's what I'm gonna do from now on. Whenever you get muted, crypto, I'm blaming the
cat. Yeah, or is it? Yep.
I tell you who I wouldn't be talking about.
Mm-hmm.
My quarterback, if he was better.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, crypto.
Yes, indeed.
I'm gonna be doing another mock draft this Saturday, but this Friday, I'm gonna do The show I'm gonna do this Friday is gonna be what is it? Goddamn, I have a busy weekend. Tomorrow I'm gonna have Tyler Bruto on for the In the Blender. Then Friday I'm gonna do Thursday.
Okay.
Then Friday I'm gonna do because like I said, when we picked up Chosen, everybody's saying, "Oh, he's a great receiver."
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be doing every free agent that was supposed to be the next big thing and end up falling on their face. And then Saturday, I'm gonna do Where Are They Now 2020 draft. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna go by each draft pick, and I'm gonna, on the spot, share the screen and Google each draft pick to see where they are right now.
So I'm gonna let Filthy Cat believe that I believe him, because it really doesn't matter. Okay, like literally anybody in the world could type those words that you just typed in your comment. So whatever, I'll take it with a grain of salt. But remember, I actually predicted that was the case. So I don't know what you're trying to tell me here. You have to be independently wealthy, because anybody that acts the way you do would not be able to hold a job in society. Yes, you act exactly like somebody who sits at home making six figures. That's right. You're worthless. You're worthless beyond the dollars that are assigned to you in life. Okay? You're worthless beyond your net worth. You could never hold a job. That's why you had to find a way to sit home making six figures. Because everybody smacked you in the fucking face your whole life because you're a fucking asshole. I expected that you worked from home making six figures. You act just like somebody that does. I'm glad you're worth more than me, but your value is zero to society. You could be worth all the fucking ducats you want, but you have zero value.
Yo, Andres Negron, what's going on? Andres Negron, what's going on, my brother? Haven't seen you in a while. How you doing?
And if you do make six figures and are smart enough to do that, you understood every word I just said. So keep coming.
Did he say make six figures or he got six fingers?
Right.
And it's amazing that a guy makes six figures, yet this guy that don't have one dime to his name just fucking schooled you in intelligence.
Look what Scrappy said.
All right.
And I'm proud I ain't got a dime to my name, because guess what? Who's more intelligent? The guy that survives without any resources, or the guy that has everything and can't fucking and has to live by himself?
Yeah, here's one color. What is it for a man to profit the whole world and lose his whole soul?
Yeah. And by the way,
besides that, I'm worth zero, yet I still have a full belly. That's how resourceful I am. This guy has to fucking rob people. I'm sure whatever you do making six figures is probably scamming people. Okay? And even if it wasn't, what the fuck do you know about anything but resources besides your dollars, besides your ducats? Nothing. And when those ducats become worthless, we'll see who feeds themselves then.
Yep. That's when it really matters at that point. You ain't never lied.
Yeah, we're about to hit the 5-hour mark. I'm gonna call it a night. If you want to keep going, color, you're more than welcome to.
No, I'm about to jump off, y'all, because I'm about to fall asleep.
Mr. Polk.
Me too. I'm gonna go.
Okay, Mr. Polk.
All right, man. So what are your final thoughts?
You be good, Mr. Polk.
What are your final thoughts?
With Shake Money and Color Crypto, I'm glad I was on the show with you guys and Lewis. I enjoyed myself. Well, I see everybody have a good night. Friends up. I'll see you.
All right,
I'll see you next time.
All right, man.
Yep.
Like always, we enjoy having you around, brother.
All right, same with you guys.
Peace
all right,
out.
now y'all take care, friends.
Take it easy, Mr. Paul.
All right, take care, Mr.
All
Paul.
right, fella. All right.
Mm-hmm. By the way, listen, Crypto. Does this guy realize that we didn't spend 10 hours talking about Tua? We at one point we talked about how does feet smell and noses run.
Yep, exactly.
So,
and how does a hamburger constitute not being any ham?
Yeah, exactly. Why do we drive in a parkway and park in a driveway?
Yep.
So,
I mean, Filthy Cat's got to figure out where to park somehow.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Is it gravel part of driveway or is it made out of sand?
And why is W the only word that doesn't start with itself with a W?
It doesn't.
Right.
Depending on which dialect you're using.
Mm-hmm.
it's either double U or ve double.
Double U. Right, exactly. Exactly. That's a good one, Jake Money.
So what do you think? Double V or W?
Double
what side
V.
do you land on?
Well, it's double V if it's capital, right?
No. I mean the Spanish word for W is either W or W.
W. See, yeah. W.
Yeah.
CW. Yeah. W.
Which side of the fence you side on, man? Are you an U guy or a V guy?
It sounds to me. I don't care. I don't know. I really never thought about that because I don't speak that much. I never said W too much. Yeah, I really can't say that. I speak my Spanish is like a Mexican speaking English. He understands it better than he speaks
English.
Yeah, he understands it better than he speaks it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like put it this way: when I speak Spanish just to someone that's speaking Spanish, it's like I said, it's like a Mexican speaking English. Some people are like, "What the fuck is this guy saying?"
Right.
Well, I appreciate that, Filthy Cat. I don't even mind if you hit the dislike button, but take some kind of action. Because remember, like Marcellus Wiley says, think like a man of action, act like a man of thought.
Thank you, Filthy Cat. I appreciate for hitting the like button.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyway, Crypto, what are your final thoughts before you send this home? So we can send this home.
What was that, Shake Money? Hang on, What? Okay. What was it again? I'm sorry.
Some final thoughts.
Oh, nothing much, man. It's been a pleasure, man. It's been a lot of craziness going on from sun up to sundown.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's gonna be from dusk to dawn. Who's gonna be the vampires that come out? So I don't know, man. We gotta get this team together, man. We gotta work on getting this team together.
Wait, M doesn't start with M.
M
and N don't start with their letters.
No, M N.
M N.
Yeah, M starts with the E.
S. Yeah, N starts with an I. N starts with an I, right?
N starts with the E too. N, I would say.
E or N. It's two N's. It's one with the I and an E.
Yeah, B starts with B.
Baiting you, bro. Who the fuck ends a stream and drink some coffee?
I love Amicus. He's the man. I hate his fucking friend though. Just like hey, listen, just like a Color. I love you. I love Crypto and Color, but I despise their teams they root for on Saturday. And Amicus, I despite the team you root for on Sunday. So there we go.
Well, the Cubs won. The ones were Cubs won 12-2.
Earlier, we kind of rubbed up a little bit. We cross or what?
Who's that?
You and me.
The A's.
Oh yeah.
You could tell Caslin that his A's lost to my beloved Cubs.
I just don't think I could bear it.
What's that?
No, the A's lost to the Cubs.
No. What do you say, Color?
I said, because if I didn't think we were friends, I just don't think I could bear it.
Me too. I'd break down and I do declare I would break down and cry. I do declare.
I do declare.
Well, anyway, well, that's the final thoughts, man.
That's my final thought, Shake Money.
Cool. I reckon that'll be mine too. And remember, Amicus, if you're still watching, I just want you to remember one thing.
Daddy loves you guys.
All right. So with that being said, I'm out.